Yashin-Man. Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashin-Man.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashin-Man. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Head on track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashin-Man.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sara the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, we have Ghosty, Ryan the Radical Coder, NeoStarling, and filling in on the fly, thank you so kindly, Andrew from the Crucible. Thank you, everyone, for coming. This evening's topic is toxic masculinity real? I think everybody's looking forward to this one. So, Ghosty, if you'd like to start with your opening statements, please.
Sure, thanks. Okay, so the reason I wanted to talk about this is because I think a lot of people get toxic masculinity confused with just demonizing all masculine traits. So I want to provide a definition and kind of an alternative definition, which says the same thing, basically, for toxic masculinity, which is acting on toxic or unhealthy behaviors to prove or display masculinity. Or in an alternative definition is behaviors or traits that are inherently masculine used in a toxic, unhealthy, or negative way. And I'll give some examples. So something like overaggression. So starting unnecessary fights, or an extreme example would be like domestic violence. Unhealthy sexual behaviors like inappropriate hypersexuality or sexual acts, habitual cheating, and even homophobia. Possessiveness over their partners, so extreme jealousy, tracking their partner's location, not allowing their partner to see friends without him attending, and a lack of emotional intelligence is another example. So if like a guy is worried about being seen as feminine, so he's kind of lacking in the emotional intelligence department, that's like another example. And then even some excessive or obsessive behaviors like an obsession with money or sex to an unhealthy degree could be an example of toxic masculinity. But remember, so in order for these behaviors to be in the toxic masculinity category, they need to be done by a man specifically because he believes that this behavior is connected to his manhood in some way. So like a man who cheats on his girlfriend, maybe because he was young and in love with some girl and didn't know what to do, isn't necessarily toxic masculinity. Whereas a guy who cheats on his girlfriends because he thinks that's just something normal for men to do, that would be toxic masculinity. Or like, sorry, okay. I hate reading. I hate the intros, okay.
It's okay.
I'm gonna take a breath, okay. So a guy who gets into like a few fights throughout his lifetime, that's not necessarily toxic masculinity, but if he is doing it because if he's just like unnecessarily starting fights to prove his manhood, that would be a example of toxic masculinity. So sorry, now I lost. Okay, so yeah, it's again acting on toxic or unhealthy behavior to prove or display masculinity. There are plenty of non-toxic, completely healthy and natural masculine behaviors. What matters is how they are being used. I also believe in toxic femininity. There are plenty of feminine behaviors that women use in toxic or unhealthy ways, but society has yet to really use the term, and I personally would like to see this talked about more, but that's kind of a different discussion. So I just want to make it clear that the term toxic masculinity is not to demonize masculine traits. It is a way to describe how some men abuse certain masculine traits, which are sometimes perpetuated in our society and normalized. And normalizing toxic masculinity actually hurts men. So when we normalize toxic masculine traits or behavior in society and make excuses like boys will be boys or use their gender to excuse these negative behaviors, this actually hurts men. Rather, we should be teaching boys how to channel their masculine traits into healthy, positive, appropriate, and useful ways. But when we start to normalize toxic masculinity and perpetuate the idea that these bad behaviors are solely attributed to their manhood, I see this as an insult to men. Like, men are so primal, they can't help themselves, they have no self-control, etc., which is obviously not true. So, and then lastly, when I say toxic in this context, I'm using it to describe something that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others. So why would we normalize behavior or traits that set men back and claim it's normal due to their gender, rather than teaching them all the positive traits about masculinity and how many good things it can be used for? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Ghosty. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think that was fantastically well said. I agree with pretty much everything there. Also, it's good to see everybody.
Stop
so
saying
let's-
Ryan.
What?
Nothing. I was saying it's good to see you, Ryan. I got your teeth, by the way.
Oh, stop
Thanks,
it.
buddy.
It's nobody's statement.
Good evening. We often find profound truths in unexpected places. Consider Shrek, the grumpy, isolated ogre living in his swamp. On the surface, it's a fairy tale parody, but look closer, and we see a narrative that resonates deeply with the struggles many men face concerning isolation, self-perception, and the fundamental need for connection. Shrek begins his story deliberately alone, believing, as he says, people judge me before they even know me. That's why I'm better off alone. He builds walls, embraces solitude, a defense mechanism against anticipated rejection. This mirrors a pattern recognized in research. Societal pressures often push men towards a strong and silent ideal, leading them to suppress vulnerability, avoid seeking help, and sometimes preferring isolation over the risk of judgment. This isn't just a fairy tale trope. It reflects a documented rise in male loneliness, sometimes called a silent epidemic, linked to poor mental health outcomes and also suicidal ideations. Shrek, like many men, has layers. He's like an onion, complex beneath his gruff exterior, hiding pain and a longing to be truly seen. This brings us to our first core point, grounded in observation and research. Certain specific interpretations and rigid applications of masculine norms, like the pressure for absolute emotional stoicism, the avoidance of vulnerability, or equating strength solely with toughness, demonstrably lead to negative consequences. These consequences include harm to oneself, manifesting as isolation, anxiety, depression, and reluctance to seek help. They include harm to others through strained relationships, difficulty connecting, or even aggression born from unprocessed pain. And they hinder the well-being of our communities. Shrek's initial misery, his pushing away of Donkey's persistent friendship, his very belief that he must be alone, these illustrate the harmful outcomes of these specific rigid patterns. Now here's our crucial point of common ground, our second premise. None of us desire these negative outcomes. Whether we prioritize secular values or Christian values, we can still unite around essential values like well-being, empathy, love, stewardship, and respect for human dignity. And building on that shared foundation, we can also find ourselves sharing a fundamental rejection of unnecessary harm, isolation, disrespect, and the lack of self-control that fuels destructive behavior. Shrek himself, after pushing everyone away following the misunderstanding with Fiona, realizes he's utterly miserable. His own experience tells him that isolation born from fear and rigidity is undesirable. We, as observers, root for him not to stay alone, but to connect. We intrinsically value connection, healthy relationships, and individual flourishing. Therefore, our conclusion, and the core of my position tonight, is this. When we use the term toxic masculinity, we're not condemning masculinity itself, nor are we attacking men. Instead, we're using a specific term to identify those particular harmful distortions and rigid applications of masculine norms that produce the negative consequences we all agree are undesirable. It's a diagnostic label for patterns, like Shrek's initial fear-driven isolation and emotional suppression, patterns that demonstrably cause harm. Addressing these specific distortions, differentiating healthy assertiveness from harmful domination, distinguishing emotional resilience from crippling emotional suppression, separating responsible protection from possessive control, is not about weakening men. It's about fostering healthier individuals capable of genuine connection, like Shrek eventually finds with Donkey and Fiona. It's about building stronger families and communities, goals aligned across diverse ethical frameworks. Shrek's journey wasn't about becoming less of an ogre. It was about shedding the toxic patterns born of fear and societal judgment to embrace authentic connection and self-acceptance, ultimately finding happiness not in solitude, but in community. Our goal tonight should be similar, to identify these harmful patterns constructively, drawing on shared values so we can explore pathways towards healthier expressions of masculinity that benefit everyone.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Neo, to you. You're muted.
Apologies, it's my first debate. First and foremost, Sara, thank you for hosting this debate. Thank you for Andrew filling in last minute, and thank you to our debate partners here. I don't really have a super long opening statement. I wrote a couple of things last minute because I was working all day, but I will read it out loud, and then I'll yield the rest of my time over to Andrew. So today I stand against the idea of toxic masculinity, not because I deny the existence of harmful behaviors in our society, but because I believe that the term itself is misleading, divisive, and counterproductive. The term toxic masculinity unfairly paints masculinity as inherently dangerous, when in reality, traits like strength, leadership, and stoicism can be powerful forces for good, rather than targeting specific harmful behaviors like violence or emotional repression. The term broadly attaches blame, stigmatizes boys and men who are simply trying to understand who they are in this confusing world. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Bad behavior is bad behavior, no matter who exhibits it. But by labeling it as masculine, we shut down meaningful conversation and alienate the very people we should be empowering. Masculinity is not the enemy. Oversimplifying labels are. And that's all I have on that. But I will say, in short, the idea of men being inherently toxic, I will always stand against that, just because I, by myself, am a man. And I don't believe that I am a toxic person, nor do I believe that many of the other people that surround us in this world are toxic. I simply think we are who we are. We exist in this broad spectrum that a lot of people don't seem to understand, nor take the time to really properly understand us. And I'm hoping that tonight we are able to have a pretty good conversation here and see what this is all really about. So with that, I yield the rest of my time to Andrew.
Thank you, Neo. Andrew, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Toxic masculinity is an 80s term from a bunch of crazy ass spiritualists who worked it into the public consciousness. Later, the term was proliferated by a bunch of feminists and psychologists, but ultimately, for the sake of time, let me reduce its meaning. Toxic masculinity just means behavior in men which lacks some perception of appropriate or reasonable by fucking women. That's it. Generally, this is based around empathy and not having enough empathy to placate whatever idiot harpy is upset with their behavior. That's it. That's all it is. We could easily say toxic femininity, which would be the traits and characteristics of women which have made their behavior suboptimal from a man's perspective, would be saying the same thing in reverse. Let me introduce you to a different term which fits better: social carnage. When women and men who act like women are referring and talking about toxic masculinity, they're actually referring to this term, social carnage. Men engage in social carnage as part of not only masculinity, but as a part of what they actually are based on physiology. Examples of, quote, toxic masculinity, which is actually social carnage, would be things like the open palm slap to a woman's rear they were in a relationship with, causing her some kind of physical pain for the man's own personal amusement. Getting your first BB gun and shooting indiscriminately every bird you can find because it's really fucking fun. Creating a diabolical trap for an evil raccoon or squirrel that has been feeding on your birdseed dispenser, where said diabolical trap has a maze of corridors filled with additional ways for the critter to die horribly, which they must evade, only to, in the end, find out it was never going to escape, but you had a conibear trap laid there too, and it was always going to slam shut, crushing the little bastard's skull. Then you jump out and you do the ha ha ha, you little fucker dance, which goes like this: ha ha ha, you little fucker, I fucking killed you, ha 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 ha. Now, while you know, some woman somewhere is looking on disapprovingly, social carnage includes hazing, moderate bullying, shit talking, being reasonably mean, being somewhat churlish. Okay, includes all those things. Disagreeable, laughing occasionally at the misfortunes of horrible people, and sometimes laughing at the misfortunes of your own friends, causing people a bit of distress for your own personal amusement. While driving down the road, swerving slightly for the raccoon, which everybody knows is 10 points, while your wife calls you a monster and you laugh at her. That, my friends, is social carnage. And we fucking need it real bad. Understand, men are a necessary component in society, specifically because they can handle violence without becoming emotionally invested. They can even look at killing as just a job and turn it on and off. Sometimes it will. This behavior assists men in finding the limits of what is socially acceptable among other men, so we understand how to properly execute our roles as protectors, providers, resource gatherers, and processors. I'll never forget my first time in a kill plant listening to pigs screaming at the top of their lungs while being summarily dispatched by a guy who was talking about how he can't wait to take his son out for a football game this weekend. The casual way he went about slaughtering the food, which would later fill society's belly, while at the same time only thinking about the future of his family, should put this in perspective for you. Men are uniquely equipped for that role, and women aren't. They don't understand the complexity of how men perceive empathy and the social duties we have, instead, finding our ability to turn off our empathy, including towards them for the betterment of society and others, as being, quote, toxic. It isn't toxic. It is necessary social carnage, of which women and children are the primary beneficiaries. And women should honestly just shut their fucking mouths about it because they clearly don't understand it. And that's fine. You don't need to understand it. You just need to get out of the way. Behaviors or traits which are masculine used in an unhealthy way. Okay. You can just say that that's definitionally true about any term that you come up with and call it whatever you want. It's a proprietary, you're making up a proprietary term. So here, I'll say toxic masculinity is anybody named Ghosty. Therefore, you are now toxically masculine for my proprietary definition. It's a stupid argument. They say homophobia. Homophobia is toxic masculinity. According to who? According to who? You? Who makes you the fucking authority on what is toxic masculinity? Nobody. That's who. And by the way, homophobia is often fucking based and is part of in-group preference. It is part of the things which are necessary for the good conditioning of a social society. They bring on lack of emotional intelligence. Doesn't mean fucking anything. Emotional intelligence is stupid and it means nothing. What do? Do we get together with a bunch of women and ask them if they feel heard? Is that what emotional intelligence is? Do we come up with a little testy test where we have how do you measure that? How do I measure empathy? What is the unit of measurement that I would use for this? They're just trying to make the term toxic masculinity definitionally true. Progressives do this all the time. I'm going to completely dismantle it. Also, Ryan, Shrek didn't do anything wrong. A bunch of feminized fairy tale creatures tried to steal his shit, and he still went on to fulfill his great duty. What was wrong with Shrek wanting to be alone? And also, you failed to point out that his broad lied to him about being cursed so that Shrek would have to marry a monster, Ryan. You didn't point that out, Ryan. That was a very important plot point, which you omitted, which proved that there was no such thing as toxic masculinity in Shrek. It was a diabolical plot by a bunch of feminized fairy tale creatures, along with a heartless woman who was willing to lie to get her way in a marriage that she desired for her own personal benefit. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much kindly. And don't forget, I believe everybody here is dual streaming. If you can like, subscribe, and share on any of their ends, I believe the mods will be dropping their channels in the chat throughout the evening. We will go into the debate. We will read and respond to super chats after closing statements, and then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Outside of that, I leave the floor to all of you. It is open.
If I can just real quick, and I'm going to yield the floor to Ghosty after this, but I just want to address the Shrek criticisms. It's funny that you accuse me of leaving out core details about the story, but you don't even mention Lord Farquaad either, the villain of the movie. And you accuse Fiona of lying to Shrek to marry him, which is not at all what happened in that movie.
Do you know why, though? Hang on, I actually have a good reason for this.
She was revealed to be an ogre well before Shrek and her actually really connected in a romantic way.
Okay, hang on, Ryan.
Was going off to marry Farquaad still after that point. So
yeah, let me.
She didn't even want to go marry Farquaad, so she actually wasn't using her lies about being an ogre to get married. She actually didn't want to go marry Farquaad for most of the movie.
But she did. So here's what actually happened. Your foolish revisionist history. The entire time, Pixar pointed out that Lord Farquaad was short. They were making fun. Movie, they were whatever. They were making fun of Farquaad the entire time for being a tiny man, right, with great ambitions. They were clowning on him the entire time. What did they do to criticize Fiona for the fact that she basically was trying to hide the fact that she was an ogre to advance her own political agenda? Nothing. In fact, they made her out to be some sort of hero, justified all of her actions while making, of course, the hero of the story, in this case, Lord Farquaad, who wanted to get rid of a bunch of nutcases and lunatics and people who could cast witchcraft spells in his kingdom out. They made him out to be a villain, called him short, did horrible things, right? in order to besmirch the fine name of this man, while at the same time trying to cover Fiona for her evil deeds of trying to hide the fact that she was an ogre, right? And was only using this guy to get married to him to break her own curse. You didn't even point that out once, Ryan. Not once.
I don't know. I thought the Shrek example was a pretty good analogy, but we could go into that whole movie maybe, but yeah.
By the way, that was a Reddit thread. You got that? I was reading the Reddit thread.
Did it really? I used AI to
Ryan. Yeah, it came from a Reddit
thoughts,
thread. You should just Google it. It's the first thing that pops up. Yeah, it's
That's
a Reddit
fine. I don't
thread
care,
about. It's called Shrek deconstructing toxic masculinity.
Cool. Someone drew the analogy before I thought to ask
from
my,
Redditors,
Jeremy to
Ryan.
make it. But it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Like the
Steve,
best
please.
part of that movie is Donkey, and Donkey is like bringing Shrek out of those like toxic traits that he had, where he was pushing everybody away. Again, lack of emotional intelligence.
Why was that? Okay, so let's get into
So
these.
he wouldn't
two
live
things.
alone. He could like experience love.
What's wrong with him living alone?
Well, I mean, we are social creatures. Like, it's
Well,
not
he's an
healthy to
ogre.
live by yourself.
He's an ogre.
Okay, this is like an analogy, though, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
You think
within
Shrek
the
was,
confines.
like, fooled into the marriage? Like,
No,
you
within
don't-
the
you think he
confines.
didn't want that at the end?
Do you think Shrek
Within
was
the
happy?
confines.
Found connection
Are you
and
going to let me
happiness,
answer
yeah.
a question? Or you're just going to ask him?
I mean, I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, in the analogy here, this is really simple, right? What is wrong with a guy wanting to be stoic and living alone? What's wrong with that?
Well, for the movie, like, Shrek was way happier after he had like a community and marriage and kids and friends and
Yeah,
stuff.
that's
right?
called plot convenience.
So don't you think humans are kind of like meant to procreate and have relationships and stuff like that?
Yeah,
So,
except for the ones who want to be left alone and live by
sure,
themselves.
and I guess that's fine, but
What's toxic about it? It's my question.
it's not.
Well, I would say the
Go
thing
ahead,
that was
yeah.
supporting the toxic perspective of masculinity was like he'd really internalized the rejection that he'd experienced from society. Again, I brought up the quote about him saying, "I'm an awful ogre, or I'm an ugly ogre," like wanted everyone to run away scared from him, you know. And he was kind of engaging with this in a harmful way, where he was pushing anyone who could have connected with him away, like Donkey, for example, who he eventually becomes great friends with after Donkey expresses
never
a
friends
very
with
accepting, positive example of masculinity to him through friendship, which I think all of us value friendship.
They're not friends. He doesn't even like him. He never
What?
likes him. He never even likes him through the second movie. He just tolerates him. That's one. And then secondly,
I disagree.
let's point out something that's pretty simple here, right? Oh, so people were trying to hunt down this guy and kill him. So he decided that he wanted to live alone and he didn't like people very much. That's actually not toxic. That would be healthy. That would be a
No,
healthy
he had a
thing
bunch
to
of people
do.
who were living in his swamp who were, I mean, they were kind of annoying, I guess you could say.
You mean
But-
people who were trying to steal his property?
Well, I think the
of.
whole point is that
Farquaad was trying to steal his property.
Well, okay. By putting people on his property who were then living there and he wanted them off his property. Yeah.
Yeah, displacing them.
Yeah, I think I would be pretty annoyed if I just woke up tomorrow, don't you, Ryan, and there was 25 people on your property?
No doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if some
No,
Would it be
short
would it
asshole
be
over there
toxic
pushing
of
there.
you to want them to leave so that you could live by yourself if you wanted to?
Not necessarily,
No.
but if it was if I used that my rejection of community based on my own internalized trauma from my past of being rejected by that society to avoid connection with those people or with anybody, then that might be toxic.
What if you
right?
just don't want? What if you don't want connection with people? That's still not toxic. You haven't actually shown me how
It
that's
doesn't-
toxic. You just assert that it is. So, like, let's say you're traumatized and don't want
do
anything
you think
to do
that
with
men
the
commit
community.
suicide more than women?
Yeah, but you know why? It's because they're better at
Why?
it. They actually do it. They actually attempt it at the same rates. Look it up. They attempt it at the same rates.
Yeah,
It's
women
just that-
actually attempt higher. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that men use pistols, and so their success rate is much higher because they actually
So
know
we
how
have
to use them. If
mental health
women
crisis with
actually
men, no?
needed,
Or do you
well,
disagree?
no, actually, women suffer from mental health problems at exorbitant amounts in comparison to men. It's not even in the same universe. It's much higher for women. Much higher for women.
Yeah,
they-
I don't know.
Are they
about
more
that, but-
likely to seek help or not?
Women? Sure.
So the whole point is that it's not it's not like a man who lives by himself because he has PTSD or something. He doesn't want to be around somebody. That's not necessarily like toxic to society. But if you want to live like a healthy life, I don't think anybody wants to like it's not a good idea to have people in isolation. That's just not healthy for humans in
Unless
general.
they want to be in isolation.
But if you're doing that out of like trauma, like you're traumatized and you have PTSD, you don't want to be around people, that means you're just living in a mentally unhealthy state. So again,
do you know that there are men, for instance, who have to necessarily brave the brutals of warfare, and when they do, right, oftentimes there is no treatment. You can talk about treatment all you want, but you can't actually treat them. It doesn't matter if you give them pills. Doesn't matter how much you talk to them. Doesn't matter how much you have them in groups. And so a lot of those men end up isolating themselves, or they isolate themselves and their families both, right? And they kind of move away from general society and this type of thing because they actually know that they're quite dangerous. And so they isolate themselves from the group. This is very common. Men have been doing this, by the way, for thousands of years. You can go back and look at the literature on this for men who come back from war and isolate themselves for just this reason, because they know that they have impulse control issues, which came from warfare, things like this. Is that toxic?
So I have a lot of military family, and a lot of people who have served overseas in various extents, and it seems like to me, at least from my perspective, that they seem to find a lot of comfort in like a fraternity with others who served alongside them, right? That community, that sense of community, is very, very important to
Ryan,
them.
Ryan,
without
you're
that,
not
I think
answering
they
to
would
my
have a lot more
criticism.
issues. Yeah,
I agree with you that there are groups.
Oh, cool.
And there are things. Stop. And there are things about PTSD and things like this, which it seems to be helpful to have group support and things like this for some people. But for other people, it does nothing for them. Nothing. Because psychology is the study of the mind, not the study of the fucking brain. It's the study of the mind. It's a theoretical, philosophical science. It's not a hard science. It's a soft science. It's made up shit. It's group
well, the
counseling.
distinction between soft and hard science isn't actually, you're not standing on very solid ground there. They use the scientific method in the quote unquote soft sciences to collect data.
Yeah, that's true, Ryan. Interestingly, it's interesting that you say that. Have you ever heard of a thing called the replication crisis?
I'm aware.
Yeah, and what two fields suffer the most in the replication crisis in science?
Presumably psychology and I'm not sure what the other, sociology.
Sociology, yeah, sociology and psychology. Why is that? I thought they were employing the scientific
it doesn't really matter.
method
It doesn't
based
mean you
on
can just
data.
dismiss. That doesn't mean you can just dismiss the entire field, right?
Well, I don't know, Ryan. If you had a 70% failure rate, right? If I were to offer you, I don't know, a whole thing of M&Ms and told you only 70% of them were poison, would you eat any?
Yeah, but that's not what we're doing. We're looking at we're looking at specific, like if we look at specific studies, we're looking at data that was collected, seeing the process of how that data was collected, and analyzing that specifically.
Yeah, the problem is that when they try to replicate that data, Ryan, when they try to replicate it, they can't replicate it. Even with the same control groups and the same scientists, they can't replicate it. That's what the replication crisis is. And they tried.
So
they've tried to go through with. They've tried to go through with meta-analysis to try to solve this. They haven't solved it, and it's not even really getting better, Ryan, because it's not a real science. Sociology and psychology, not real sciences. Yes, it's true that you can use forms of the scientific method to collect data for fucking anything on planet Earth, by the way, which would include this field. That doesn't mean that you're employing the scientific process, and here's why. What's the first step in the scientific method, Ryan?
You tell me.
What's the first step?
I don't know. I don't know any science.
Well, okay. What's the scientific method? Can you tell me that? Can you just tell me the scientific method?
We're not here to talk about the scientific method, are we?
Can you tell me the scientific method or not, Ryan?
No, I'm not going to.
No? You can't tell me the scientific. So you're going to tell me about science. You can't. Okay. Well, the first step is observation. Do you agree with that?
Sure. So are we going to walk through the scientific method, or are we going to talk about the fact that initially you just said that the thing that we were identifying was true? It's just redefined. You just redefined it as social carnage. So you accepted from the get-go.
No. I think that you redefined
the thing that people are identifying
social
as
carnage.
Masculinity. You agreed right out the gate. That
which people? Which people?
Well, I have a point to make.
Wait, hang on, Ryan. Which people?
No, I yield my time.
No, Ryan, answer my question. Which people?
I don't have to.
I think you're just making a fallacious argument.
Please calm down, Andrew.
I think you're just making an argument ad populum.
Okay, so I kind of want to tie this back to where.
Yeah, go ahead, Ghosty.
So, The point is, you're saying that these men, and I want to move on from this after this, it's kind of like a rabbit hole, but these men who are living in isolation because they have PTSD or whatever, that them living in isolation isn't necessarily toxic, but you would admit that they are living in isolation due to like an unhealthy mind. Like they have PTSD, they have trauma, right? That's why they're living in.
We don't know what a healthy mind. We don't know what a healthy mind looks like.
You just admitted that they said they could be a danger to society. So that's
all we
why
can do,
they're
no,
living.
all we
so
can do is
therefore, they are not they're automatically not healthy.
Listen. I'll answer your questions, but if you ask me one and I start to answer it, and then you overwrite it, I can't answer it. So I'm just letting you know. So you asked me a question.
Okay, you can answer.
Okay, so you're not answering. Okay. If you're not asking a question,
she was finishing the part of the question, but go ahead, Andrew.
I'll just answer your question, right? What happens is when sometimes people ask a question and put their own qualifiers on it and engage in their own form of fallacy called question begging, where what they do is they essentially in question begging, you're putting the conclusion of the argument in the premise itself, which is, I mean, it's absurd. So backing up, let's just look at this. What I'm saying to you is very simple. That you don't know what a healthy mind looks like because to you, minds don't even exist. A mind doesn't even exist. It's just a brain. That's all you consider a mind to be. If that is the case, you don't even know what a healthy brain looks like. We don't know what healthy chemical compounds in a brain do or don't look like. Everybody has different brains, and you could have a person who has a brain which he was a psychopath and it appears to be completely normal, or you could have 5 psychopaths who have a brain that looks X way. And then you take another person who's not a psychopath's brain, it looks exactly like that.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
You can't make a determination about what even a healthy brain is.
But in this society, we can deem what is
behavior.
We can deem behaviors that are healthy, right, for society.
And who gets to determine that?
I mean, society, I guess. Like,
okay, society's determining it.
So if somebody can't live in a group because they think they're dangerous or they have PTSD or something, they are that would be an unhealthy person in this context, right? So automatically, like, again, I don't know if I would call that toxic masculinity, but if somebody's living by themselves because they feel they're dangerous, that wouldn't be an example of the healthiest person in a society.
So Ghosty, let us assume for a moment you agree with me that war is a necessary condition of humanity, at least so far in our history.
I mean, ideally before not,
you,
yes.
before you continue on, I just want to point out that the topic is a little shifted outside of the dynamics of the prompt. So I want you to go ahead and finish this little variation of it, but I would like to bring it back. I know it's on topic.
Toxic masculinity itself is arbitrary, and so they're trying to give examples of what it is, and I'm trying to refute those examples.
Right.
So example one, when it comes to this, if it's a necessary condition of war or of the human experience, there's going to be war. If somebody is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and cannot be treated for it, Ghosty, they can't be treated. All treatment has failed, so they self-isolate.
So they're an unhealthy person.
What would you do with them, Ghosty?
I mean, if they want to live by themselves, that's fine. And again, I'm not
saying... Then that sounds perfectly healthy to me.
That's toxic masculinity.
So they're fulfilling their societal role then? Is that what you're saying to me? They're fulfilling their societal and social role?
I mean, I guess in that, like, I don't know. I don't see it that way.
You don't know?
If they literally cannot get better, which I don't know if that's even true.
Oh, yeah. Well, so psychology doesn't cure anybody.
But
there's nobody gets cured.
Okay, well,
because there's no disease. There's no disease process. It's not a disease, right? You don't, like, your depression's it's not a disease. So if you have a person who you're treating who responds to no treatment and then self-isolates, it sounds like they're fulfilling their role for societal expectation just fine to me. It doesn't sound like they're unhealthy by your standards. What would be toxic about that?
Again, I'm not saying it's necessarily toxic, but I'm saying that example you're giving isn't like an example of a healthy person. So the example is kind of mute. There's really no point to talking about it.
Then why'd you bring it up as an example of toxic masculinity?
Well, you brought up the war guy in isolation.
That was your specific example.
So
no, it was your Shrek example.
Yeah, this all started with Shrek,
That's
and then
different
Andrew.
kinds of trauma.
Hold on. It started
Yeah, go
with
ahead, Sarah.
Shrek, and then Andrew pointed out why he isolated himself. He broke
So
down
let's
what you
look-
were saying about
Because
it, and
society
then
rejected him.
Yeah,
Shrek
so
wasn't
let's
a war
look-
victim. Yeah.
He went to war.
Yeah, so
right?
let's
Yeah.
look. So let's look at your ideas. Well, he was suffering from very similar post-traumatic stress disorder that you
do
would
you
see from somebody who was in a war.
Do you disagree
Very
with
similar.
my definition of toxic masculinity? I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think that social carnage fits it better.
Okay, so you agree that the underlying thing exists, and I guess I mean debate one by that standard at least, so we can move on to
I
whatever
agree
else.
that social carnage exists and is a necessary conditional for humanity and is good.
What is social carnage? I don't know what that means.
But I literally spent my whole opening defining it for you. Would you like me to pull it back up for you? Or would you like examples
explain what
of
you
it?
meant by it a little bit in a more conversational manner, right?
Yeah, so social carnage would be behavior which women consider to be suboptimal in men and toxic.
So to translate, I believe like men would in theory view this as normal behavior. This is just what they do.
And
Like
you
he gave
consider
the
it to be toxic.
example, right? He gave the example of like shooting the squirrel with the BB gun and the
Okay.
ha 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 fuck you, whatever.
Mhm.
Whereas a woman
Is that
would look
toxic?
at that. A woman would look at
Not
that and
necessarily.
get the ick
When
from
I'm
it.
driving
right?
down the road and I swerve to hit the raccoon and my wife is freaking out and I'm like, ha 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 ha
I think
ha.
if you do that on purpose,
that toxic?
I personally
Is that toxic?
think that's
Yeah,
toxic. but-
maybe
Okay.
that might
Can you
suggest some underlying.
Can you hang
yeah.
on? Can you scientifically break down how that's toxic? Why is that toxic?
I think it would suggest an eagerness to engage in violence in a way that is probably unproductive for engaging with society. But I mean,
It seems-
if
it seems
that's,
highly
if that's the way
productive.
if that's the way
Well-
you want to engage, I just think you're going to run into more conflict if you embrace that in more situations than not.
What conflict? Usually the guy behind me, he swerves too because he wants to make sure it's dead.
Oh my god.
What do you mean?
Oh my god.
And by the way, that's what you
Fantastic. You're
call.
fostering
Hang on, that's what you
community,
call pickup points. So if I get 10 points for the initial hit and it's not dead and it's still like dragging across the road, and then the guy behind me swerves to take it out completely, he picks up 20 points. Now that
I
fucker
mean,
and me are
it's
in
a
a
funny bit,
contest.
but you're not really addressing anything, right?
No, I am. I'm asking you why that's toxic. Prove it's toxic. Prove it.
I mean, I think I just said that, like, if you are seeking, it could suggest, I'm not saying it necessarily does, I'm saying it could suggest an eagerness to engage in violence where violence isn't necessary.
Especially
What
in
do
a
you-
car,
well, hang on,
where you're,
hang on,
where
wait,
you're, like,
wait, what do you mean
endangering the lives
necessary?
of other people.
Wait, what do you mean necessary? This is exactly what I mean by social carnage. I think that men have a standard for when necessary is that women do not have. I think, for instance, if a guy's talking shit to me about my wife and I smack him across the mouth, that was necessary. However, you could make the argument it was unnecessary, couldn't you, Ryan?
So it was necessary to put the people who are in the car's lives in danger to kill a raccoon on the road.
Their
for
lives
no
weren't in
reason?
danger. Their lives weren't in danger.
I mean, you don't
So
know
you're
what could
swerving
happen.
to hit the
Yeah.
Yeah, you give it a slight
There
swerve.
could be a pedestrian walking or something that you didn't see.
Yeah, there's no
There could be-
pedestrian.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, you do know that because you have eyeballs.
Well,
I
if
don't
you
know.
don't
I don't know
see
about you,
them-
but when I'm
if you
driving,
don't
I can
see
see
them,
pedestrians.
There's blind spots. There's tons of things.
Yeah,
that
that's
could
a
happen.
condition of driving, period. I could not see a pedestrian, I guess, who's right in front
Okay,
of me,
but
too.
if you're purposely swerving to kill an innocent animal for no reason, I think that's
Innocent?
pretty unnecessary.
Innocent. Raccoons are killers.
Now we're debating
Well,
the innocence of a squirrel
an-
instead
an
of talking
innoc-
about the question of the
innocent
debate.
Raccoons
versus-
are murdering
innocent-
psychopaths.
Innocent versus like a bear that's coming
No,
to
no, wait a
kill
second.
you.
I
Like,
am helping society. Raccoons are psychopathic lunatics who steal, they rob, they kill with wild abandon, they kill chickens, they steal eggs, they put families' livelihoods at risk.
what are you
I
talking?
am doing my part as a member of the community. What we have done is we have decided to play a game in order to help keep the population of these fucking vermin down. And so when you see one, you smack them, you take them out, right? And it helps thin them out. And so what we did was we took this trait that you would consider to be violent or
I live in the
psychopathic.
city.
Hang
I
on, hang
walk
on.
up to
Or
raccoons
hang
like
on,
on a
listen,
daily
listen.
basis. They're
You don't
not-
walk up to
they're fine.
raccoons in this city. But anyway.
Are you kidding? They're literally
Yeah,
in
take
the
a video
street
next time.
everywhere.
Yeah, you go pet a raccoon, take a video
I
next
don't
time.
pet
But anyway,
them.
yeah,
I'm not
anyway,
against
so
hunting or
so let
anything,
me
so I
finish
don't-
my
you know.
point. My point is that here's what happens because these things are such a plague, right? What we do out here in the country is we play a little game, right? Where we kill the shit out of these little bastards every time we see them. Huge social good, by the way. Helps preserve people's livelihoods, helps keep chickens alive, helps keep their eggs intact, right? But from your view, it'd be toxic as fuck, even though it actually serves a greater purpose.
In
Right,
car.
serves a
think
greater
either of us
purpose.
actually
And what I'm
asserted
saying
it
by
was necessary
necessary social carnage is you don't understand that portion of why men's behavior is this way. Men's behavior is not always altogether apparent to women who don't see
Andrew,
the bigger picture,
you
or let
literally
me finish, or feminine men who don't see the bigger picture, don't understand that men can use what you consider to be toxic masculinity is actually social carnage, which is good for society generally.
You said that
And
3
it
times.
exists.
But you literally said the reason
Social
you were
carnage
doing
exists.
it, the reason you were running over the raccoon wasn't for society goodness or to help the chicken and the eggs and shit. It was to get 10 points and laugh
Yeah.
at your wife who yelled at you.
Yeah, but it still serves a greater purpose. So what? So what if I
That's not the
enjoyed the
reason-
process of running the little bastard over? What does that have to do
You're
with
just
anything?
adding on other things to try to make it seem
To try to
necessary.
explain to you that the things that you consider to be toxic actually serve a greater good. Same thing with aggression in men. Same thing with men who are willing to commit to violence for various actions at various times, even though you think it might not be justified because you may hurt your feelings. Let me ask you this, Ghosty. If you were out with your boyfriend, right, and a guy walked over and he started calling you a bunch of names. Let's say he called you like just the most horrible shit you could imagine, but he didn't touch you. He didn't touch you. He didn't put his hands on you. Should your boyfriend defend your honor?
It's honestly not even worth it.
He shouldn't defend your honor?
I mean, it depends on the situation, but in most cases, I would say it's just not worth it to get into these. Like, I
So
just
what
don't
if the
give a
guy
fuck.
looks at him and he says,
doesn't give a
you're not
fuck.
even going to protect your woman's honor? I could just talk to her like this, bro?
Yeah, our egos aren't that. We don't care. We'll just walk away.
So
and go
your
have a good
boyfriend
time.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
your
I don't know
boyfriend
that
wouldn't
the
care?
like the
No.
idea that like not engaging in violence in that situation is like a
Okay.
shameful thing. I think.
Hang
is-
on.
is
That's
kind of more
totally fair.
embarrassing. Like,
Totally fair.
You're giving the control
Can-
over to that guy who's like
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to provoke you. Like,
Yeah.
I
which
get
is a
it,
very
Ryan.
weak-minded thing to do,
Ryan,
right?
I get it. So I'll just ask you the same
Apparently
question.
not, I don't know.
Let's say that Ghosty is your girlfriend, okay? And you were out with her on the town, and some guy was just being horrible to her and calling her all sorts of names and besmirching her honor. Would you?
I've been out
Would
in
you
town
do
with
Ryan?
women,
Would you do
and-
something?
yes.
Would you do something about it?
Yeah, I speak up when I'm in situations like that. Yes,
So you're going to speak up,
yes.
but that could lead to violence, Ryan.
It could if someone else initiates it, but I'm less likely to.
So that's
Yeah,
why,
but
like,
hang on. You just speaking up can initiate violence, Ryan. Like
That's
if you
why I
hadn't
said
said
it depends.
anything, if you hadn't said
Not necessarily.
anything, wait, how's you speaking up going to defuse violence?
It doesn't necessarily, but it can. I'm pretty. I don't know. I've been in a lot of situations where I've been pretty decent at de-escalating the situation. I think a good amount of emotional intelligence can help with that. So that's another thing.
Emotional
That's why I
intelligence.
said
Rejected by
it depends. You have
Mhm.
to be able to read the situation. Like, is this person super drunk and they seem like they're trying to start a fight, or are they just like walking by and saying shit? And you can tell you can like say something back. And
What
they're
if he
probably
grabbed
just
her
gonna keep
ass, Ryan?
walking.
What if he was walking by and he grabbed her ass? What would you do then?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. You're not sure what you would do if a guy went over and grabbed your woman's ass. You're not sure what you would do.
I might get in
I'd
his
probably
face.
smack him.
Yeah.
I'd
Well, here's the
rather me
thing.
smack
Here's the
him
thing,
than my
Ryan.
boyfriend.
Let me just ask you this last question, and then I'll submit myself to your inquiry. Do you think that a woman who you're out with, who gets her ass grabbed by a random guy, she turns around, is confronting him, and you aren't sure what to do, and another guy walks over and says, "Hey, fucker," and lays his ass out, who do you think she's going home with that night, Ryan? You or that guy?
Probably still me.
Okay. And you are, for the record, Brian.
I
you
mean,
are,
I've
record,
never been in a
Ryan-
situation where I felt
Yeah,
like my relationship with
But for the
a
record,
partner
Ryan,
was gonna change in
Yeah,
one
yeah.
quick moment because
the
of
record,
an assault.
yeah,
you
yeah.
know?
For the record, though, Ryan, you are single, right?
Currently, yeah, but I spent like 10 years not being single.
Mm-hmm.
And I do also, Neo, you're an excellent partner for Andrew, letting him take all the mic time. But I do want to let you know you can chime in at any time, and if you want to engage, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I actually wanted to ask Ghosty a question based off of her opening statement. Some of your descriptions for toxic masculinity, I felt lent themselves to general human traits as a whole. For example, you use the example of cheating and wanting to know somebody's location on their phone. Is that something that's solely a masculine trait, or do women exhibit those same behaviors as well?
No, it's not solely masculine. So I added on that if a guy is doing this for the reason of like to prove his manhood, or because so like if a guy is cheating on women, that doesn't necessarily mean it's like toxic masculinity, but once he's doing it because he's like, well, I'm a man and this is just what men do and I'm allowed to do this because I'm a man, that would be toxic masculinity. And same with the possessiveness. If a guy feels like he has to be possessive over his woman because he feels like, I'm the man, I can't have other like she can't hang out with other guys or have like guy friends, or
Yeah, but do women exhibit those same traits?
yeah, and they could be seen, that could be done under toxic femininity too.
So it's not predominantly a male thing, right?
It's not only men, no.
Okay, so but in the context in which you were using it in your opening statement, it was a part of what you would consider toxic masculinity to be.
If he's doing it to like prove his masculinity or display his manlyhood or something like that, yeah.
Do you believe that men as a whole are toxic?
No.
Okay. Do you feel safe when you walk down the street?
I mean, I'm kind of like more of like a careless person. I've been in like a lot of situations, so I just don't really care as much. Usually I feel safe there. Sometimes I don't feel safe depending on the situation, but I do feel safer with a guy with me, yeah.
Okay, because sometimes I feel that when people are describing traits of what's quote unquote toxic masculinity, there's a lot of things that get lost in the shuffle. You're basically saying that this is inherent in who they are and their personalities, but yeah, sure, men might be quicker to violence than women, but women also have their own traits. For example, their innuendo, reputation, destruction. These are things how they can exhibit them being upset at somebody. They might key your car instead of cheating on you, or they might cheat back on you for revenge as well. So I just feel like lumping those traits together, I think of it more as toxic people rather than toxic masculinity, because there are people that are inherently toxic, but to kind of put it all in the category of men, I just think doesn't really seem to be realistic.
Well, I did say there is toxic femininity too, but I think what makes it either toxic masculinity or toxic femininity is when they're doing it based on like their gender. So they're doing it to like as a display of their like manliness, or to be seen as more of a man, or to prove their manhood in like that sort of sense. If you're doing these things because it's like, I'm a man, or I'm a woman, so this is what I can get away with, or something kind of thing like that, or a more inherent trait to a certain gender, and then using those traits in a toxic way, that's what I would categorize as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity. But of course there's toxic just like human behavior, but yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add that I think I'm open to like a conversation about whether or not like toxic masculinity is like a productive term for what's being identified. But I think the core that's being argued is like the things that are being identified by this phrase by like scholars who write about this stuff. Like these are like real things
What scholars?
that are being examined. I mean, we could look at the APA. I mean, if you want like specific names,
so it's an argument ad populum. Can you logically demonstrate
sure.
it?
I mean, you can call it that, but again, like whatever your issues are with.
I'll tell you what. I'll make it empirical. Hang on. I'll make it empirical then.
Whatever your issues are with the research, all I'm saying is there are people identifying these things, and if we agree they exist, they're just not exclusive to men. That's fine. I don't mind that.
I'm not sure that the nature of them being toxic, which would be bad, right? Toxic would be bad, right? Yeah, so that's my dispute.
I think part of the definition.
Yeah, that's my dispute. I don't think that these behaviors are bad, Ryan. So no, we actually don't just disagree on the semantics. We disagree on whether or not the toxic, which would be bad, that these are even bad behaviors. So let's start with this.
Do you think sexual assault is bad?
Oh my God, dude. Okay, I'll tell you what. Are you sexually assaulting?
Sexual assault is bad.
Depends on how you define it.
Are you going to answer the question? Do you think sexual assault is bad? You don't need to define sexual assault.
Well, do you know why I need you to? I'll explain why.
Because you're thinking I'm loading in like some much
No,
more
I'm not.
minor
I'm
situations.
not even thinking it's loaded. Let me just explain myself. A woman
Do you
told
say
me.
some then maybe? Like
A
that'd be an easier way
woman
to get out
told
of
me,
it.
a Marxist feminist told me, if my wife
Oh.
woke me up with a blowjob, that was sexual assault. Ryan, is that sexual assault?
I would not identify that as sexual assault.
Do you understand why I would want you to define and tell me what you mean by that term?
I'd be surprised. I'm surprised that you think I would think that's sexual assault. So it's
It doesn't matter what you're surprised about.
Times that you would
Is
understand
that
why I don't feel
good
that way.
rationality for me to ask you how you would define the term, so that I make sure that I know what I'm agreeing to or not agreeing to?
Yeah, I think it is fair.
You can imagine the worst case
define it.
scenario.
Unconsensual sexual.
My wife waking me up with a blowjob. That would be unconsensual, right?
See, this like I mean, like, do you think that sexual assault is a real thing? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know what you mean by it.
Versions of it?
I don't know what you mean by it.
I think in a man and wife situation.
Give me examples of what you mean by it, and then I can answer your question, Ryan.
I'm asking by your own standard, by your own definition, even.
Okay, so you want my definition of sexual assault?
I'm just asking. You don't have to give it. I'm just saying, by your definition, would you say that some sexual assault is bad at least?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Okay. Do you think there's any manifestations of sexual assault that are related to men viewing women as or viewing feeling entitled to women?
Sure.
Okay, I would say that's toxic masculinity.
That's nice. I would say that it's sexual assault based on
we agree.
Based on an individualistic category. But what would qualify that as toxic masculinity and not just sexual assault?
Because it's related. This is what Ghostie's been getting at. It's related to their perception of themselves and their manhood, and their manhood being viewing that in relation to women, and then they're feeling entitled to that woman's body to the point where they assault her. And it's not very complicated logic, to be honest.
I see. So when you're saying toxic masculinity, it's when a man does anything bad, which is also in relation to any masculine qualities that you assign to him.
More so that it. Can you say that again? I don't know if I agree with the exact framing, but just repeat it for me.
Many masculine characteristics or qualities that you assign to a man, and then they do bad thing, and those qualities are some way in there for bad things that they do.
If those things are driving them, if they're like manhood is like the thing that they feel entitles them to that person, I would say that is, yeah. That's the example of what people identify as toxic masculinity, which, again, you seem to say could be completely redefined as social carnage. I'm not sure if it works in that context exactly, but.
And Ryan, what is the actual prompt for the debate? Can you tell me?
Is toxic masculinity real?
Yeah. Brian, can I ask you, are gender roles real?
Are they real things that manifest in society? Yes.
Well, are they real, though?
And probably have some biological core to a lot of them, yeah.
Okay, that seems completely fair to me. So gender roles to you are real, and they manifest somewhat from innate biology, right? Is that right?
That's what we just walked through the air.
I'm just clarifying. I'm trying to be as good faith as possible. Ryan, do you want to abolish gender roles?
Sure. I want to abolish the imposition of gender roles. I don't care about people expressing their gender. I like my gender. I like feeling masculine myself.
So if something can be changed, it's just a social construct, right? Like gender?
I mean, I don't think like social construct means infinitely malleable. I don't think those are yeah.
What else could it mean? It's construction of the mind. If you could change it,
money's a social construct, but it still has,
and you can change it.
Yeah, but
you change its value
not by yourself. Like, I can't decide that a $1 bill is worth $100, you know, or anything like.
You could if you were by yourself.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, so it's a social construction. So I just got to ask you this then, Ryan. If it is the case that gender itself is something that you want to abolish, right? And you don't think that is masculinity?
No, again, I said the imposition. The imposition.
Oh, okay. So is masculinity gendered?
Yes.
It is gendered.
Do you think I want to abolish masculinity?
No. I'm just asking if can women be masculine? Biological women be masculine?
Of course. Yeah.
So can biological women engage in toxic masculinity?
Yeah, sure.
They can.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me how a woman could engage in toxic masculinity, please. I mean, a biological woman.
Well, I mean, there's kind of two angles to it. The first could be that she's viewing, like, I would say that her relationship to like the men around her, like encouraging them to view their masculinity in a particular way that is harmful to her and other people around him. And then also it could be, I mean, I guess when you said biological woman, I assume you also would include like trans men there, and that their perspective of being a man I mean, like trans men express toxic masculinity as well, for sure. So that, I mean,
So women and men can both be toxically masculine.
They can both contribute to toxic masculinity, no doubt.
Both of them can be toxically masculine.
Yeah, I mean, what you would call biological women and I would call trans man is what I'm, because it's related to the identity. Their like identity of being a man is like the thing that we're talking about is driving them to exhibit some behavior, right?
So like, I innately feel like I'm a man, and I'd be viewed as less of a man if I was a trans man if I didn't like essay this chick. That would be toxic
I mean,
masculinity.
that's a very reductive way to put it, but I guess you can say that.
Okay, got it. So I just got to ask, isn't it the case then that all you're actually doing is you're just assigning any bad behavior? Like, what would bad behaviors be that a man
Not
could
just any
even...
bad behavior.
Yeah, but hang on.
Yeah.
I just want to distinguish this. What bad behaviors could there be that men could exhibit that would have nothing to do with them being men?
I think most of the things that we've discussed, like if they're not manifesting because of their relationship with their own masculinity, then that would be not necessarily.
How could you know that though? Like, I would say that you could not divide masculinity from man because it's part of man's ontology. So isn't every bad behavior a man engages in also going to be a masculine behavior because it's a man doing it?
No, I don't
Okay,
think so.
I don't know how that follows then. I can't not be man, right? There's no way for me to not be male.
You can be whatever you want to be, Andrew.
But there's no way for me to not be male, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then the fact that I'm a male and I do something bad, how do I disassociate thing male, which also governs behavior of me, from thing? How do I even do that?
It's about whether or not you're trying to manifest your perception of that manhood in an action.
That would be every action I took.
Okay. Well,
wouldn't that be every action everybody takes? Would have to be a manifestation of them, their physiology, their mentality based on physiology as well, would manifest into all behaviors everybody took.
I think it's about your mindset. So.
Now it's about mindset.
Yeah.
I think that was like it's been like part of the
it was it.
Maybe I can offer a translation. I don't think that translated well. So Ryan, for instance, he's using a some not all argument. So basically, like, all apples can be fruits, but not all fruits will be apples, right? So what he's saying is like, if you're saying toxic masculinity, then you're saying all men are toxic, because it's the some not all, if that helps.
But we're not saying that, right? Like,
yeah,
I mean,
neither of us.
Here's why I'm trying to make the disassociation. I'm trying to like untangle this mess because it's a fucking mess. If a guy, I think I can understand from your perspective when you say a guy feels like his manhood's threatened, so he has to essay some chick. That's an example of toxic masculinity, right? That would be correct.
Yes.
What if a guy just has really high adrenaline and the guy grabs his woman's ass and he knocks him out? Is that toxic masculinity?
Not necessarily.
That's probably just toxic behavior then.
Is that action good though?
No, it's toxic behavior, but it's not coming from toxic masculinity, I guess.
Okay, but the reason you would expect that a man would do that before a woman would, right?
I mean, honestly, I know a lot of women who assault men pretty often, and actually, if
you like go out a lot,
I would say that's toxic femininity because women feel like they can get away with that. And so
what was the point of bringing up SA earlier then?
Yeah,
we're not attributing it primarily to men.
Yeah.
I didn't attribute it.
No, you didn't. Ryan brought it up, so I guess I'm asking Ryan.
Oh.
You asked
I was saying
SA, right?
Yeah, and I was just saying that in relation to like when men feel entitled to a woman's body because they're a man, like that's, again, it comes back to that because they're viewing it through the lens of their masculinity specifically.
Okay, so because they feel entitled, You're considering it as all right. You're considering it SA if a man feels entitled to a woman's body and he actually does something about it, right? Am I getting that correct?
Wait, can you say? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
All right, you're saying that it's SA if a man feels entitled to a woman's body and he, actually does something about it rather than just keeping it in his own thoughts, right?
I mean, it would be if he against her will, and it's like, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it feels like you're removing something from it when you said.
No.
when you asked that
I'm
question.
asking for clarification. I'm just trying to get what you actually said. And all right, if you flip the coin on the other side, right? If a woman tries to essay a man because she feels entitled to him, and if he doesn't reciprocate, she'll call him gay or whatever the case may be, which is usually what happens. Would you consider that her being toxic or it just being a crappy human being?
Yeah, I think we've just go ahead.
I would say that's toxic femininity. That's an example of toxic femininity.
Okay, but if
and not only that, but she's leveraging his toxic masculinity, or his perspective. I don't want to be gay, like she's leveraging that by being toxic and through her femininity to make him do stuff.
Yeah, I'm still confused. I'm actually still
calling
confused
a guy gay
about this
because he doesn't want to
semantically,
sleep with you is weaponizing his masculinity and she's
Yeah, I
doing
get that. I think
so.
I understand the distinction and why you have to say there's toxic femininity. 'Cause you don't want to hold a dual standard here, but I actually still don't really
we think it's real.
Yeah, but I still don't really understand it because it seems to me like
Clearly.
any bad action which would be associated with maleness could easily fit into this category of toxic masculinity.
It's about
which would
motive.
include-
The motive is what you're missing, I think.
Yeah, but not really, because couldn't my motive necessarily change just by my sex not being male?
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that if I was born a female, maybe I wouldn't knock the guy out who I knocked out.
Okay.
So wouldn't that be associated with the fact that I'm a man to begin with?
You think no, because not all guys
Well, I don't know
knock
how
people out.
Yeah, I think that the attribution, though, of everything everybody does is tied into physiology. It's tied into how your brain operates, how your body operates, the various chemicals which are always pumping through them. I could easily make the counter case that a man who goes and robs a bank because he just has a lot of really high testosterone, for instance.
So you're making a deterministic argument?
We
You
were
don't
able
believe
to
in free will?
correlate it. We were able to correlate it, right? Well, no, I'm doing an internal critique. What does that have to do with my view? So anyway, why couldn't you easily just as soon attribute every action from a man who had too much testosterone, for instance, robbing a bank? Why is that not toxic masculinity? You say it's because there's a motive which determines it.
Yeah.
But it's maleness
That's the
itself,
difference.
which could have led to the motive itself. Like if he didn't have that high of a testosterone, he never would have committed X crime. That seems to be a masculine trait, and it seems to be tied to, and it seems to be tied to his maleness. So if that's the case, why is that not toxic masculinity? I still don't actually get that.
Because it doesn't have to be tied to your maleness. It could also be tied to how much money you have or some circumstance you're in or something like that. It doesn't have to be tied to your gender. But if you tie it to your gender, if you're like, oh, well, I'm allowed to get away with bad behavior because I'm a man, that's what men do, like this is just what guys do, boys will be boys kind of thing, then that is an example of toxic masculinity. If you're doing
but I don't know. Yeah, but again,
that distinction over and over this whole time.
Yeah, I understand that you keep making the distinction, but it doesn't make sense to me because it just seems like all of this would just tie back to, again, physiology, behavioral patterns between men and women. I just tie any bad behavior which a man does over a woman that's more common as being toxic masculinity, and that would fit the criteria for what you consider toxic masculinity to be. And I'll read it to you so that you know I'm correct about this. Here is what your definition was that you gave me. The definition was, quote, this is why I always take notes, by the way, behaviors or traits which are masculine used in an unhealthy way. Okay, but when we're talking about behaviors or traits which are used in an unhealthy way, I would consider all of those to be tied to things like sex to begin with, right? Otherwise, how are you determining what's masculine or feminine to begin with? They're associated by your own admission to sex. So if that's the case, if you're tying masculinity in this definition to sex itself, And then you claim anything which is a negative. That's definitionally true. I'll read you the definition again, Ryan.
No,
That
I
was
understand.
her
I think what's happening
definition.
is this is a manifestation of your inability or unwillingness, really is a more apt term for it. Unwillingness to engage with like what gender identity is and how that's different from biological sex. Like you can't separate
You
these
just
things
said,
because it's so
you
core,
just said,
to your
Brian, I'm
worldview,
using
right?
your definition.
But I think what we're
What?
distinguishing is your internal view of your masculinity and how that relates to the action. Like I guess like Neo, can you?
That's
do
not
you
what the
understand distinction
definition.
we're
Can I
making?
read?
Like,
Can I
I'm
read
curious.
the def?
Can I ask your debate partner? He hasn't talked very much.
I know, but I just want to get this
You've
cleared
talked
up.
so
And then you
much.
can talk.
Gentlemen,
yeah, no,
I'd like-
I know.
I'll talk to you after this if you want.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
ahead and
that's
let-
great.
Yeah, I'd like
Go
to
ahead
hear from
and-
him.
But
hold
I want
on.
to
Go ahead
finish.
and let Andrew finish reading the definition, and then
Okay,
Ryan,
go.
you're welcome to inquire with Neo.
It's behaviors or traits which are masculine used in an unhealthy way. That is extraordinarily vague.
It was
And I feel
my
like I could
definition.
basically categorize any fucking thing that a man does that is bad into that. So, for instance, a behavior or trait which is masculine.
Inherently
Well,
masculine.
this is going to be societally determined. Yeah. What is
I
masculine?
thought we were. I
And-
thought you were done after you read the definition. Or are we?
No, I'm not done with the inquiry
Okay, you're
yet.
gonna do
Stop
some other
trying
stuff?
to
Okay.
fucking divert. I'd like to finish the inquiry. Maybe Ghosty can do it because you're spurging too much,
It
Ryan.
was
But anyway,
behaviors or traits that are inherently masculine used in a toxic, unhealthy, or negative way. Or
yeah. What is a trait that's inherently masculine?
so things like I will say I feel like guys have a more like a higher sex drive. They have more testosterone, which makes them more they do have more higher tendencies for being aggressive and killing and stuff like that. And
So
those are just
wait a
like
sec-
two examples.
So wait a second. So to get this right, men have higher testosterone and they kill more. Those would be things which are inherently masculine. So that if a man kills somebody, that's toxic masculinity.
Again, you're
or
missing
if-
the motive. So if
the
if a guy
definition
is
doesn't say shit about motive. It says inherently masculine.
being
That's your
used,
definition.
being
Hers.
yeah. So and then
Whose
after
definition should I
that,
use but hers, bro?
after that, it says being used. So being like used. So
Yeah,
so
being used.
That's like the motive. So if you're
I agree.
using these inherent masculine traits
Mhm.
in a toxic way, then
And
that,
an inherent masculine trait for you would be testosterone. That's what you just said.
testosterone can cause traits that are inherently masculine, right?
Well, okay, well then what's an inherently masculine trait?
I just gave you two examples.
So testosterone was one, right?
I gave you aggression and hypersexuality.
Aggression is a masculine trait?
I'd say that it's not to say that women can't be aggressive, but I would say that men are more likely to be aggressive or show aggression
So anytime
because
a
of
man,
testosterone. Yeah.
so then by your definition, then anytime a man is aggressive, right? That is toxic masculinity. It has to be definitionally.
If he's doing it to prove his
Show me in your
manhood.
definition where it says that.
Okay, maybe I didn't write the definition perfectly. I wrote it today. If you want me to add on, I mean, I came further in my opening statement. I said, remember, in order for these behaviors or tendencies to fit toxic masculinity category, they need to be done by a man specifically because he believes this behavior is connected to his manhood in some way. So he's doing it.
But
And my
so
first
this is what I
definition
meant, yeah.
was actually acting on toxic or unhealthy behaviors to prove or display masculinity.
yeah, so what you
had
did, so
two
here's what you did, and this
definitions.
is what I predicted in my opening statement. In order to make this definitionally true, you added qualifiers to your own definition that you gave me because that was the only, so I can do the same thing, okay? Toxic masculinity is any man that's missing a tooth. That's a man who's toxically masculine. Prove me wrong.
That's fine. I don't think I can. But so NeoStarling, I'm curious.
No, stop,
can you
Ryan. I'm
vocalize
talking
the-
to.
No, actually, I don't need to. I don't need to stop.
Can I
actually.
finish? Can I
I'm not-
finish the
you're not-
inquiry?
You're not my king.
Ryan,
Andrew.
Ryan, can I finish the inquiry? We're
Gentlemen,
We're right at the end.
Neo,
We're
do you
right
wanna
at the end,
engage or not?
Ryan.
I'm just
Man.
curious.
I just want my last
Like
question
that.
answered, Ryan. That's it. Ghosty, can you
I'm
prove me
good.
wrong?
I'm taking a break from you.
Every man who's missing a tooth is toxically masculine. Can you prove that wrong?
Well, what's your definition? You would have to give me a definition.
I just gave it to you. Every man who's missing a tooth is toxically
Sounds like
that's
by
what
your
toxic
understanding, by
masculinity
that-
is.
Yeah. If you defined it that way, then yeah, sure, that's fine. So Neo, do you
Can you let her
agree, like,
answer?
you
Ryan,
recognize the
Go ahead,
distinction we're
Ghost.
making?
stop talking
Sorry.
fucking Ryan. Let her finish.
So
Sorry, go ahead and answer the question about a tooth and
your
masculinity.
definition is that toxic masculinity is men who don't have teeth.
Men who are missing a tooth.
Men who are missing a tooth.
Can you prove me wrong?
That would mean it exists, though, right? If you define it that way.
I don't think it has to do with toxicity, so it just doesn't really compute.
What do you mean it doesn't have to do with toxicity? That's weird.
Missing a tooth.
Yeah, but I think that, it rubs me the wrong way when men are missing a tooth. And so I think that that's inherently toxic because it affects me negatively.
Okay, I also gave my definition for toxic in this context. I said I'm using it to describe something that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others.
Yeah, that's true. And that definition can stand on its own fine until you use your other definition, which explains what toxic masculinity means, which is not the same as the word toxic. So in this case, why can't I just make a semantic distinction and come up with the same type of proprietary definition you are? And then you would have to just concede, well, I can't prove that wrong, right? So this is why it's important for us to get the semantics out of the way. I was trying to do that in the beginning, but for some reason, Ryan thinks that talking about semantics is a trap, even though it's the only way you can have discourse, right? What we should do is we should have unpacked the semantics to begin with, so we could look at your definition. Because when I just looked at your definition, you added a bunch of proprietary shit to it post definition to make it true. And it's like, you can just do that with anything, though. Do you understand that now? You can do that with anything and then say, because that's how I proprietarily define it, therefore it's true, debate over. It's like, no, that's not how it works. I need to know what your proof is that these behaviors are toxic and come from the inherent masculine features of a man. That's what I need to know.
Okay, so there are I can list some authors who write about toxic masculinity, right? Like E.H. Thompson, I believe is one, Springer. These are, and when they talk about it, they use definitions that describe things that men, or actions that men take on behalf of what they feel they should do as men. And so this is again, the core of what we've been discerning, which is why I'm just curious. I want to ask Neo, if you'll let me, Andrew, if you'll give me permission to ask your debate partner a question.
I told you when I was done with my inquiry. Inquiry.
Are you now, or are we doing?
Yeah, we were done.
What's up, Brian?
Okay.
What do you think? You've been spurging for the last 5 minutes. No one's interrupted you.
It's all yours, Ryan.
I'm just curious. Do you recognize the distinction that we're making between something that just a man does that's bad, or them doing an action because they view that that's how men are supposed to act?
I mean, you'd have to look at it societally, because men inherently, if we're to use the example of men having more testosterone in their bodies than women, right? And because of that, they're more sexually aggressive, or whatever the case may be. That is something that's inherent to us. But what was I going to say? Testosterone is also utilized, to build muscle, to build drive within another human being, to drive us to do the things that we do. So even though you might look at that as a negative trait at times, women and men alike both attribute these same characteristics when it comes to trying to mate a partner. If a woman is hitting on a man, for example, and he's not down. Again, I used the example earlier about him being treated as a homosexual because of that. And a man might, maybe had a few drinks in the system, or he probably got his pride hurt, and he felt that, hey, you know what, this isn't good. I'm gonna do what I got to do. Those I would attribute to just people being crappy human beings as a whole. Like that's what. All right, what the whole idea of toxic masculinity. I'm sorry.
Elaborate on that. The pride comment. The how it hurt his pride. Can you elaborate on that part of it?
Well, pride is also not just a masculine trait. It's a human being trait. Sorry. You know what I mean? We all have pride. Sure. Your feelings can get hurt, and you felt that something was unjustified, whether it had to do with talking to another human being, or you failed a test. You probably thought you could have scored a higher grade, but you didn't. These things are traits of people as a whole. It doesn't matter whether you are a man or a woman in this particular situation. So the idea that I
totally agree.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. So all right. Let me ask you a question. If your boy comes up to you, right? He's a man. He's not a woman. He doesn't identify as anything other than a man, right? And he comes up to you and he says, "Hey, you know what? I bought this new shirt today, man. How does it look on me, right?" And you think, in your heart of hearts, it looks horrible. It was one size too short. His belly is sticking out of the sides, and You tell him, hey man, that shirt looks crappy on you. You need to lose a couple of pounds so that you can fit in that shirt properly. Do you think you're being toxic when you are telling him that, or do you think you're just expressing a truth to him so that you don't hurt his feelings?
I mean, I guess it depends. I'm not.
I don't
I'm
think
not
that's
sure.
toxic. I mean, and again, it depends
Yeah.
like how you say it, I guess. Like if you're just being an asshole about it. But if
No,
you're
no,
like,
no.
being
I mean,
honest-
like
It probably depends
this
on your
is-
relationship with that person.
I
a
mean,
lot.
this is your boy.
Like, I have
You've
friends I
known him
would say that to, and
forever,
friends I wouldn't.
and
right?
this is
Yeah.
just how you talk to your friends,
yeah,
right?
yeah, then that's not toxic.
Okay, then yeah.
Okay, now if you flip the shoe on the other foot and a woman brought a dress and it didn't fit her, and you know her homegirls were like, "Hey, girl, that looks great on you. You know, go out to the club and do your thing." Do you think the women in that case did a service to their friend by telling them that it looks great, even though they knew it didn't look good on them, or because they worded it in a certain way, now it's justified? So which one was toxic?
Wait, neither.
I mean,
well,
they could both be toxic in different ways, right? But,
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
Okay, but is that inherently a trait of men just being mean? Because men talk to each other this way. You know,
so do
Sure, I
women.
agree, yeah.
That's kind of the silly thing, though. Like we
Is
do
it
the same
silly?
thing.
If you really stop and think about it, is it silly? Because we're talking about traits that are inherent to us that make us treat people a certain way.
Mhm.
Well, can I push it back up? Because
Yeah.
actually, it's not necessarily that. Like, what we're saying is the perception. If you perceive a certain trait, if you're engaging in an action because you think it's inherent to men, you think men are supposed to do that, and that trait is also like being considered toxic. That's where we're identifying it. It's about your relationship to the view of masculinity, right? Or in femininity, like because women are supposed to do X, Y, and Z. Like,
Yeah.
but not all women do that thing, and not all men do that thing. So it's not inherently male to do either of those things. It's just we're identifying you doing those things in the context of feeling like that's what men are supposed to do.
So, like, an
Yeah, but
example
it-
close to this of toxic femininity would be like a bunch of girls who don't like another girl, and she's like, "Hey, do you like my shirt?" And they're all trying to fuck with her because they're like, "Oh yeah, it looks great on you. You should totally go out in that." And they know it looks horrible. That's, I think, would be a toxic feminine trait. I could see that because they're using women's attractiveness and beauty against them, which is more of a feminine trait. Like women use attractiveness and looks that they have a higher value, I guess, in society. So that would be like a toxic feminine trait. But for my like experience, most girlfriends who are actually close to each other, if your girl puts on something ugly, you're like, no, you're not wearing that. Like, let's find you something better, right?
Yeah,
So-
but again, I don't really consider that toxic femininity. I just consider that you just not being a very nice person. You get what I'm saying? Like the idea
Well,
that you're
it's attributed-
inherently,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say the idea that you're inherently toxic just because of whatever chromosomes your body seems to possess, and because societally, you were told that you're supposed to be a certain way, and if not, you're going to be a bad human being. I don't really believe in that. I just think that there are people that are okay human beings, and there are those that are crappy. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you fall under. We're two sides of the same coin.
But nobody's saying you're inherently toxic because you're masculine or because you're feminine. It's using inherent masculine or feminine traits in a negative way.
What
Yeah,
about
but why
domestic
shouldn't
violence?
we just because these traits are all shared between the sexes, all of them, the propensity for all whatever you would consider to be masculine traits and whatever you would consider, otherwise you wouldn't be trans advocates. So you would have to equalize them. You'd have to say both sexes have the propensity for these traits equally across the board, right? At least some propensity for them. Now you could say based on sex, you have higher testosterone, you have this. I agree with all that. But if it is the case, why shouldn't we just individualize it and just say that's toxic behavior and leave masculinity and femininity out of it completely? Why should we accept this definition instead of a much more useful and broad category of this behavior itself is bad, regardless of who's engaging in it? And what does that have to do with the masculine or the feminine? By your worldview, actually, that would be a much better definition.
I agree, but again, it's because of the motive. So if people are doing something to prove their manliness or to prove because it's like a feminine
Yeah, but
trait
why
or
use the
whatever.
loaded term? Why can't we just say that's bad, don't do it? Why should we accept that that's toxic masculinity or this term of toxic masculinity because you add it as a proprietary definition
Well, I think
rather than us just rejecting that and saying that there's some universal behaviors which are preferable from people, and this isn't one of them. Why should we ascribe this as a behavior at all? Tell me what the case use here is, why it's so useful, why we should utilize this over his definition, which is you're just a shitty person or you just did a bad thing as a person. Why should we put these loaded terms in the ethos exactly?
To be clear, I'm certainly not asserting that like you have to embrace this term. I don't expect you to start using the term toxic masculinity, Andrew. All I'm saying is that like people do use this term.
That's not my question, bro.
Describe.
That's not what we're talking about.
To describe the thing that we're talking about here, and like
you're not even engaging with what I'm saying.
We're identifying and that they're identifying is a real thing, and we seem to. I think we all agree it is a real thing.
I don't think we all agree. We're not talking about the same thing.
Yeah, it seems like you don't want to actually talk about it.
We're not talking about the same thing. We're talking past each other. All I've been doing is trying to bring the clarity. Go ahead, Ghost. Maybe you can bring clarity.
Because ideally, in my ideal world, where there is like less like genderization, I don't know if that's a word, but the less like breaking everything down into like gendered boxes. I think it would be an ideal world where we could just say that's a toxic trait, blah, 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 blah. But in today's world, we do genderize things. So there are lots of people who act a certain way because they have these old, like I don't know the word for it. They have these old thoughts in their head that's like, I'm supposed to behave this way because I am a man. I'm supposed to behave this way because I am a woman. And some of these traits can be toxic and unhealthy and hurt themselves and hurt other people. So because we live in this world today, if people are perpetuating these actions and just deeming them masculine or feminine, and then they're acting toxically or unhealthily, badly.
But that makes my point for me. So if you want to live in a world where you think that there's less gender allocation.
Yeah, I want to live in that world, but we don't right now.
But okay, yeah, I get it descriptively. But you want to, so we ought to live in that world. So descriptively, if that's the world you want to live in, I would think you would be trying to reduce loaded terms. Like you would agree with me that this term has been hijacked by feminists for all sorts of other proprietary definitions other than your proprietary definition,
sure,
right?
By radical feminists, sure.
And tons of people use it in tons of different ways and very loaded ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. So the thing is like, if that is the case and you want to move towards a world where that's not the case, why the fuck would you advocate its use?
Well,
why would you advocate its use instead of advocating against its use?
I'm addressing reality. I'm addressing that there are people who act in bad ways because they think their gender entitles them to act this way.
Yes, but there's no reason for us to put the term masculinity, especially by your definition, which is inherent masculinity, inherent masculine traits, whatever those are. You say you name two, one's testosterone, this and that. It's so broad that you can encompass so many behaviors in it, so subjective those behaviors you can encompass into it. I would think if you would want to move to a gender-free society, you would want to remove those things to begin with. It doesn't make any sense why you want to keep using the loaded terms.
I would think since you don't want to move to a genderless society, that you would be on our side and you would be wanting to use this term.
Why?
Because for exactly the same reason. You don't want a genderless society, right?
I don't believe that the things that you consider... So you gave some extreme examples of what you consider to be toxic masculinity, for instance, right? You say a man, essays a woman based on some perceived
he needs to prove
idea.
His manhood. He needs to fuck women because he doesn't feel like he's a man.
Hang on. So now we have the most extreme. So now we have the most extreme. Give me the least. Got it. Give me the least extreme. What's the least extreme version of toxic masculinity?
Let me see.
I mean, could be being very domineering in a conversation because you think that you need to demonstrate your masculinity through performative conversational cruelty.
Yeah, or I think even like the hazing.
Ryan, were you just trying to say that I was being mean to you?
I'm saying I'm talking about a thing that I do also. I mean, but yes, I'm pointing to you. But yeah, I mean, I also engage in. I'm also not saying that I'm
sorry that you engage in those. Sorry, you engage in those behaviors.
Like I have a relationship.
Anyway, I was asking Ghosty. She seems to be reasonable and willing to engage and not spurg. But anyway, Ghosty, go ahead.
I don't think it's spurging.
Were you done,
Sorry,
Ryan?
I'm trying to let the woman speak, Ryan.
Were you done?
You're being very toxically masculine right now, Ryan. Go ahead.
Okay, let her talk now.
So yeah, like hazing is an example. Men, and somebody wrote this in my chat, men in groups trying to like do stupid things to like one up each other, or like I one time I went on like a motorbike with a guy, and I like told him, I was like, please do not fucking speed, it's not gonna impress me, like I don't think it's cool, like please don't kill me, like don't. And he starts like going crazy, going like 120 miles per hour, like I'm like on, like it was fucking scary. Like guys do these things to try to impress people, to be more, to be seen as more of a man or whatever, and I think that's toxic.
So I just want to make sure I can break this down very quickly. So if your motivation is to engage in like one-upping the other men who are around you, especially through the idea of hazing and in-group preference and things like that, that would be toxic masculinity.
To be, if they're doing it to be seen as like more of a man.
Yeah. Like team sports?
No, I don't think team sports are toxic in any way.
What if your whole point of you wanting to score more points and haze the people who are around you and things like this is because it's perceived by everybody as being more manly?
If you're playing a sport and that makes you feel more like a man, that's not, playing sports isn't toxic. So therefore it's just not toxic behavior.
Yeah, but they're haze. Yeah, but you realize that they haze each other consistently and constantly in team sports.
Well, hazing is different. Hazing is different than playing a sport, right?
No, but as part of male camaraderie and building relationships with men, hazing is a necessary part of being in groups. It happens everywhere. Yeah, it's necessary.
I think if you want to use football as an example, men are tackling each other all day long. They also smack each other's butts, which I believe was used as an example earlier. So I think if you wanted
some examples of hazing might be getting way too drunk, right? That's a pretty bad thing, right? Examples of hazing might be to kind of ritualistically make up a horrible nickname for a person and call them that often. Right? Hazing examples might be, I don't know, you got to jog until you throw up, right? There's all sorts of hazing which happens. And yes, it is a necessary condition inside of male packs. We haze each other constantly and consistently in every work environment I've ever been, at least in the blue collar world, that is the case. And by the way, this is not only normal and regular, but I would consider it to be a good masculine trait. It's part of, do you know why we do that? It's to test out the shit that doesn't belong in the group. You're shit, you don't belong in our group, go away. You're shit, you don't belong in our group, go away. You're shit, you don't belong in our group, go away. That's what the whole purpose of hazing rituals are. So I don't consider that toxic.
So
why would that be toxic? That seems like it's the opposite of toxic.
Give some examples. Do you think there can be toxic? Do you think there can be hazing that goes too far that isn't good?
Sure.
Okay, so that would be toxic.
Why would that be
right?
masculinity, though? Well, when you say toxic, do you just mean the word bad?
Again, so what did I say? It's behavior that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others.
So bad? Is that bad?
Sure,
you just mean bad?
We can conclude it as bad.
Yeah. So I would just say there's all kinds of behavior that I would engage with and say that that's bad. You can do bad things when you're hazing people, but that wouldn't mean that hazing wasn't necessary for in-group preference, because some people can do bad things. Right? I would say it's still not an example of toxic masculinity, even though you would say it is.
So there can be appropriate hazing.
Tell me what is appropriate hazing?
I don't know. Like, I guess.
Can I be super fucking mean to another guy and call him a bunch of names and give him a horrible nickname and talk a bunch of shit to him and run down his self-esteem?
If you guys are like joking around, you guys are friends, and this is like what you do.
That's not hazing. You're not friends with them yet. This is part of the ritual to become part of the in-group. That's what you do.
It could be toxic.
Right. You think it could? I think.
So again,
yeah, it can be. It's so vague.
Like I mean, it is.
You're just
we can't have like super fine lines for like all of these things. Like behavior is not definitive for like every single person. Like it can go any different way.
So
there's not like a fine line.
Quantitative, you know.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to me then that this has much in the way of case use, this version of toxic masculinity. If even behaviors that I point out that I would think you would consider toxic, you're like, well, it can be based on some ascribed motivation that we can't demonstrate. Well, I think all of that would be based around masculinity.
We're talking about an interplay between two components, right?
Okay,
the perception of one's masculinity or femininity. Talk about toxic masculinity or toxic femininity. I'm sorry. and we're talking about the relationship between one's own gender view as well as the behavior itself, and whether or not that behavior itself is harmful for their goals. Like if you're in a situation and your goals are hindered by you engaging in this behavior, then we can consider that harmful, I guess.
Wait, what if the behavior is an immutable characteristic?
Like what, for example?
Manspreading. Why do guys manspread on the train?
I don't think that people were actually upset about manspreading.
That's often.
But sure, yeah, like
that's
not
to be just utilized for toxic masculinity. I've heard it many times, but can you answer that? So that's an immutable characteristics. We have testicles, right? And when we sit down, sometimes we've got to sit a little spread apart so that we don't crush them and we can let them breathe. Some people consider that to be a toxic male behavior, but it's really just an immutable characteristic that men have that we can't really help. So how do you explain those type of situations?
Yeah. I don't know that I'd call manspreading as like toxic masculinity, unless you're spreading your legs like way more than you need to, and you're saying like, well, I can do this. I'm a man, whatever.
Yeah, who determines who needs it?
If you're doing it to make somebody uncomfortable or something, like I feel like in most situations.
What if you were doing it to make somebody uncomfortable? That still doesn't seem like it would fit the criteria for your definition. That you're using something inherently masculine here.
Two parts. Like, are you doing? It's like, well, if do you feel entitled to spread your legs as far as you can because, like, oh man, I can sit wherever I want, like, or is it just like I'm just gonna do it and I don't give a shit? Like, I mean, it could be different things, right? The motive is part of it's a component.
Yeah, I understand that what you're doing is, again, what you're doing, and leftists do this constantly. What you're doing is you're taking a definition for a subgroup of behavior, giving it a proprietary loaded definition, right? And then what you say in order to prove its existence is you say, based on this proprietary definition, it's just definitionally true. And it's like, but Ryan, that's why I came up with the example to explain to you that I can do this as well. I can just say, this is definitionally what toxic masculinity is X, right? And you would have to agree to it as long as I loaded the proprietary definition with whatever the behavior was. We don't consider this to be toxic masculinity. What NeoStarling is saying is he's like, I think it's better actually to group these as categories of just this is bad behavior or not bad behavior based on social standards, but to use the loaded term of toxic masculinity or to even say that it's real or always bad is probably not the best way to characterize these things. You're using a loaded term in order to just kind of make it and giving a loaded definition to make it proprietarily true. My proprietary definition true because it applies to these things. That's what makes it true. And it's like, but you can do that with anything. Like I could call it LaFlippadoo. I could say it's LaFlippadoo. And you would have to be like, well, yep, that's LaFlippadoo. It just would be definitionally true. And so it's like, that doesn't really serve a use here.
Okay, so I have an example. I think this is a good example that you would understand, Andrew. Maybe, we'll see. So when you were at that like Fresh and Fit event and that Wes Watson dude fucking took off his shirt and he was standing up and fucking calling you names and doing all this shit, I would say that was a display of toxic masculinity. What would you call that?
Him being an asshole.
You don't think that had to do with him trying to be more of a man than you? He was literally saying that.
I think it had to do with him trying to save face in front of somebody who. So if somebody's intellectually superior to you, and this happens with women as much as it does with men, or they're being intellectually dominated, it's not uncommon, especially in person, for them to move over to physical characteristics in order to either assault their opponent that way or, various things like this. But for you to say that that's toxic masculinity, I would just say he was just being an asshole. And the entire internet basically agreed that he was just being an asshole.
It had nothing to do with masculinity. Him trying to prove his masculinity.
But here's the thing. I can't.
Yours.
I've told you this a million times. I can't disassociate male behavior, period, from the masculine. I can't do it. For me, well, I don't even think it's possible, Ryan, because you have ontology. Part of the only reason you know what masculine means is because of male. Otherwise, you'd have no frame to refer it to. You would have no frame of reference. At either end, feminine's going to point at women. Masculine's going to point at men. That's the only way we even know what these terms mean. So
different men have different ideas of what masculinity is to them, right?
But this is why her definition is so important, because her definition says these are inherent masculine traits, which means if they're inherent, men have them. All men have them. They're inherent.
That was my alternative
So
definition, but yeah.
Yeah, I might. I mean, this might be just where we differ about it, but what I think I'm pointing to is the perception of the inherence, right? So if they think that a behavior that they're doing, they're engaging in a behavior because they think that that's inherent to men, that could manifest as toxic masculinity if that behavior itself is also harmful, right? So again, there's two components.
How come?
So
but how come? Hang on. When I
feel
say
like it's so not.
Well, here, let's try it this
right?
way. Let's try it this way. If I say the word asshole, right? If I say that guy's being an asshole, right? I feel like that encompasses more of all of the negative types of traits and behaviors that we would associate with anything bad that a person is doing. It just instantly conveys this message. When you use a loaded term like toxic masculinity, which, by the way, by both your own admissions, very vague, and the definitions are highly proprietary. Highly proprietary. In fact, I have 6 differing, right this second, I can read you 6 differing definitions of what toxic masculinity is.
I think I'd be curious to look at those, because I think what we're going to find is that we're going to find a pattern of the thing that we're pointing out. If we look at all these definitions, we're going to start to see that emerge.
Yeah, I think that but that's how but we could do that with almost any term.
Because the reason we have these the reason we came to these definitions isn't because we invented them like out of nowhere, like because we're just defining some random
Well, no,
thing,
you did
like being toothless as toxically masculine. What we're doing is we read how other people were using the term and what they're identifying, and that's what we extrapolated from it, right? So we're abstracting out the thing that we think that we see them referring to. And again, like, I mean, we can look at each of your definitions, but I suspect that if they're from any sort of scholarly research, they're going to be addressing it in a way close to what we're talking about here.
Here's an example given for toxic masculinity: the devaluation of women. This can manifest as misogyny, sexism, or the belief that women are inferior to men. Does that fit your definition?
Yeah, it could. Behaviors
it could
around
or
that,
does.
and behaviors that
could or does. Does it fit your definition?
I'd say it's an example of it. It's an example.
Yeah. Okay, can you tell me why that would be toxically masculine if you just, let's say, actually just believe that women were inferior to men?
Well, again, if you're acting in ways that are harmful to other people,
that's not what this says.
You believe that
that's your proprietary definition. I'm asking about this specifically. This can manifest as misogyny, sexism, the belief that women are inferior to men.
So this can manifest. So it's talking about context where it can manifest, right?
Okay. So it encompasses behaviors or beliefs that are rooted in traditional or harmful notions of what it means to be a man.
Exactly. So the notion of being a man, that like you may feel like there's this old notion, or you may feel that this your idea of what a man is engages in these behaviors, and you engage in those harmful behaviors because of that.
Yeah, but not all traditional behaviors. But this is the problem with the vagueness. Yeah, I know, but that's what makes it so vague. That's what makes it so vague. Here's an easy one.
You're saying not all as if it counters it. But
here's another one. Men are often taught to bottle up their feelings, leading to increased stress, anxiety, and depression.
Yeah,
you think that's toxically masculine?
I said a lack of emotional intelligence because you're worried about being feminine is an example of toxic masculinity.
Well, no,
because you feel that's not what men are supposed to.
It's not what men. Right? It's not what men are supposed to do. They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to be emotional. They're not supposed to be overly emotional, Ryan. They're not supposed to.
Well, no, I mean, no one.
That would be detrimental to society.
Emotional. I mean, like.
Well, then what does that mean? Men should bottle up their feelings. No. And that could, and even if that leads to increased stress and anxiety, they should still do that.
No, they shouldn't, because
they should.
Leading to increased depression and anxiety is unhealthy. So therefore, that makes it toxic behavior, and it's stemming from an idea of masculinity.
Yeah. Do you know what happens when men are more open with their emotions?
What, you're going to say they start shooting up schools and attacking people? That's having a lack of control of emotions.
No, that's not what I was going to say.
What were you
going to say? That oftentimes women lose attraction for them. Oftentimes women don't want to be around them.
And those are toxic women.
Oftentimes women have no interest in them. Well, you can't help what you're attracted to.
I think that's true. That can't
Hang on. You can't help what you're attracted to, right?
Okay, but you shouldn't. I mean,
Ghosty, can you help what you're attracted to?
No, but you.
So
like,
so if women
if I'm
are
attracted
so if
to
I
an
gave you
abusive guy, should I stay
yeah
with him because I can't help that I'm attracted to him?
women
No.
do. Women do.
Yeah, they do, but
Yeah,
you
because they
shouldn't.
can't help. They can't help what they're attracted to. So if it is the case that you can't help what you're attracted to, okay. If that is the case, and men who don't bottle up their emotions are men that you're not attracted to, and I have tons of research on this, on how women respond to men who are emotional versus who bottle up their emotions. Do you think men or women are more or less attracted to men who bottle up their emotions? Ghosty, at least by the scientific data.
I don't know about the scientific data, but most women I date like guys who are in touch with their emotions and know how to handle them appropriately.
Sure. And so
Yeah,
does
and
It turns
most
me
women I
off
know.
when guys are like, "Oh, I don't want to."
okay, well here's what the data on
Like
this
being
says.
unwilling to like being able to understand your own emotions and like expressing them in a way that would be perceived as emotional are like very different things, right?
Yeah.
Like understanding like what you're feeling, being able to communicate that to someone directly or in
But do you
or in a
see
way
do you
that's
see do you see
is
the
attractive to
vagary
them,
the
right?
vagary here, right? The vagary is, I would say that it's a societal boon, in fact, to make sure that men keep their emotions bottled up. Because ultimately, if they didn't, right, not only would women lose attraction to them, but the reason that men have to keep their emotions in check is because of how fucking ridiculously strong we are and how much damage we can do if we don't.
Well, that's
And the
where
thing
emotional
is,
intelligence comes into play. It's learning
what is
how to
emotional
handle.
intelligence?
Exactly.
It's understanding how to handle your emotions. So not just
Oh my
because you have
God.
an emotion doesn't mean you're going to act irrational. Lots of people conflate emotional with irrational, and that doesn't equate. You can be rationally emotional. You can have rational emotions, right? Like you don't have to act out to experience emotions.
Yes. And what I'm telling you is that that's a form of controlling your emotions to keep them bottled up, isn't it?
No, bottling them up is not control. Is not
Yes, it is
handling
controlling
your
them.
emotions
No,
properly.
you just don't prefer it.
No,
You
if
think
it
it's
if it leads to
improper.
depression and anxiety, that is not properly handling your emotions.
Yeah, so here's the thing. What if it was the case that even if it led to increases in anxiety, for instance, right? That by unleashing it, the
Seems
societal impact, which would come around you from women, for instance, um, actually would cause you more depression. Would it be better to bottle your emotions up?
No, I don't think so.
I
I
would
think
No,
I
it
think
still
we
wouldn't.
I think
It
we
still
would.
wouldn't.
I think the
it's not
reason
that
that
simple.
lots of women don't understand these things is because men have bottled them up for so long, and we're just like, I guess lots of women just aren't used to it. It's all these old notions, again, of all these like this is masculine, this is feminine, that we need to grow out of. That's the world that I want to move towards. So, like if we just start understanding these things as men and women together, it will lead to better outcomes.
Does
If
your
I can-
boyfriend hang on?
Yeah,
Does your boyfriend cry?
Yeah, hang on.
I've seen him cry like once, maybe.
I don't understand. Why is he bottling up his emotions like that?
That doesn't mean that he's not emotional, right? Crying is.
I don't know. It
the
sounds like he's
only-
bottling up his emotions.
He's not. We communicate about how we feel all the time.
I don't know. He sounds like maybe a traditionally masculine guy. He's not crying much. Ryan, how often do you cry?
Not very often.
How often?
Maybe
is
at
that?
the end of Elf. Not seriously. Like I mean, like a few times a year.
You cry a few times a year?
Yeah, probably if I like on average, yeah.
And are you depressed? Do you suffer from depression?
No, I don't think so.
Not
No,
crying
think
doesn't
so.
equal bottling
No
up
anxiety?
your
Yeah,
emotions.
Yeah, those also aren't like equivalent, but no,
Yeah,
I don't
I'm asking you
think
if
I
do you
depression.
suffer from anxiety?
Oh yeah, I'm an anxious dude, yeah.
Yeah, suffer from anxiety. So all that crying and all of that emotional release, it still hasn't. You still suffer from the anxiety. No?
Anxiety is caused by a multitude
That's
of things.
true. It is. And so the problem with the
So-
vagary of this is that how do we determine it's the suppression of the emotion which causes the stress and anxiety? How do we make that determination?
So I think I want to introduce an idea here of processing an emotion rather than just having it contained or released, and like being able to understand and interpret why you're feeling a certain way, and then, and in theory, being able to communicate that again, not necessarily verbally, not necessarily telling everyone exactly how
Yeah.
you feel, but being able to communicate when you need space or when you need company and these sorts of things. And you can do these things more effectively if you understand why you're feeling the way you're feeling.
Yes, emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I don't believe that emotional intelligence is a thing which can be measured. How do you measure it?
I guess you look at somebody's behaviors, their health, the way they're acting. Like it's very individualistic. You can't. It's not
It's
like a
very
one size
subjective.
fits all.
Yeah, it's very subjective,
It's
right?
individualistic.
Yeah, not very scientific.
It can be. It just you
Okay.
can't.
How would you scientifically measure emotional intelligence?
You would create qualifiers of what you're identifying, and then you would measure those qualifiers.
Okay, like what?
I mean, do you want to? Let's look into it. Let's figure out. I mean, do you want to Google it? Like, you ever? Like,
I'm just
when you ask a
asking
question like this
you.
and
It's
don't
your
know the answer,
position.
like,
I'm just
you can-
asking you. How would you do it?
I'm not asserting that I'm aware of this specific, like, how this specific thing is measured in scientific literature, and that.
Well, you weren't
Yeah,
even.
no,
You didn't
that's
even
not
know
the
what the
argument,
scientific
so.
method was 5 minutes ago either.
I didn't
so.
engage you on the scientific method. That's a different thing.
So you do know what it is? Can you tell me now?
I'm not going to walk you through it.
Yeah, you don't know it. You don't know it. I'll tell you what,
If-
Ryan, I will quit this debate right now if you tell me, if you can close your eyes and tell me the scientific method without.
I don't want you to
Googling
quit.
it.
I'm having a good time. And again, I'll admit that I can't recite the scientific method off the top of my head,
Thank
but
you.
I don't need to
Next
do
time,
that
just be
to-
honest about it.
I think
Okay, well,
also
I also
for
don't have to do that for any
some
point.
translation, I think that even regulating your emotions, even if you're bottling them up per se, that is still a form of regulation. You're choosing what to do with it. So I think that there is still regulation one way or the other, no matter which way you're going.
Well, it can
But it's
be.
like a one-size-fits-all approach.
It depends, like, if you're bottling them up to what extent. So if you're bottling them up to the point where you do have, like, anxiety and depression, so I would say that's probably, like, a not... There are times where you can bottle up your emotions, suck it up, whatever, and it's not necessarily toxic.
The
or
problem with
unhealthy,
the
right?
vagueness is making the
Like,
determination.
stoicism's good.
The idea is of making the determination that that's the problem to begin with, because it's a study of the mind. My whole problem with this is everything here seems to live inside the vagueness. Devaluation of women. It can manifest this way, but it may not. Depends on what the motivation is. How do we figure out the motivation? Other than a self-report, I don't even know how that would be assessed. Need for control. Toxic masculinity encourages men to assert their power and dominance, which can lead to controlling behaviors in relationships, but maybe doesn't lead to controlling behaviors
It's
in
not always
relationships.
bad, like we keep
You know,
saying
it's like,
over and over and
this
over.
is what I'm saying, though. It's so vague that I can't make the determination of even how I would measure when it's in effect. How would I even measure that? You just, what do? You just ask the person, hope they tell you?
You look
Like,
at
how
the
do you measure it?
consequences. You just look at the consequences of the actions. Is it
Okay,
hurting
give me
other
an
people?
example.
Is it hurting yourself? Is it hurting your loved ones? Is it hurting your work ethic? Is it hurting whatever? Like,
Yeah, but
if
that's
there are
that's
bad
a vague.
outcomes,
Yeah, okay, but you just got done saying it can lead possibly to bad outcomes, right? So
Yeah,
if we
so
go
it's
to okay, it
how.
can, yeah. But if we ascribe the motivation, how do we determine that was the motivation?
I guess it would have to be from the self, or unless you have some
The
kind of
person
evidence.
has to tell you.
The person has to tell you,
So
or if there's some kind of evidence, maybe they state it out loud. Maybe they, I don't
So
know.
they told you. So the person has
Sure.
to tell
So
you.
yeah, it could be they told you could. So you could measure this by doing some sort of survey where you ask people about their perspectives of what a man
People
is
tell
supposed
you.
to do, what a man is supposed to be, and they tell you that. And then you also ask them about specific behaviors they engage in, and that, I mean, that could, or you measure those behaviors amongst that group in other contexts. Like, there's probably a lot of ways to explore this. And I'm sure that, again, I'm sure the people who have written endless research on this topic and see, again, every time you brought up a definition, it seems to like pretty absolutely map onto what we're talking about here. It just sounds like this is something that is real and measured, and you just again, you seem to acknowledge it exists, but you don't want to even like call it what it. You don't seem to want to engage with the specific things we're saying, which is again those two components of the perception of one's masculinity and the behavior itself
Yeah,
manifesting.
because both of those things are proprietary in base. And so the reason that I reject this outright is because when we're
you're a
talking
coward.
about semantic definitions, especially, that's the opposite of cowardice, or I wouldn't be here completely mangling you like I always do. We're talking about semantic
Never have.
definitions of things. You've never won a debate, right? You never will. When we're talking about the semantic
I'll
definition
beat
of
you anytime,
things,
Andrew.
yeah, I mean, you're losing one now. So the point is, though, is that when you look at a semantic distinction, the reason it's so important is if we can group something else in there semantically that has more use, then we should usually defer to that definition. That's what makes the most amount of sense. This proprietary definition only encompasses this small amount of behavior, which is subjective in even which behavior it's categorizing. You say, well, it's based along the motivation that the person has towards X thing. But the person has to tell you that their motivation is based around X thing. Can't even make a third party determination, at least not with any criteria you've shown me yet. And so it seems like when he says, my debate partner says to you, it seems like we can just put this into the category of asshole. You're being an asshole. And that would actually encompass more of these behaviors in a way people understood better. It seems like we should go with that definition of asshole in the commons than toxic masculinity.
But-
Toxic masculinity is a loaded term which has so many different people use in so many different ways, whereas asshole seems to be somewhat universal.
Even if there was just say there was no other way, which I feel like there probably could be, but if there was no other way to gather evidence that this was stemming from the notion that they wanted to prove their manhood or whatever, they were acting bad because they wanted to show off their masculinity or whatever. This is common. People experience this all the time. Like I've met guys who have just acted out in violence and have literally just said, like, I had a boyfriend who broke my computer screen because he saw two gay guys kissing on the screen, and he was like, they're trying to feminize all the men, and like he smashed the computer screen.
So he was being an asshole.
He would also do things where he just felt like he wasn't a man enough, and he would tell me these things. He was like, I need to be a man, and he would act violent and act crazy and stupid, and like this was an internal thing that he was struggling with, and it was a part of toxic masculinity and all these like ideas that people are like pushing on him, like he's not man enough and you're a pussy and you're a bitch, blah blah blah, you have to be a man, and he would act bad
pussy
because of it.
Well, was he?
I mean, it depends how you are describing pussy. If you're saying he's a pussy because he was acting out,
Could he have used a little more hazing so that he didn't act out like that? Would it have been better if he had a bunch of men around who kind of, I don't know, bullied him a little bit, told him to stop doing that shit?
He had plenty of guy friends who were total dicks to him, and trust me, that did not help. Like,
so not good role models, probably. I think men with positive role models are less likely to have these beliefs about what masculinity is.
The guy sounds like he was an asshole. That sounds like it universally fits better.
It was stemming from his internal struggle dealing with his masculinity.
Yeah, so you say. Who diagnosed him with that other than you?
Him telling me.
So who diagnosed him with this? What professional diagnosed him with this other than you? Are you qualified to make a diagnosis for this, Ghosty?
He goes to therapy and whatever shit he is.
Did his therapist diagnose him as being toxically masculine?
I'm not sure.
It's not a medical
diagnosis.
diagnosis.
It's not a medical diagnosis. Okay, so again,
it's not like a mental illness.
When we have these thresholds, right? There's no diagnosis, right? It's completely proprietary. It's not objective.
I don't agree. It's completely proprietary. I mean, I can post a paper right now that talks about this topic, and it shows examples, right? And like one of those is the fact that men are way less likely to seek preventative care, and in fact, men who have these very strong beliefs about what masculinity is are less likely to seek that preventative care.
Well, let me give you my argument because I have been
5 more minutes,
cross-examining.
and then we'll
share it.
close
So
out.
in case you want to learn about it later.
But I'll give you my argument. Right? I think that masculine roles that men ought to be pursuing those. And there should be a crisis when it comes to not fulfilling those masculine roles, and that helps more men than it doesn't towards those masculine roles. And that a necessary component of that is some people may do fucking stupid shit, right? They may do stupid shit. You're just, hang on. I'm just giving you the argument, then you can critique it.
I thought you were done, yeah, my bad.
Yeah, so then you can critique it. But if all you're saying here, Ryan, is that anybody who is striving towards a masculine role, right, and is causing them some sort of distress, I actually don't think that that's normally very toxic at all. I think that that's the opposite of toxic. I think it's supposed to cause you some distress if you're failing to live up to a masculine role and you're a man. It's supposed to cause you distress. I think that's good.
Do you think it's good that men are less likely to seek preventative health care?
Well, I don't think that they do. I think that they just get it elsewhere. They get it from other men.
I'm telling you they do. I'm telling you that the data suggests that men who have these very strong convictions about masculinity. Okay, I mean, I just shared a paper about it.
Yeah, but let me give you I can give you a counter paper. So here's the thing.
Okay.
Women actually suffer. They suffer from way more mental health You can find this Honey Badger Radio on Twitter actually covered this. Men have way less mental health issues than women.
We're not talking about mental health. We're talking about preventative health care.
Okay, chill out, dude. Even when it comes
preventative
health care, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about mental health.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, so you're talking about preventative health care, like going and getting routine checkups on blood work and shit like that. Yeah,
or
yeah.
If you start to notice something's wrong, those men are less likely to go see a doctor.
Yeah, that's generally true.
So it's a bad thing, right?
No, that's not always a bad thing either.
Do you think it can lead to bad results if they are like persistently doing that when they probably should go see a doctor?
For some men, it can't, but for most men, it doesn't.
Do you think that could in any way relate to their perception of themselves as a man, feeling that they need to tough through it, or be tough and just live I
think that for the majority of men,
endure, right?
For the majority of men, they do tough through it and should tough through it because most of the time it's not a crisis. Just like most wounds are not a crisis. Because you say that women, well, and here's the thing, there's a psychosis to this that you're leaving out. A lot of times women also have a psychosis where they feel like they have all sorts of issues they don't actually fucking have. And that's one of the main reasons that they're seeking out additional health care that they don't need. So you're actually...
That's totally fine, but we're not talking about...
Yeah, no, we are, because you're saying
healthcare that would actually be
but when it comes to preventative healthcare, if you have an underlying psychosis that makes you go for it, I think that that's bad. And so I think that men, I think that men are just looking at normal things that a rational person and agent would look at for preventative healthcare. Does something hurt? Does it hurt bad?
It can be irrational though, right? There are times when it's irrational, right?
Yeah. There's times where everything can be irrational, almost every behavior.
Okay, well, we're pointing at those and we're saying if those result from one's perception of I'm a man, I need to tough through this, then that would be toxic masculinity.
I don't think that that's toxic masculinity. I think that
you don't have to, but I'm telling you that's an example of what we're identifying.
But that example is flawed. So for instance, if a guy says, "Oh, my arm hurts," right? It hurts kind of bad. You know what I mean? But I've had my arm hurt before, right? And I don't want to go spend the money to, go out to a doctor or this or that. And so I'll wait and see if the pain goes away. And then 2 days later, it was actually like a low-level heart attack and it killed him. You're saying that he was engaged in toxic masculinity, bro?
How about a guy?
No, it sounds like he had a...
No, answer my question before you give me another example. Answer my question.
So she can go.
No, so if the answer is no, it's like, then what you're saying here is like, you refute your own point. If that's not toxically masculine,
I don't think so.
When you're talking about preventative health care, most rational men, if they're really hurting, do go to a hospital.
But the reason that you described for them not going to the hospital wasn't because I'm a man and I can tough through this pain and I should tough through this pain. It was because I recognize this is something I've experienced.
I can't distinguish.
I recognize I was. Clearly, you can't. But I'm distinguishing.
Possible.
Right?
It's not actually possible.
Okay, well that's
men
fine.
respond. Men and women respond to pain, and they respond to suffering, and they respond to all these things very differently. So yes, I do think that it's good to encourage men to tough through most types of pains. Why is that good? Things like the gym, things like soreness from the gym, things like that, right? Those are pains that men are generally going to have to kind of
pains. Yes.
Yeah, they're going to have to kind of tough through. What being 40 has expected pains. But what I'm saying is that when you're talking about preventative health care, I think it's good that we generally advise men to go ahead and tough through most pain. And for the most part, that's a really good gamble. It's a really good gamble. You point to female psychosis where they have a psychosis that makes them think they have diseases they don't. So they're constantly getting fucking health care. It's like that to me is far worse than your example of toxic masculinity.
So
I don't even think that that's toxic.
You could categorize that as toxic femininity.
I don't know. I think that that's just mental illness, not toxic femininity.
Well,
and I don't think
if you're attributing it to some feminine behavior, then
I'm not attributing it to I'm attributing it to a
categorized.
mental illness that women more often have. I don't think that's a feminine characteristic. It's just something that sex has to deal with more than the other sex. And this could have a lot to do with just hormone regulation, the way hormones are distributed through the body, all sorts of different things, which can cause these moderate psychoses. When it comes to men, though, toughing through pain, I think the societal message generally is good. And I think most men probably should try to tough through most pain. And probably they don't need to go to the hospital all the time. And by the way,
not all the time. We're not talking
what
about
about regular visits? Like what about like annual visits or like prostate exams that men are like likely to avoid?
Yeah, that does happen too. They're uncomfortable. They're not fun. Nobody wants to go get a fucking prostate exam. But the other thing that comes up is, and you forget this part, men get busy. They get busy. They have very busy jobs. They have
That's
very
why the
busy
motive
lives.
matters,
They're
which
very
we've talked
busy.
about so many times.
They're very busy as the head of households, right? Them not going and getting preventative care really doesn't seem to make much of a case here for toxic masculinity. It doesn't even ascribe the motive here as being toxic. That doesn't sound like a toxic motive.
Right.
And I wanted to give Neo an opportunity to chime in before we move into closing statements, if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, sorry, I've been pretty quiet. I'm pretty new to this. I'm not really a debater, but I will say the idea of getting checked out at a doctor, I don't think it's a bad thing. And when somebody says that if you are getting checked out, or rather avoiding getting checked out, is because you're toxically masculine, I don't really think that works either, because there are situations where men are just busy, or in my case, I don't always have time to take off of work, but if I am in pain, I might go to the gym first, or I might wait a few days to see if whatever is happening goes away on its own. But if it is unavoidable, like if I collapse on the street, then I'm very likely, to go see a doctor the next
Which
day or
is
that same
rational.
day.
Totally
You know what
rational.
I mean? I look for rational reasons to go to the doctor, but I will admit that it is often attributed with men that they don't want to go see the doctor, but I think that there are reasons behind that. Like I said, it's not always so black and white. The majority of the time, I just think it's because men are busy, or they don't have the financial capability, insurance or things of that nature. But we are also pretty used to kind of just like, getting a bump and then just recovering, walking it off. That's just something that we do often. If it's, like a prostate exam or something like that, once you hit 40 or whatever, and it's unavoidable, then, you're going to do it, of course. But for the most part, I think a lot of things can be, you can kind of wait and see, like not everything requires a visit.
Yeah, he makes a good point here too when he says,
I agree with
Ryan,
all
and I
that,
think
yeah.
both of you guys have to concede on this point, that human beings desire regularity, and men are no exception to that. And if it is a regular occurrence that you're getting minor injuries, which I think in the blue collar fields is such a common occurrence. I mean,
No,
I
we're
think
not
I
talking
bashed
about
my
minor
knuckles,
injuries.
beat the hell out of myself almost daily working. If it is the case that you generally tough through all of those pains, whether they're big ones or small ones, that when it comes up to some pain that you don't get checked out because of the regularity of routine, I don't think that wouldn't account for toxic masculinity. Even if there was a social expectation for it, right? That still wouldn't be toxic.
That's fine. I mean, I'm talking about people who are like having fucking strokes and they're like, I'm not going to go to the doctor. Like, I'll just be fine.
That's
or,
not
like,
realistic.
No, it's rare.
That's an extreme
Super
example
rare.
that I don't really think fits well in this particular situation here. If you had a stroke, first of all, you're going to be taken to a hospital. If it happened like in the middle of the street, someone's going to take you. So you
Well,
wouldn't even have a choice in the
the thing
matter.
is, you start slurring your words and your face, like your face starts like slanting to one side, and then people like try to tough through it and stuff.
You might be drunk.
I've seen this. It was actually a woman. I've seen it. We had to like force her to go to the doctor because she was like, "No, I'm fine." But like, I'm just saying, there's severe
Toxic
situations.
femininity.
I was going to say, is she toxic?
It was probably more because of money, though. It wasn't
couldn't
'cause
have been
she's like,
toxic
I'm just such a
femininity,
woman
though.
that I'm not going to go to the doctor.
Because that isn't an inherent woman trait, right? To tough
No,
through
it's
pain.
because she wasn't like, I'm such a woman. I'm not going to go to the doctor. Again,
Right.
it has to do with motive, right? So,
Mhm.
which we've been saying.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and go into closing statements if everybody feels good with that. Andrew, would you like to kick off?
Yeah, so this is really simple, right? The reason, so I was happy to fill in. I usually don't take debate prompts like this when you ask for things like that is a subjective semantic. This is just a game of semantics, essentially. So I usually don't take debate prompts where you're asking if something which is a proprietary definition is real or true, because it's unfalsifiable on both sides. So the same example that I could give to Ryan, like toxic masculinity to me means. By the way, I do have your tooth money. By the way, we are taking care of that. I was just joking with you. And toxically masculine, Ryan, toxically masculine. But anyway, the whole point is like it's almost you can't falsify proprietary definitions. You can't, because they're fucking proprietary. Toxic masculinity itself is a proprietary definition from the 80s. It showed up in one book, and then a bunch of fucking men's spiritualist movements try to push it out in the ethos, and feminists got a hold of it. The whole thing is proprietary, and it just points at a subgroup of behavior and utilizes a loaded term. but it's like basically impossible to falsify it. But if we give a counter definition, our opponents can't falsify it either. So we're just left to them going, well, here's examples of behavior in society we don't like, and we just call it this subgroup thing. And it's like, and that's going to be the version that we use, knowing full well, they both know full well that the term toxic masculinity is used in such a wide array by so many different groups that pinning it down to just making it definitionally true by pointing at subgroups of behaviors that do happen, it's impossible to falsify it. It's impossible, but it's also impossible on their end to falsify our whatever proprietary definition we have of what the term means. So it's in many ways, it's useless to ask. Like if you said something like, is toxic masculinity, as a phenomenon, or you could ask, different, different debate propositions in the core of this that we could have gotten into. But if you're just asking something like, does it exist? That those are just semantics. It's just a semantic thing. It's like you can literally think up any social construction into existence semantically and make it proprietarily true by pointing at any behavioral phenomenon and then attaching that label to it and saying, see, that's toxic masculinity, knowing full well the weight that the term has behind it. The left does this with the word Nazi. The left does this with the word authoritarian. The left does this with all sorts of different words. They create brand new proprietary definitions of phenomenon that they know have emotionally loaded language, and then they produce it as though it's true. And it's like, it's not, it's a bait and switch. It's unfalsifiable when somebody has a proprietary definition. You can't falsify it. So to me, a debate proposition like this ultimately becomes somewhat useless, but maybe we can dive into behavior itself in the panel section. That's really all I had. There wasn't really much going back and forth except the vagueness of the definition, why they thought it was true. I did appreciate both of them coming on. I was happy to come on to the panel.
Thank you, Andrew. Neo, to you.
Yeah, Sarah, thanks for hosting this. Like I said earlier, this is not something I'm really accustomed to. Was definitely not expecting Andrew as a partner, so appreciate having Andrew on tonight, and I appreciate having all of you to just have this conversation with. I was a little quiet tonight. Once more, I just finished getting out of an 11-hour shift, so
that's also my fault, bro. I'm sorry.
I spent my entire day working, you know what I mean? So I was a little exhausted from that, but I still came on the panel and tried to do the best I could with, the amount of energy that I had left over. I will say as a whole, the concept of toxic masculinity sort of falls flat on its face when you consider behavior as a whole as being toxic, whether you are a man or woman or whatever you identify as, whatever the case might be. Us as human beings are inherently have bad traits to us. Men, because we're physically strong, sometimes we will resort to violence. As towards women, we'll resort to like reputation destruction. It's still bad, but it's not inherently to one sex. We all do the same thing, just in different ways. I don't got much else to say outside of that. Once again, Sarah, thanks for having me on. And yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, you're a great debate partner. I'm sorry I did take up, but maybe it was good I took up a lot of time because you're exhausted, right?
I'm all right. I'm okay.
All right.
It worked out well.
I was nervous too. I'm sorry. I was nervous, a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
Ryan, to you.
Sure. I guess just first out the gate, Neo, again, thanks for being here. I actually watched before this. I went on your channel. I watched like some of your content, and I thought it would be really interesting. I'm sorry we didn't get to go back and forth more, because I think that some of the stuff you've made like actually really identifies like a good distinction between like healthy masculinity, which I think you demonstrate often in the content that I watched of yours, and it was contrasted really well when you were critiquing like the way that red pill content sometimes manifested in like encourage men to behave in certain ways that I would identify as toxic, and I think we would agree they're engaging with them on behalf of like masculinity or manhood, and so just to put a pin in that and hammer down the point, what we've over and over pointed to is this combination of traits, this idea of a behavior that is toxic that is harmful in some way and is attached to one's perception of their masculinity, right? And that they're engaging in this toxic behavior because they think that that's what men are supposed to do, or they're not engaging in behavior because they think that's what men are not supposed to do. And I mean, Andrew has very, very impressively avoided talking about that in a way that is unmatched by anyone besides him. But I think anyone who's listening, it's very clear that those are things that we're pointing to. And if you look up the word toxic masculinity, and again, even Andrew's definitions that he provided, most of them were akin to that. And if you look into the research around this word, or this phrase rather, it's used in this context. And so it's not really our proprietary definition. It just seems to be the way that people are using it. We're abstracting out our understanding from it, because that's kind of how language works. Like, we have to have our own understanding of things to talk about them. But yeah, it's clear that what we're talking about a specific thing, and that there is research about this specific thing. And even Andrew said it exists if you define it this way. And yeah, if we describe this thing with this label, then those things, and you agree those things exist, it sounds like you agree that toxic masculinity does exist. You just don't want to call it that.
Thank you, Ryan, and Ghosty to you.
Okay, yeah, I think that was a pretty good summary by Ryan. And the reason we're talking about this is not to more disassociate like the sexes and stuff. Like, obviously all humans can act in a toxic way in various different ways, but this is something that people see, and it's, you know, it's not the norm, it's not most men, it's not the majority of men, but it is common. And I think lots of women and men have seen this from other men. And again, there is toxic femininity as well, which I would like to see as a greater conversation in society, because I think women get away with a lot of things that they shouldn't, and it should be attributed to a form of toxic femininity. But when we're talking about toxic masculinity, these are conceptions that come from, or it's often like manifested from old conceptions and notions of how men are supposed to behave or how men aren't supposed to behave, and they are manifested in harmful, negative, toxic ways that are hurting themselves, are hurting others. And I think it would help men overall if we helped identify these things and help teach them how to use their masculinity in the most positive ways, and showing them positive examples of masculinity, and having that define masculinity more so. So I'm not trying to demonize masculinity at all. I'm not saying masculinity is inherently toxic or bad. It's just when it is used, when people use this idea of being masculine in a negative way. But I think we've kind of said this out throughout the debate like many times. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in for this. We will go into open panel dumpster fire. And I just kind of wanted to add in my closing thought on this, because this was an interesting conversation nonetheless. But I actually wonder if, we're excusing bad behavior by adding a new definition to it. For instance, if we're going to use toxic masculinity and then in the form of maybe SA or slapping someone's ass or just being aggressive, we're excusing bad behavior by just saying, oh, it's toxic masculinity. And I think also it's kind of a fear mongering piece too, because if we're saying toxic masculinity or toxic femininity, then you're like negating an entire gender based on one behavior and applying that to everything. So I think we need to be mindful of how we're utilizing these terms and what we're doing to society by implying that an entire gender is one way or the other based on one singular behavior here or one there. So it was very interesting going back and forth, but I think overall we're not doing any good to society by creating, for instance, new definitions all the way out. We're going to get into some super chats. If you are a member, I did drop the link to a members only post for now, and I will drop it to the public here shortly. Let's start with, oops, pardon me. Click the wrong one. Just a big shout out to Jess Gerald with the 50 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly. John Mosman with the big 5 says Ryan would not know real masculinity if it hit him in the ass. I am sure Andrew will show this in spades. Salute, Sarah and panel. Thank you, John. And then also give it to Libs to think a guy.
No, wait a second.
What?
That chatter's wrong. I could walk over to Ryan's girlfriend and grab her ass, and he would use harsh language, bro. So, and
So
you know how I would
just to
feel
be-
about harsh language.
if we're going to talk about, if you're going to throw shots like that, to be clear, when I said I don't know how I would react, it's because I'm acknowledging that there's a lot of different contexts where things can either need to be escalated or can be handled with words. And
how
so
would you handle it, Ryan?
know exactly
Would
what
you
is
punch
going
him in
on.
the face?
And I might have to, yeah, in some cases.
Oh, sounds like toxic masculinity.
Everybody's fucking
you know.
toxic tonight. You're all toxic. Okay. John coming in with another big 5. Give it to the libs to think a guy who likes his privacy and enforces his property rights is toxic. Laughing my ass off. Oops, I just hit a button. Oh my God, stop it. Stop scrolling. Okay. Josh says, based Andrew, no more truth inside 2 + 2 equaling 4. And you guys are welcome to chime in on anything. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep rolling. Vordum with the Big 10 says, somebody tell Radical Coder that Shrek was the first MAGA supporter. The whole point of the first movie is Shrek trying to deport all those illegal fairy tale creatures from invading his land.
And he did that by getting their land back by defeating the fascist who was taking their land from them, by the way.
Boom.
Yeah, but that wasn't what he actually cared about. He wouldn't have cared how they got their land back. He just wanted his land.
That's true. And ultimately it led to him finding community and comfort in his own skin and love even.
And DL with the Big 10. That Ryan guy, second from the left, is a great example of toxic beta-nality. I can't even say it. Beta-nality. Why does he keep twitching? Is he suffering from toxic effeminate?
I'm actually arguably less twitchy when I'm on Adderall.
Powder Dusty with a Big 10 says, raccoons are sadistic little demon bears. R.I.P. my chickens. Your deaths were not fast or easy.
Yeah, how they take them out is horrible. They pop their heads off and drink their blood.
Jeremiah with the Big 10. Ghosty, if a war vet freely chooses to separate from society because he knows that he can't safely fit in, why is that unhealthy? How is that warfare influenced worldview any less valid than yours?
So it's not him choosing to separate from society that's unhealthy, but that is an unhealthy person. If they have to choose to separate from society because he knows he can't safely fit in, that's pretty much automatically like an unhealthy person, right? So I don't think that's like a good example to be using in this when we're talking about this.
Okay. Milk Cow coming with a Big 10 just to say thank you to Fatty. You probably told him I love you. Lumbago with the Big 5 is machismo. Is it machismo? Machismo?
I don't know what that is.
Is machismo toxic?
Machismo.
It's like macho man, like kind of thing, right?
Oh, I don't know who that is, so I don't know.
No, the question's asking if machismo is itself toxic masculinity.
Do you know
what machismo
be
is?
characteristic of it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, so machismo was like this was a thing basic. I think it was from the 90s, really. Maybe it started before that in the 80s, but the whole idea of like you remember the pro wrestlers who they had like the open robes and they would drink the beer and then crush the beer on their forehead, you know what I mean, and this type of thing, and that kind of shit. That was referred to as machismo.
Yeah, machismo is also like a Spanish word, and it primarily just defines like a hyperly like masculine man.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's not how it was used here, though.
Well, I think what there's, I mean, it's used, I think, in a lot of different ways, but the core that I've always understood it to be is it's a kind of particular flavor of what it is to be a man. It's a particular like archetype of manhood.
No. This was different. Like this was a meme. It was
no.
meme.
I'm talking about the way I understand the word
before there were
machismo.
memes.
Well, yeah, you can be super masculine and not toxic at all. Like you can be very masculine and not toxic. So
yeah, I wish we could have talked more about like all the things that we talked about, or like violence against like suppressing emotions and self-reliance.
We can
like,
still talk about those things.
Sure, we can, and maybe we will. But I'm just saying, like, all these things can manifest in healthy ways and unhealthy ways, which is why there's a distinction, right?
yeah.
All right, Grid with the Big 20. I often wake my wife up with a hot Dick Insider. She loves me for it. We do not have a problem with too much masculinity. We have a problem with fake masculinity. Thank you, Grid. Tim with the big 20. Toxic masculinity is simply what's against my preferences. Have Ryan describe toxic femininity.
Yeah, I mean, so I think similarly, it works conversely, I think might be the right way to put it. Like that if a woman is engaging in a behavior that's harmful for her or the people around her, and she's engaging in that behavior on behalf of a belief that that's what a woman is supposed to do, or not engaging in a behavior that would help her because she thinks that women aren't supposed to do that behavior, I would say that is an apt description of toxic femininity.
Okay. Gesturon with the big 10. I want to hear what the obnoxious ceiling fan has to say about all of this.
That is obnoxious, Brian.
It's sore on the eyes.
It's because of the shadow. Like, that'll give people a
Yeah.
headache watching that. You should turn that thing off.
Jim Bob with the big 10. Ryan embodies toxic emasculinity. AC with a big 10. Now the debate topic is toxic masculinity because Netflix ethnicity swapped migrant crimes onto males. A cool story. Christopher says, so you're using toxic masculinity / femininity to perpetuate a worldview you dislike. What backwards tardness is this?
It's not
actually
perpetuating a
we're-
worldview. It's just describing or analyzing the reality that we currently live in.
And even like more specifically, we're analyzing a phrase that is used by scholars, whether you think those scholars are doing something like that you agree with or not. Like, we're identifying a phrase that is used in that research and
fuck do you mean
describing what they're
scholars?
referring to.
It originated.
yeah.
It originated with spiritualist hoodoo nonsense
Okay, I don't
in
care
the
about that.
80s.
I'm just saying, like, if I go on Google
what's
Scholar
a
and type in
scholar
toxic
to you?
masculinity,
What's a scholar to
If
you?
I go
Just
on
somebody
Google-
who has a degree?
Okay. I don't
Is a
care
scholar just
about,
someone who
like,
has a degree?
whatever the root of it was. But if you go on Google Scholar and you search toxic masculinity, papers are written about this, and most of the time this seems to be what they're referring to.
What makes them a scholar, though?
I mean, you ask
they're, like, an
like
expert
Google
on
Scholar
it?
what they're
Is
called.
that it? They just have a degree in the shit? Like, if you have a degree in feminist,
published
yeah,
works
if you
in
have a
respected
degree in
journal.
feminist studies and you publish work on what you think toxic masculinity is, you're a scholar?
Peer-reviewed journals.
Yeah, so what? Almost everything's peer reviewed. That doesn't mean shit.
Not to the same degree.
Yes. Yeah, what are you talking about? What are you
It's an
in
intensive peer review
sociology?
process,
In
right?
sociology, you think that
Yes,
peer review is
sociology.
hard? You think that peer review is hard in sociology?
Yeah, unless you've like extracted your understanding of sociological science like just based on like James Lindsay's analysis or something.
Well, I don't think sociology or psychology is particularly scientific at all.
I mean, that's your
Someone,
problem.
but someone
think
can
that
still be
you-
an expert on these ideas, right? They can be like very well studied, get like a bunch of data and research and write about these things and be like an expert.
Is
on
that what a
topics.
scholar is? Well, I'm just asking what you consider a scholar to be.
I would also say that everything that we've talked about, all the data that people write about this could be wrong. All the papers could be like completely stupid. But if they're like, all I'm saying is that I'm identifying the things they're writing about, even if like that's it. So
Yeah, so an argument now you're just appealing to authority, right?
that's not what the appeal to authority fallacy is.
Yeah, it is. I don't agree with the authority. That's exactly what it is.
Well, appeal to authority is when you wrongfully appeal to an authority. Honestly,
and I just told you I don't consider it an authority. Why should I consider that an authority, Ryan? Except
So
you want me
someone who's
to.
like an authority in a different field, if you appeal to them because they're like a professional, then
We
that
have
might
to
be
agree on the
a
authority, Ryan. We have to agree on the authority. You understand? Otherwise, you're just
And you don't
making
think
an
there's
appeal to
a
authority.
sociological authority, so like it's meaningless to keep going down the rabbit hole there.
All right. Tim says toxic feminism tries to denigrate men and exalt women. Why is that better? How is it different from what you two tards are railing against? Not one step back.
No one said it was better. Like,
Kane says Ryan existing proves masculinity can be separated from men. Tim says Ryan thinks he's smart. Ryan, what is a man?
Good question.
Fuck, I don't
Anybody
know.
who identifies as having the traits that the society considers to be masculine.
Well, actually, Brian would say like anybody who anybody who thinks inside of of society who thinks that they have masculine traits, any of them, they can identify
Are you
as
done?
being a man, and they'll be a
Jesus
man.
Christ.
I think it's good.
How do you think I
think
feel on the other end of this talking to Ryan?
It's a fine
Just
answer.
saying.
Good job, Andrew.
GR Gracie says the term toxic masculinity is intentionally vague. Its vagueness was noticeably weaponized during the Me Too movement to trap and demonize men.
It's true.
Nick says it's toxic for Ryan to say "daddy chill" to other men.
Daddy chill.
Naomi with the Big 10 says Sara, sending love to Sara. Hit the like. Yes, everybody hit the like, subscribe, do what you're supposed to do. Thank you, Naomi. Christopher Scott says then stop using the delineation of masculine/feminine if you want to see the breakdown of gender roles and positions.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Like,
they use it when it's
how could you
convenient.
even break down something without identifying it.
Because your ultimate goal is to not identify any of this. You want it to all go away. It seems like within your worldview, it would be better to use all gender neutral everything in order to break these things down, right?
But people don't currently do
Well,
that.
again, oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Again, I'm not trying to I like feeling masculine. I like being a man. I like fucking your mom. But
my mom's
what I want to
dead,
get rid of is the
dude.
imposition.
Dude, why would you say that? My mom's dead.
That's fine. I wasn't just talking to you. There's been
Oh my
plenty of other
God!
people
Why would
listening.
you say that to me, dude?
But
I'm just
sorry,
kidding. I'm just
okay?
kidding. She's alive and she's very healthy, Ryan. But I just want to make you feel like shit for a second.
I didn't feel like shit.
But
I don't know.
there is a
I
delineation.
saw that look of panic on your face
That's
for a second.
toxic
Ryan.
masculinity.
There is a delineation between
okay with that.
men and women are not completely the same, right? But there are differences, and I think it's fine to have those differences. It's again, the roles and the way we super box these things is kind of what we're talking about. So
Yeah, or the imposition, as I described it. Yeah.
And Crafty Hurgok says, Andrew Trump voice, this kind of masculinity is the best some might call it toxic masculinity. I call it a tariff on men's emotions. Some people say it's emotional hostage taking. All right. And is everybody sticking around for open panel?
Yep.
All right. Well, I've got a full house backstage.
Oh wait, sorry,
already.
I was muted. I told you I'm gonna head out. I told you this earlier though, so I'm not just dipping for the sake of it.
No problem. All right. Tell everybody goodbye, Neo.
Yeah, Ghosty, Ryan, good to be. Andrew, nice meeting you, man, officially. I never thought I'd be on a panel with you, but it did happen. And Sarah, thanks again.
Pleasure's all mine.
Yeah, totally, man. And Sarah, thanks for hosting us, and I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks,
care,
Neo. I
Thanks, Neo.
appreciate you coming. All right. Well, everybody saddle up. We'll go into open panel dumpster fire. And I will get to the rest of the super chats a little bit later. I just, for sake of time, we started late. I want to get rolling. All right. Here we go. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are here on open panel. Rules of this: if I start talking, you shut the fuck up. Please don't interrupt. I don't care if you call each other names. Just don't talk over one another. Outside of that, the floor is open.
So who wants to hear the clinical perspective on this? Because there is a point that Andrew has, and I'll address that. But there's also the critical ways that we actually study this. So when we say toxic masculinity, Sarah had a very good point. We don't want to give let us to use bad behavior. So softening the definition at all is not good. We relate it to the idea of a toxic relationship that it's used in the same context. Now the APA describes.
Oh my God, your TED Talk sucks.
Yeah, it's 1 minute time
Let
out.
me wrap it
by
up.
the way.
I'm landing my
Okay.
plane
I
with
wanna
this
get
sentence.
one
I'm
word in.
landing
Shut
my
the
plane
fuck
right
up.
now. I'm landing my plane right now. So the APA describes toxic masculinity actually as gender role conflict. It is the most widely studied form of
The APA is incredibly woke.
of unhealthy masculine.
There's no way his real voice is this annoying, right?
I thought she was finishing, but
It is the most widely studied form of unhealthy masculine attitudes.
Right. So Ghosty,
sounds a
give me
lot
an
like what we talked
example of
about, yeah.
toxic femininity.
Toxic femininity is like using your hold on, let me think of like an example.
Take your time.
Play like using your attractiveness to get things from guys or play guys that you don't actually have an interest in, like using guys.
You see
something
how
like that.
goofy this is, like toxic femininity, like we're
Yeah.
struggling to get like toxic femininity, but we automatically are supposed to know what toxic masculinity is.
But
like,
if we already have
any other
this-
guys,
you
one sec,
think-
if we put this on any other guys, like toxic homosexuality, like that, that's all of a sudden homophobic. If we do about women, that's slut shaming. That's
Do you
all
think
shit.
learned
Like,
helplessness
guys
could
is
count?
perfectly fine.
What
This
about
is why
learned
this whole
helplessness?
Guys is just compute bollocks, because like a lot of these people like are just like basically they just want to spread hate. They're the
But
actual
you can't
hateful
learn
ones, you know what I
helplessness
mean?
as a
'Cause it's
toxic
like when it
form of
comes to
femininity.
behaviors about men, we can critique that, we can call out all sorts of different things. We had the whole Me Too movement where it's believe all women, all this kind of bullshit. But then when it comes to like other groups, oh no, like you can't do that. That's hateful.
Would you
So
call
I
learned
just wanna try to
helplessness a
engage with
toxic
the-
form of femininity? Learned helplessness, is that toxic femininity to you?
Well, before you,
think it's a
why
good example,
not
first of
let
all.
Brian answer the question real quick?
yeah, I was going to engage with the comment he made about like toxic homosexuality, and I think if you apply the same formula like to what we're describing, then what you could say is like if there's an expectation that a gay man or a gay woman is supposed to behave in a very specific way, and they are behaving in that way or not behaving in a way that or if they're behaving that way because they view themselves as necessarily doing that just because like that's what gay people do. I'm gay, so I'm supposed to do that. Then I
So
think that
glitter
could
and
also
shit.
manifest toxic homosexuality in the same way that we're identifying the
Those
toxic
societal
masculinity or
expectations are
Can
toxic.
animal wait?
Is
Can
that what
And
you're
then when you
fall into
don't,
this?
they hate
Can
you.
animals, like if a dog is doing something because it thinks that that's the expectation of the pack to be more masculine, is that toxic masculinity in that dog?
We don't apply these kind of terms to dogs, just like we don't call a female dog a woman or a girl. Well, we call them girl, but not woman, right? You wouldn't
Yeah,
say it's a
well,
woman.
actually, no, we have different names, right? We say bitch, that means fully grown dog, but we're still.
That's evading my point. My point
Yeah.
is you're not. We
Yeah,
don't
but the semantics are pointing
anthropomorphize-
to the same
We
thing.
don't anthropomorphize animals that way.
Yeah, but we're not
I wanna-
anthropomorphizing. We're just looking at nature.
like
We're
So
just
I
looking
wanna-
at nature, right?
Morals,
the nature
morals
thing.
don't apply to animals, so this just doesn't like compute with
Yeah,
humans and
well, it
animals.
computes fine. I'm just talking. You agree animals have a nature, and we are animals.
Yeah, we're also humans, right? So
Yeah, I'm not disputing
Hmm.
that, but you agree that animals have a nature.
We're capable of metacognition, right?
That's great.
They're
Can you
not.
answer my question? Do animals have a nature?
yeah.
Okay, great. So
Does this
they
have a
have.
relevance?
Yeah, this does have relevance. So I also believe that men and women also both have a nature also, which is determined by physiology, capacity, all sorts of different things, just like a dog, right? So you
But no,
apply
that is
to-
irrelevant because just because they both have a nature doesn't mean one has the ability. They both have the ability to use metacognition,
I
which
was
is what is
literally
required.
just going to say the distinction between the two is a
Uh-huh.
higher form of thinking, but you didn't let me finish. You cut in.
Then why did
Very
you ask her that
toxically
question?
masculine.
Well,
because you gotta let me tie it together there.
Pardon
though.
me,
You only
Mel.
reduced
You
it
don't
to
have the
Blovier.
opportunity to finish. Kate to keep on track and just sent in 10 to kick you off for
Damn,
10
man.
minutes. So you are
Damn.
out.
Again.
Yeah, but
Well,
Andrew, they
10th man made a good point about when I brought up the toxic homosexuality thing, where he said that if you don't do that, then you're rejected by them. And I would say a similar thing happens with toxic masculinity.
Yeah,
like
but
men
Ryan, you
might
just
like a
destroyed your
lot
own
of men
point.
who have an idea of what
No.
men are supposed to do. They might
Not
reject
true.
you for not engaging.
Not
with them.
true.
No, Ryan, you just destroyed your own point, and I'll explain why. Because you just said that like having
Okay.
societal expectations Like if someone should do something because they think that's what gay people should do, that's toxic. We can just flip that back on itself and reverse play the
Not what I said.
Uno reverse
Can
card.
you
saying
steel man what I'm
you
saying?
have
Because
a
that's
certain
not a characterization
expectation
of
on
what I'm saying.
men.
Let him
You would-
finish.
The expectation that men shouldn't be toxic is a toxic belief by your own logic.
Ryan, would it be safe to say that you're saying that certain types of gatekeeping is toxic?
What I'm saying is that certain kinds of gatekeeping could encourage toxic behavior, but it doesn't necessarily make the gatekeeping toxic, or you can't only. Or I'm sorry, I'm not saying you're only gatekeeping toxic behaviors or lack thereof. I'm just saying that you could create incentives for people to behave toxically by gatekeeping in certain ways.
Don't you think most women prefer men with more toxic masculine traits? Like, let's be real.
Sure.
Women
Well, I
prefer
think
it. Men who display these traits typically are in better mental health than men who are concerned with, witch hunting.
The opposite of that one's actually true.
Maybe up
Really?
to a certain age.
You
of
think
women.
that weak, emotional, childish dudes are more emotionally stable than?
I think there's more depression and anxiety in men who have these traditional masculine roles that they expect to live up to, and they are finding themselves not living up to them, right?
Okay, well, that's the issue. They're not living up to them, so they're failing at being masculine. That would make
exactly. You're saying it's good that they feel. You're saying they should.
I'm
feel
saying
like
that not all of us fail at it, and if you don't fail at it, if you succeed at it, succeeding at things is good and actually improves your mental health and self-esteem and all those things.
You can have success in
There's
other ways, right? That
Can I ask Andrew a quick question?
Because some people wouldn't consider completely, totally masculine or something like that, and you can still have a successful, happy life.
Yeah, but a man can be dominating, and it can be totally attractive to the majority of women. But
that's not always true, though.
By definition,
that's the majority of relationships.
If you look at the toxic femininity, if you look at the toxic femininity definition, they usually talk about how being dominating is toxic, but yet it attracts women.
They love it.
Well, again, it's how you do it, right? So if you're
But
doing
it's vague. It becomes completely ambiguous because the term can mean, but then it also cannot mean. So it's almost like you get to choose whichever legalistic way you want to do it.
You have to be synced up with another person enough to be able to read their body language and know if she wants your hand around her throat or not. It shouldn't be ambiguous at all. It should be a pretty simple read.
This is why.
Can I ask Andrew a quick question?
Go ahead, 10th man. Go ahead, 10th man.
Hey, Andrew, 10th man. So I'm just going to go quick because I can't stand the bloviating. What's the thing Tim Pool called it? Gallop something galloping. Anyway.
Gish galloping.
Yeah, gish galloping. Yeah. So, why is it that I find that the people who have so-called toxic masculine traits, such as you and Dusty, and I don't know if anybody else up here, Sarah, maybe.
These guys' definition, I don't have any.
I'm just trying to set it up, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'll let you set it up.
Why do I find that people that have those type of traits have less of a problem with me being gay with the type of person that I am and the attitude that I have, and not catering to when they took over LGBTQ and made it a bunch of different letters and numbers and symbols on it, and then everything changed?
I don't know, because I definitely still have a problem with it.
Yeah, you and I'll talk about it someday. Yeah, but why are the toxic masculine people less toxic towards me than the gay people?
I have no idea. I mean, I would definitely have what you would consider toxic behavior towards that lifestyle for sure.
Yeah, but so do I. That's the problem, right? So
you have toxic behavior towards
towards gay people.
You do?
Sometimes depends on what the situation is. Yeah. I'm not your average Joe.
Are you like I don't want to take over the whole panel. Are you a pick-me gay?
Oh yeah, I'm a big time pick-me gay.
I thought I was just making that because it was funny.
I've been banned from 2 panels today already. People that I know for a while, for like months. 2 different panels banned me today.
10th man, it's because
the thing is like what this does is it takes normal human social engagement that's necessary. It's actually necessary for us to exist, we think of ideas like, even when we're talking about pain, men have pain, and then they're not going, or they're not
Makes
getting
me a believer.
enough checkups and this and that, even though, of course, these guys never mention that medical malpractice is one of the leading killers in the United States, right? And many men know this, and because they have friends and everybody else who doctors have killed, and so that could also be a good logical reason why they stay away from it, whereas women are more prone towards the rhetoric, from the state or from, institutions saying you should do this. That's the same thing with the vaccine, right? You saw that with the vaccine. They were far more.
I was injured. Yep.
Yeah, they're far more apt to move into that as well, right? And men are far less apt to move into that. They're like, wait a second, right? Medical malpractice is a massive killer. A lot of men know that. That could be a good reason why they do that. Nope, it's toxic masculinity. It's getting into the stereotype. And the thing is like, walk it off. Hang on, Ryan, hang on.
Yeah,
man.
if you're gonna say a different thing, that's frustrating.
I'm almost done.
No one asked you a question.
The same point. All I'm saying,
please let him finish.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that ultimately, when you look at how men process information and how they think about things, when you're talking about the social expectation, it's necessary. Men do need to actually walk shit off most of the time. Men do need to actually be able to manage pain most of the time. And men have good rational reasons why they don't go to the doctor often. It's a great place to pick up disease. It's a great place to get sick. And it's a great place to get killed by doctors. One of the number one leading killers. So
I'm going to answer my question for you so you understand why I was asking it. The reason is because toxically masculine men like yourselves and me, even though I may be 51% gay, we are the threat, right? So you and I in a bar talking about how I'm gay, I'm gross because I'm gay, you have to worry about what my response might be to that. They will rely on someone else to respond to it if they get out of line. So when the gay people get in a big group and are chanting for me to go away, they're not going to make me go away. They're going to call someone else to make me go away. They're going to try to do something, say that I did something, and get someone else to come and deal with me as the problem. That's
which
the
would
difference.
be
They're cowards. They're cowards.
So that would
is the
be
problem.
toxic. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying that would actually be a sign of toxic masculinity or femininity, because they don't want to deal with somebody in their worldview who's gay. They would have to basically have a reliance on some sort of force doctrine in order to remove you from whatever this situation was, and that would be toxic masculinity by their definition. That's what
But they'll use it for their own devices. That's what it says. They don't have a problem with it so long as it's there when they need it, right? See, I see through the restarted code, right? All the restarts that are around here, say all this stuff. I'm deep into this, right? I have to try to navigate the people who hate me, and then the other people who hate me, and both hate me for different reasons. The gay people hate me because I don't like what they do, and then the other people hate me because I'm gay. So
I hate your long flight times.
Yeah. So.
So I was just gonna say, to Andrew's point about like why many men don't go to the doctor's office. I mean, that those rationales, those can be reasonable choices. And in fact, if those are the things that are causing you to not go to a doctor, I wouldn't consider that toxic masculinity, because that has no relation to your identity as a man, your perspective of yourself as a man. And which, again,
yeah, I get it.
Thing that we keep,
but my argument to you is
apparently
that,
not, because you say that would be an example.
My argument to you, my argument to you is that all of the things in which you could easily say, no, this is because of social pressures which are pushing you towards this toxically masculine behavior of ignoring pain and this and that, can have great other forms of rationality, even subconscious ones. The person themselves may not even know why it is that they don't. Maybe they just key in and say it's because that's the social pressure, or they don't know on the spot, or things like this. You can't demonstrate it. That's the fucking problem with this whole thing. You definitionally make this a problem, but you make it impossible to demonstrate the problem other than by a person just telling you that's the problem. You don't actually fucking know. You can't demonstrate it. That's the issue over and over and over again. It's like you go, Andrew, yes, it is true that they could have tons of other rationales to do this, and that wouldn't be toxic masculinity. It would have to fit under this specific criteria. Okay, I grant that. But how do you know that that's the actual criteria? And you're like, well, I don't, other than if they tell me. And I'm like, but people lie all the time. They have different motivations for why they answer questions in different ways. You don't even know that's actually the reason that they're saying it. You know what I mean?
Well,
and
Yeah,
plus,
I can
we
live
have
with
to
that.
grant.
It
Plus, we have to
obscures
grant.
understanding.
Wouldn't it be
Yeah,
good
plus
to
we
talk
have
about
to
though?
grant.
Wouldn't it still be
We
good
are
to talk
talking about it.
Wouldn't it still be good to talk about though if like so I mean from my experience I have seen guys who have literally just stated this is why I'm doing this behavior is because I want to be a man, but also just to reach out to
And the guys don't
specifically
talk like that.
specifically
If you gotta talk, if you gotta say that you want to be a man, then you're not a man.
Guys don't talk like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit
to
fruity.
reach to specifically like younger guys who might be like noticing that they're doing things internally because they're trying to prove their manhood and then if we're talking about this they're realizing it's like
yeah,
right?
I understand what you're saying,
So
but it just ignores the social dynamics which people are actually involved in day to day, which are highly complex and not easily narrowed. And this is one of those examples when we're talking about this type of social interaction. First of all, men don't even talk this way. They're not like, you don't walk in and go, why are you doing that? And they're like, because I want to be a man. They don't fucking do that shit. They don't do that shit.
But they do need to prove themselves. I do think that men do need to prove
Yeah, but
themselves.
that's
to themselves
good.
as nothing.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
it
good
is
to have a
good.
performative,
Sorry,
like,
can I address that
mention
last
yourself.
before we? I just wanted to, because it talked about the tooth thing, and I wanted to touch on it really quickly. I don't.
James comes in and says, Ryan, instead of getting your tooth fixed with the money Andrew is sending, get some testosterone instead.
Yeah, that's tough.
Because first off, I don't expect to get any money from Andrew. But if people are donating to Andrew on behalf of me, I would encourage you instead to come check out my YouTube channel and argue with me about stuff or learn to code. I can teach you how to code.
Ryan,
I'm a fantastic teacher. Not just of coding, but also critical thinking and lots of.
Can you go to your Discord?
That's not what's happening.
Ryan, real quick, can you go to your Discord and look at the message I sent you earlier this afternoon before I even knew that any of this was going on?
Probably sent it to a Discord that I don't have access to anymore, unless it's my.
Is it Radical Coder? Is your Discord Radical Coder?
One that we're friends on is an old one, probably, because I haven't had access to it in a long time. But I'll message you.
Okay, well, anyway, I sent it over. So I was fucking with you, right? Because I just like to do that because it's, a form of toxic masculinity. But I wouldn't have collected money and then not sent. I'm just not that way. I'm a dick, but there's thresholds.
I thought it was a nice gesture
thresholds.
regardless.
There's thresholds.
I don't feel like
what I DM'd you was I just said, "What's the price for the tooth?" I figured it's probably around $600-700, something like that. But Ryan, if I send you that cash and you don't get that fucking tooth fixed immediately, ASAP, I'm gonna be really fucking mad, Ryan.
Honestly, I've got more pressing things to deal with right now, so I probably wouldn't.
You could get a grill.
Can you get like a gold tooth?
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
CB with the big 5 says Nature and Science both said they won't publish papers they deem to hurt their fifis. You cannot appeal to science here. And Wicked Wally says, "What's next? Is it gonna be unnatural for chicks living in fear or anticipation of magnetic hands finding their asses? It's natural and good for you."
Yeah, but you have to understand from their perspective, if you walk over and smack a woman on the ass who you're in a relationship with, they'll say that's not necessarily toxic masculinity unless you're smacking her on the ass because it makes you feel like more of a man. Then it becomes toxic masculinity.
And that matters.
Yeah, but the thing is, it eliminates the complexity. It eliminates the complexity of the social interaction, and that's why
that's what you're doing.
That's why it's case use. No. I'm saying the complexity of social interactions. That's why sociology is so hard to replicate the studies in and psychology, because social interactions are vastly complex. They're not very easy to pin down.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'm actually expanding it and saying, no, there's actually case use here where we could use words that are way better and way easier in the commons, and that we can attribute to these behaviors much easier. What you do is you just make things definitionally true. I'm happy to talk about it, but why do we have to talk about it in the prism of toxic masculinity? Why can't I talk about it in the prism of you're an asshole?
We can talk about assholes.
Exactly.
Just for
I think what he's saying
is
that the masculinity part detracts from the clarity of our understanding of what the issue is.
Correct.
It's just made to obfuscate, like old scientific racism. It's just made to go and be able to attack a group easily. That's what modern psychology is. It's just a tool to propagandize, to go and attack the people that elites disagree with that they paid the scholars to do.
Well, you want to
Right.
fight about
Just- I gave
psychology,
the
Brian?
example.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I just
But
wanted
that's
to
the
point
point.
out that
we can fight about psychology the entire night. I'm happy to do it.
Hey, I just wanted to point out that Ryan not going to the dentist right away is him demonstrating toxic masculinity.
It's a lot more pressing
I will
issues,
say,
mystery.
by the way, I mentioned this earlier, but I'm not like immune to like I also demonstrate toxic.
No, I was being
masculinity, like,
sarcastic.
myself.
You're just
I know
busy,
you're
like
joking.
the
I know-
other
I
men
understand.
who don't go seek health
That's
care
fine.
when they need
That's
it.
fine.
Ryan,
But
do you
there are
prove-
other things.
You
Is that
literally
privilege?
proved, no,
like-
but you proved
okay.
Andrew's point. You're
I
just
haven't
too
been to a
busy.
doctor in like 15 years.
You have
too
other
busy.
pressing matters.
Yeah.
You're too busy. Like other
Too
men
busy.
who
No, I'm
aren't
scared.
toxic, they're just fucking
Too busy.
That's fine. And I'm not calling men toxic. Even men who demonstrate toxic masculine traits, I'm not calling them toxic either.
No, I'm pretty toxic. I'll admit it.
Ghost
I'm
is
pretty
Ryan.
Call
fucking
yourself that,
toxic.
but I'm just saying I'm not saying that, right? Which is an important distinction for people who
No.
are listening.
See,
because
this
I've
is
been
all-
characterized that way by people like Andrew.
What's so funny here is like Mr. E. Mr. E is the kind of guy who will give the shirt off his back to a stranger who's in need. Literally, he will do it, right? At the same time, he'll say, "I'm not going to put up with any of your fucking bullshit, though." And then, then he's villainized. I understand what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to make this subgroup behavior. You're trying to categorize it definitionally as this, so that there'll be a concession that toxic masculinity exists. But we can use any insertion for this behavior. And I'm just saying that there's way more valuable words and way more valuable prisms we can look at it from than this really loaded idea of toxic masculinity. It's like, do men engage in bad behavior? Nobody's going to fucking dispute that. Do women? Nobody's going to dispute that either. But when you say toxic masculinity, it's fucking loaded, and you both know it's loaded.
But
And I wish you'd stop lying about that. I wish you'd stop lying about that.
And still acknowledge that, like, what I'm pointing to is something that is this phrase and how it's used in the real world, and you're agreeing the underlying things exist.
The phenomenon.
So I don't know.
Well, no,
I
think
We're
it's
agreeing on
worth-
phenomenon. We're agreeing on phenomenon. We're not agreeing on categorization of phenomenon.
But I think it is worth to break down where these toxic behaviors are stemming from. And
Well, first of all,
you're
there's
saying
not
it's,
a
you're
toxic
saying it's
question.
You're saying it's regressive,
You're
and it's not
you're
like
not
it's
investigating what the
progressive enough.
source
You're saying-
is if you label it beforehand.
Henry Jones Smith says, so is having a baby an example of toxic femininity since it causes them harm, but they are the only one who can birth a child?
It would only be under their definition if it was the case that she was having a baby because that was the societal expectation that she thought she had due to her feminine nature.
No.
And if she didn't want to otherwise, but she's like, I have to because that's what women do, but I really don't want to have kids. That would be toxic femininity. And it would
That's
be
exactly what I just said.
It's more,
No,
that
it's
is what he just said, but it'd be
That's
more
literally what
toxic
he
for
just
her
said.
to be
Her not
like,
wanting to do it, right?
for her to be like, this is an irritation to me. I think I'll kill it. That would be more toxic.
That's fine.
Or if she's doing
What?
it
But they'll
to
never agree
make
to that.
money or some shit like that. I don't
Actually,
know.
that's a really good point. Is it the case then that if there is a societal structure which is against the behavior of abortion and you want to have an abortion anyway because you think it's feminine, and like, I don't know, if you say my body, my choice, and that's a portion of what you consider femininity to be, isn't that toxic femininity definitionally?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Which it seems like it just.
That's what I'm saying.
If you say, well, look, actually, he made a great point here. Here's his point. Is it the case that if you say my body, my choice, I have there's social expectations, and you go and have an abortion because you think that that's the fucking best way for you to demonstrate your feminine virtues in solidarity with the rest of the people who believe you can have an abortion if you want? Is that toxic femininity?
If you're having an
Yeah, I would-
abortion just to be like, I'm a woman and this is my body, then
No, you have alternative reasons as well, like we all do for everything, including all the behavior you would consider toxically masculine. There's all sorts of reasons for it. That would just be one reason. One reason is I want to feel like more of a man. But maybe it's also, because it feels good. Or maybe it's also because of there's other reasons besides just this one reason. So she has a plethora of reasons. But one reason she has is that, man, it's my body, my choice,
empowerment
the most
component.
feminine thing I can do.
If that's
one
overriding what
reason-
she would prefer to do otherwise, yes,
Yeah.
that would be.
That's
like if she's
toxic
overriding her own,
femininity
like, she's like, if she's like, I actually want a child, but I want to stick it to society. Yeah, probably, yeah.
I think
In
it.
fact, yeah.
I think
How is this
it.
not-
The
how is
way
this not
the way
absurdly
the way the super chat was phrased was because it could still cause harm to your body to have the baby. So it would be toxic femininity in either direction, just with based on your definition that it causes harm,
Well,
right?
I mean,
And
having
in
a baby might cause harm.
I'm sorry.
A little harm.
Abortions
to your
cause
body.
harm
Literally
too.
causes harm.
I don't.
what if
I don't
what
think
if I
having a baby overall
view
is like harmful. So
what if I view
What?
having a baby is harmful, right? So then you're just like bringing it back to like it's the subjectivity of
Their
what is
choice.
harm.
Well,
Scraping
what
it
if they're
out of you also
breathing air is
frequently
They
is
perceive as
harmful.
harm.
Yeah, but by your definition, anyone who's trans is actually toxic.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
actually a good point.
how?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're being a stereotype
Because
of what
they're
think
acting because the
the gender
society
role is.
thinks that like that this is the way a man's supposed to act.
Self-mutilation to fit
Yeah,
with
they're
societal
actually
expectations.
But if they get to live a more fulfilling life that way, then they're not harming
Wait,
themselves.
wait,
It doesn't
so-
matter.
so you're-
It's still toxic.
Right?
So you're
By your
saying
definition,
Okay,
it's
so
toxic.
Well,
what
you
if
think it's
being toxic
'cause
to
you think
women
it's like
fulfills
immoral
me?
to be trans, but like
So
I don't care.
I
About
find
that,
it
so.
fulfilling to be toxic to women. How does that?
Bro, why are
They
you?
find it fulfilling too most of the time.
Why? Hang
interestingly
on.
enough.
Why are you guys? I don't understand. Why are you running away from this now? If you're trans,
I'm not.
right, you are trying to fulfill the societal expectation for what masculinity or femininity is, correct?
Mhm. Yeah.
Mhm.
If that leads to you cutting an appendage off, which easily is argued as self-harm, there's no possible way by your definition that would not be toxic femininity or masculinity. It's not even possible.
I think this is different
So
because
I don't
this
use the
is-
word harm that literal.
This is a mental health.
It's not that literal.
condition.
It's a mental health
Cutting your
So-
dick off, that's not literal harm.
There's different.
Damn.
Solutions to fixing like mental.
Oh,
health
wait, Ryan, because I think you made the argument last time about transgenderism, about like it had to do with the hate in Texas and how that's doing harm to them, that they can't be recognized as people because they had to check a certain
They
box
don't
or whatever.
exist
And you
anymore.
were, yeah, and you were.
Mhm. I remember that.
Hold on. You were saying that does harm to them. So like, harm is harm, and you're utilizing it in your for your example. Like, why is harm not being utilized in other directions too?
So what I'm saying with the Texas example is that there was a law that passed in the House in Texas and thankfully did not pass in the Senate. So it didn't pass, but this
Shoot,
law
narrowly
would
dodged
have-
that one.
It's unfortunate.
So this law would have changed it so that people who currently have documentation that affirms their gender would now be criminals overnight because this law passed, right? So it would be further restricting them and criminalizing them immediately, which I think it's bad to criminalize people for like unjustly, right? Like
You're not allowed to
it's
just
good reason to
arbitrarily
criminalize
decide what you
people.
put on your fucking government IDs. I can't decide
Well,
I'm not a
apparently right now
felon.
you can.
You
Apparently-
can't decide
apparently
you
the
have a
Senate
different
disagrees with you,
address.
dog. Apparently the Senate disagrees with you.
The point, Ryan, is you're saying that does harm to those people because they have to
by
check
arresting
one,
them.
because they have to check one box or the other, right? And in this instance, we're saying, well, they did harm to begin with by chopping their dicks off. So, like, which harm is more harmful?
I'm
Checking
saying-
a box because you were born
Not
with
talking about
one
checking a
thing or
box.
another, but you are.
No, I'm talking about some people who already have papers.
Hold on, Ryan.
Sarah,
They're forcing them to
They
check
already have these papers.
what you were born as. And you're saying that now there are consequences if you do outside of that. The harm is them enforcing the checking a certain box on your government identification, right? That is
They're
that
already
you
allowed to do that.
said that was a harm because you're forcing them to check a box that they don't want to check. But then, in fact, they're
I'm willing to
doing
make that
more
argument, but that's not what
harm.
my argument was.
That is such low-grade oppression.
I feel like I'm being
to-
misrepresented because the thing that I've always been focused on when it comes to the Texas bill is that people are currently allowed to have this documentation, and they do currently have this documentation. And if that law had passed, then they would instantly become criminals, and I think that's a bad thing because I don't see a good reason to criminalize them for having papers that you disagree with.
There is one thing I have to chime in on here really quickly, and Sara will have to back me on this. So Sara did host another debate tonight. It was very kind of her to do. I have 5K live viewers on my end. I think we're down a couple thousand as we went into open panel. But we do here at the Crucible pride ourselves on supporting those who support us. Get over there, send in those super chats. It's always very kind of you to do. And Sarah's never been anything but fair-handed to us and has allowed us to debate on her platform, set many of them up, and done the legwork. That's the hard part. So we're always happy to support those who support us. I just wanted to put that in as a kind of a call to action. So go ahead. I'm sorry if I didn't interject then, I may not have been able to.
That's okay. That's okay.
Sarah, do you understand the distinction between what you're saying, what you're asserting that my claim was, versus like what I was actually
your issue
describing?
is they didn't have a grace period,
They have right. They would. It's not like they just the law gets passed and you instantly are now outside of legal terms, right? There's always a grace period. Right. I think I think Andrew might have given an example prior to that about turning in weapons if they were deemed illegal, day one. You have a certain grace period in order to do so. So if they did that, it just says, hey, you have X amount of time to go and fix this documentation, or maybe the day of your driver's license expiration, or whatever the case may be. So what I'm saying is, the harm that you are implying is them having to change that checked box. That is the harm that you implied.
That's an additional harm. I would agree that is an additional harm.
It's an administrative inconvenience at worst.
Right. It's just not the harm that I was identifying when I talked about the bill initially.
How do you believe this shit, dude? Like,
that's a good fucking question.
What pathway?
Why did the Texas Senate agree with me? They must all be crazy like me.
Or they're paid.
Yeah, the thing is like
the trans billionaires like Elon.
Well, look, you engage in party politics like the rest of us do. That's the only way that politics right now in the nation can be done. But you individually, whether or not half the country agreed with you, wouldn't really matter. The rationality behind this is just absurd, dude. Like, why do you believe this shit? It's silly. It's fucking. Well, when you're talking about your perception of harm is like, we've erased your identity because you have to check a different fucking box. And it's like, no, you haven't erased anybody's identity. That's a complete fact. And it's fucking bullshit. I've shown it to you 100 times. The people still exist. Nobody's ever saying, when you say trans people don't, you're erasing their identity. You're not erasing their identity. You're just making a statement to them. Look, I don't believe
legally changing their identity.
No. What you're doing is you're making an affirmation of truth. You're not saying those people don't exist.
Well, you're asserting your understanding of what gender is, refusing to
distinguish
different sex again because
so are they.
But I'm saying that there's more evidence backing their understanding that
there is
there's not.
Wait, so if
there's
a bunch
way
of
less evidence. Way less evidence.
If a bunch of feminists took over the country and started saying that we took gender away and you weren't allowed to identify as a man or a woman anymore, do you think like part of your identity would be taken away?
Gender doesn't.
No, hang on. Actually, I'll answer this, and I'll answer it in the same way. Me, Andrew Wilson, the man, would absolutely still exist. And all those feminists, after men were all done, summarily rounding them up and putting them in the fucking sex caves or whatever it is that we decided to do with them, ultimately, no, they have not erased my existence because they made a truth affirmation which was untrue. They have just set up the propensity for us to have some sort of backlash. But I have not been erased. Is Andrew Wilson erased? No. Is me being a man erased? No. Those are
what if
things.
You weren't allowed to identify as Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, that would not mean Andrew Wilson was erased.
I understand. Nobody's saying that trans people were being like someone.
Driver's license. Nobody in government needs to know if gender is what you say it is.
Genocide. That's what they call it.
Yeah, they do call it that.
They call it that. Stop lying to me.
Crazy.
Like Michael Knowles think they should be eliminated, but that's a whole different conversation. What people are pointing to is they're saying that laws are being made that would disallow them from expressing their gender.
It was disallowed before. Right? You do not get to arbitrarily decide the information on your driver's license, and
apparently
nobody gives a fuck. In Texas, apparently you do on one dimension,
and in many states.
But I'm pretty sure if I go in and give them
a
false
name,
black
on your driver's license, right?
Yeah, if I tell them that I'm a different name than I am when I get my next driver's license renewal, I'm going to be a criminal then. Does that mean I don't exist because I identify as Andrew Wilson now, but they're like, nah, you're Taylor?
Yeah, I would still exist, and my name would still exist. By the way, Ryan, there's so many nations where Christianity was wiped out of existence, including in communist Russia, where Christianity was wiped out, where you're not allowed to identify as that. Do you think that stopped those people from existing and from what they really were ever going away? No.
I think that was it was suppression of their identity, and it was immoral.
Yeah, perhaps in that particular case, I would even agree with you. But the point here is, like, in this affirmation, we're fighting over what is even true. What is even real? What is even true? Is it actually true that when I say the word woman, I mean the same thing as you? And you know the answer is no. Like, we both...
No, we don't. We're identifying different things.
Yeah, well, because when you say gender is a social construction, right? And you say all that matters... And you also cite this, and it's so bizarre. You're like, you don't know the difference between sex and gender. Of course I do. The idea of these gender characters.
You call it fashion, right?
Yeah, it's fashion. That there's nothing else you can attribute.
Every time I'm on a panel with Andrew, this devolves into some kind of trans debate.
He brought it up.
Quite honestly, I think every panel I've hosted ends up in the transgender debate topic every
always
single
from the conservatives.
I'm willing to segue it a little bit away from that to ask Ryan and Ghost a question. It's basically when it comes to the way people voted, especially in the last election, there's kind of a mandate against things like transgender tutoring stuff in libraries, and gender stuff, and then abortions and basically everybody kind of disagreed by the way that they voted. Can you see why a lot of us would be skeptical in the way that you guys submitted your argument today? Because it's basically things, it can be that, but it's also not that. And the way you define things is almost like it gives you a way to weasel out of the term when they try and hold you to account. When Andrew tried to hold you to certain terms, you would say, oh, well, it doesn't always mean that. Can you understand why a lot of people are going to be skeptical with your delivery?
Well,
Can you like walk us through an example of that?
Social dynamics are super complex. So
oh, geez.
There are
Thank you for using my argument.
There are things that Andrew described that I would deem not toxic masculinity. There are things we described that I would deem toxic masculinity. And me and Ryan were trying to get people to understand how something is determined to be a trait of toxic masculinity or not.
Yeah, but when you use things like toxic masculinity refers to a man having an outdated perspective of his place in society due to like a gender role. That would be a subjective assertion in the sense that you're saying the gender role is outdated. On whose authority? Who gets to determine that? You or the doctor with the degree?
She's going to say society.
Again, it depends like how you're treating I don't think all gender roles are totally outdated, and I don't think all people fitting into even old gender roles is necessarily toxic. But again, it's how you go about it. So you can use old ways that old gender roles were in a toxic way today and back then. So like an example would be just not allowing a woman to work you don't want her to work because you want to be the sole provider or something, even though she wants a job. If she wants a job,
something wrong with it?
Yeah, I think that there's something wrong with that.
I want to sit home and play video games all day. I don't want to take care of my kids.
But I gotta ask, Ghosty, when you say social, and this is great, I'm glad you finally said this. You reaffirm my argument. You say that social dynamics are extremely complex, and social interactions are extremely complex. You agree with me that people oftentimes have way more than one motivation for a thing that they do?
Yeah.
Almost always, in fact.
Maybe.
Almost always. So let's give an example. An example is, do you agree with me in general that women are attracted to men who are taller than them?
Yes.
Do you also agree that it's a social status symbol for women to date men who are taller than them?
I guess so in some people's minds.
So if a woman were to take so by your definition, a woman would take into consideration that her social status could increase, thus her motivation for dating a man taller than her based around the social expectation of femininity. That would be toxic femininity. However, she could also have the motivation that she's also attracted to him. Which one takes precedent?
Who is typing? Please stop typing.
It comes into play if like she doesn't actually want to date this guy and she's just like carrying him around for social status.
She wants to date him, but she has two different reasons.
So then she's not using it in a toxic way. So
well, but it is still toxic though, because by your definition, she's dating him based around the social roles.
It's kind of just a bonus at that point. Feminine, like if she actually loves him.
Hang on. A feminine expectation, right? Because of her social status, based on gender norms, right? That's why she's doing it. But also she's doing it because she's attracted to him. Which one takes precedent and why?
Again, if she has the right reasons in mind for why she's dating him, that takes precedent. And then, you know, it's like, oh, and as a bonus, like I love him and I'm attracted to him.
Based around,
and as a bonus, I guess I get some social
status. Both are based around social status and attractiveness. Why does attractiveness take the precedent?
It's like a bonus.
Why does the
intention
bonus though instead of the other thing being the toxic?
Because intentions matter.
Plot twist: she's a gold digger because tall guys earn more on average.
Wait. Yes, but the intention is to uphold the feminine standard, right? That's one intention, and the other intention also is that she's attracted. It's a multifaceted intention. Why does the attractive nature?
Her willingness to date, like if she's dating him just because of that, and she's like, otherwise I wouldn't date this guy, but he's tall and I need that social status, and then that sounds more like toxic, like what we're trying to identify. But
okay, I agree. Hang on, I agree.
She loves him.
Definitionally, I agree with you. That would be toxic femininity. She's dating him for that reason, and by your definition, that would be toxic femininity. Sure, I can always agree to your definition of the thing you define, but anyway, that would be toxic femininity by your definition. But also, she's dating him because she's attractive. Why is it that the attraction now takes the center point and not the toxic feminine portion, which is dating for social status? Why?
It's her will, right?
Because she has a good intent, and I would say the other thing just comes
and
secondary.
A bad intent.
The other thing comes secondary.
Well, why does that one thing take a secondary?
Because if you intentionally do like somebody and are attracted to them, you can't then just be like, oh, well, I'm only dating him because he's taller and that gives me social status.
So it's multifaceted.
So therefore you do have good intentions.
Yeah, so can you name a single event where a man does a single thing that's not multifaceted that way?
I'm not saying that things that are toxically masculine are necessarily like only isolated to that, but if the thing that's pushing
they're not only isolated to that. Wait, there's multiple reasons they could be doing the thing and likely are.
I'm telling you about deciding factors, right? Like if you're like weighing the pros and cons, and then like finally it comes down to it, it's like, well, you know, at the end of the day, like I'm a man. Like I mean, no one goes through this so hyper like this kind of rationality. I don't think
that would be self-destructive.
I think everybody goes through this rationality.
I'm saying sorry,
this is the difference between being a good or a bad person here.
But what?
This is the difference between being a good or a bad person, a good or a toxic person.
That's fine.
Yeah, but sometimes the societal expectations that you have that are placed on yourself could force you to do things that are more virtuous. Could they not? That you would describe to be toxic.
Yeah.
Like what? Like what? You know.
Like I said before, I might be lazy and I might have other proclivities. I might have other reasonable things that I want to do. However, because as a man, I should take care of my kids. Therefore, a man should take care of his kids. Therefore, I will do said thing.
Am I
being toxic? Am I embracing toxic masculinity?
What is toxic about anything that you just said?
Because
that's a bad example. I understand what you're saying.
No, here's how it is. Because I might be harming myself in order to fulfill that role that society has placed on me. Like working myself to the knuckles, to the bone, or ignoring my, like let's just say I have a bad back, but because I need to take care of my kids and I don't want to be a deadbeat dad, I take care of them before I finance my bills, my medical bills.
So your intent is to take care of your kids. It's not
my intent is
not
because
to work through the pain because you need to be a man.
What if my intent is because a man should do this thing?
He doesn't give a fuck about the kids. He's just trying to live up to the socialist
A
standard.
man takes care of his kids. That's what a man does.
If you're only taking care of your kids.
I'm going to interrupt. $100 super chat came in from Ben saying we want to
Goddamn.
hear from Chris. Now, stand by for a second, Chris. Evan Lord, I think you wanted to go ahead and make your exit.
All right.
Test.
Just to give my
Hey, is my mic working? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it is.
Shut up, Mr. E.
Fuck
All
you,
right.
Andrew.
Autistic ass.
Maybe if you use your manly
Flow
voice,
State,
Mr. E
never
will
talk
actually
shit
hear
to
you.
Mr. E. Fucking Flow State, worthless.
I'll talk
fuck.
shit to Mr. E all the
Mr. E,
time.
a fucking savage. You see,
Mr. E still owes me a jacket.
Oh, that's
well, Mr.
right.
Mr. E, do you owe him a jacket?
Mr. E came on panel, Andrew.
Mr. E,
and
hang on, he did.
you were in the chat, and Mr.
Oh.
E was
Wait,
shit-faced drunk.
I'm
and
taking
handing out
that
jackets.
away. Flow State.
He was handing out.
You already
jackets.
tried, but this is between me and Mr. E.
Yeah, but I took it away.
Yeah, no, remember, I got to pay for it. I do remember that. I wasn't that drunk.
Nah, you don't.
All right, Ben.
Yes,
sorry.
You ain't getting
No, I don't.
shit.
There's
You're
societal
fucking
standards that
dipshit,
we
dude.
have
Shut
for
up.
men that they
Quit
pay for
whining.
things they say they will.
Yeah, I know, and I'm the boss, and it's my money, and I said no.
Don't be a grifter now.
You're in charge of Mr. E's manhood.
All right,
And
Evan
it is
Lord, go
interesting.
ahead and give your exit.
All right. I'd just say like sociology and some of the stuff like now, like they may claim that they're studying one thing, but it's all just trying to push an agenda because most of them have strong political opinions. Like look at the APA, look at like a lot of universities and the psychology departments. It's clearly they clearly have a bias, and you can tell with what they try to research. So with that in mind, I think that with something so nebulous as toxic masculinity, where that'd be hard to research even if it was objective or done by objective researchers, I don't think it's like worth considering in like a practical sense. You should just see it as like a political term. But anyway, thank you for having me and have a good night.
Take care, man.
Thanks, Evan Lord. Have a good one. And
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I wouldn't take his word for like which science to take seriously or not, you know.
Can I ask you? Well, okay, I'm sorry.
sorry, Ben paid $100 to hear from Chris. Chris, could you
This better be
please
good.
make your points? Yeah.
You had another, or can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Nice hat.
There was a separate super chat earlier that was $20 that asked me about my Maury show appearance.
Oh, okay.
To keep it short, 10 years ago to make some money, flew out with my ex who was 5'3" and 532 pounds.
Holy fuck.
And I'm 5'6", and I was 120 pounds at the time.
She didn't eat you as a snack on the way.
I remember that one.
The funny part was well, she was a former prison guard. It was
Dang.
amazing. Wow. But yeah,
Does
she
she
nearly killed Maury.
Wow.
Do you have
How
a
much?
link to that?
How much did they pay you?
$1,000. Which, of
Come on,
course,
it's
I thought it was 1,000 each.
Oh, you had to split it.
They basically split it.
Did you get with her for the show, or were you already with her?
No.
Did you pay
I
for
was
your
with her
flight
for the
and
kids.
shit? Did they pay
Oh,
for the
shout out
flight?
to you, man.
Oh, damn, that sucks.
I lived in Bentonville, Arkansas, and the easiest airport to fly out of is Little Rock for cheaper prices. They paid, I think, $2,000 for each ticket to get me to New York first thing.
How much did she weigh?
532 pounds.
Did you ever eat her big fat pussy?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh
Did you ever
my
eat her big
God.
fat pussy, bro?
Probably ate something.
Did you ever eat her big fat pussy, bro?
No.
Did you ever do it?
Andrew, stop it. Andrew, stop.
By the way.
No, but there's something better about that. I couldn't get on top of her, though.
Like
It was
mountain of
awesome.
water
Mountain
pad.
or what do you mean? Why not?
This is incredibly toxic.
So how would you do it?
Mr. E, you were thinking
The
the
only
same
way.
thing, weren't you?
Oh yeah, no. I was
Doggy
thinking the
style or
exact same
something?
thing.
Would you just kind of wait?
That's the only way you could.
That's
so what was
crazy.
what was like the topic then for you and your
DNA test.
Dang, that's.
Were
Well,
they your
hopefully
kids?
they're all yours. Hopefully.
No,
Damn.
before we even went on the show,
Ah.
we knew they weren't my kids. We intentionally lied to them and thought there was no way they would get it. Like actually let us on.
Oh.
And then they go, we don't even care. They flew us out within, I think, 2 days of talking to us.
So you like big fat chicks?
You wanted to do that on purpose?
No, Well, yes or no, I don't really prefer bigger women, even though that the kids ended up sewing the deal for me. But
kind of seems like you do, though.
Basically,
you're just down to fuck.
Yes. Now that I'm a degenerate.
All right. Joseph asks a question. Were the Japanese during the attack on Nanking just being masculine? So that's a good question. Wars and things of that nature, is that just toxic masculinity, or are we just actually protecting our people and society as a whole?
Do you have a link to that episode?
I think some people.
Jesus, Flo.
Some people who
you know
start
you want to
wars,
see
maybe.
it.
Not the whole episode, but I did. Actually, I sent Andrew, but I think it filtered out of your comments. I sent you a TikTok video that had somebody edited to make it look like I was actually doing a DNA test for a clearly black child. So, so everybody called me basically stupid.
Are you still in touch with her? Just think about it.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
I actually have a thought
my tongue
on the
so
war
hard
one.
right
I just wanted to say for the war thing. I mean, there are if like you're fighting on behalf of like a feeling of emasculation, and you're causing more people to die and more war to happen because of that, I think that would be a good example.
Yeah, I don't think soldiers are like generally like doing that because of toxic masculinity or anything. I would
Actually,
say
they would definitionally they would be.
More war
What do you think?
starters.
So here's the draft. Here's the draft in essence. The draft is a necessity of a nation to defend its borders quickly, especially due to surprise attack when you need to raise the militia very, very, very quickly. There's a form of social shaming which happens if you do not acquiesce to the draft and then go and fight on behalf of the nation. You are considered less of a man, and definitely it's going to do you harm to do it, but it is considered a duty. It would fit every fucking criteria of toxic masculinity that you guys have described.
I think the social shaming part is like the toxic masculinity part.
Okay, but not just social shaming, but the government imprisonment part. There's a government imprisonment part if you don't do it. And the government propaganda from the top down is expressing that this is a masculine trait, that you as a man have a moral and dutiful obligation. And yes, your masculinity is definitely beaten up by other men for not showing up to the draft when other men have to go. That would be toxic masculinity.
They're trying to brainwash people into giving their lives for their ulterior motives.
Yeah, like there's some.
That's what
that's the thing that's so funny.
So I guess I'm brainwashed, right?
When you're talking especially about this idea. What's up, Jason? How you doing anyway?
Good, Andrew. How you doing?
Yeah, good, man. When you're talking about this, though, Ghosty, you have to understand that it's very easy for you to make these kind of moral prescriptions against or for the draft. You're always the beneficiary of it. Never the person has to fight in it.
I don't think women benefit from men dying at war.
They benefit.
What the hell?
Anybody.
One at a time.
Are you serious?
Nobody benefits more.
Jason, you had some thoughts on this you wanted to add in.
Yeah, I just got a quick. So you guys were talking about the war. So when I was over in Afghanistan, we had a guy that ended up not going to fight. Literally chickened out because we kept on getting attacked every day. Guys were getting blown up with IEDs, and the guy just stopped, like refused to go on patrols. So doing what we do, some of us made threats that we were going to, that basically he wasn't going to come back from the war. And some of us, got involved with, basically beating the shit out of him because he was a coward. So in that scenario, he was a toxic. Who was toxic? Was it him because he's a coward and didn't fight? Or was it us because we, were fucking basically shaming him to death? Eventually he got court-martialed because he was a coward. So, but I mean, I get it. Who was toxic in that regard?
I to be honest, like I would probably have to hear like both sides of the story, but it sounds like he wasn't fulfilling his job, which is probably a bad thing, right? So I don't know, like if you guys, I don't know. I don't know if I would consider that like.
Isn't the
toxic
very
masculinity.
idea of a man being cowardly for not doing X thing toxic masculinity?
I'm not opposed to to that being like definitionally an example of it. I just think most of the time we're talking about things that have like lower day-to-day stakes. I mean, those like that's a pretty complex environment.
So once again, you're just choosing and picking when it applies. So
Yeah, because
I'm saying
example,
it apply. It's just.
But you're saying it's an extreme case. I just gave you an example. I literally gave you an example of how somebody would be compelled to not be a deadbeat dad because of societal expectations placed on him.
That is an extreme case. Somebody who only wants to take care of their kids because they don't actually care about their kids. They just want to be seen as a man. But it's not toxic in and of itself.
But the outcome would make him a better person because of it. Thus making it not toxic.
Everybody's better off regardless of how he feels about it.
Ghosty, this is actually that's bizarre. The story of Shrek is a story of isolation until forced to engage with other people, according to Ryan. And then he gets a sense of community when he's taken out of his comfort zone and all is made well. And it's like, so in this case, couldn't the motivation be that you're only fulfilling the duty based on some alternative principle, but it's actually really good for society when you do it? That would be his idea for virtue here, that his only motivation to take care of his kids at first was that, hey, there was a bunch of social shaming saying you had to do it, which would be toxic masculinity. But then he ended up, isn't it? If you're only doing it for the purpose of seeing more manly and more masculine, it
has to be a bad behavior, though. So taking care of your kids isn't a bad behavior.
Says who? You?
I think taking care of your kids is a good thing too.
So I just want to, hang on.
Your
definition has now changed. It's shifted. Earlier, your definition of toxic masculinity was anything which you engage in which is bad for you based on a perceived notion of masculinity or femininity which leads to said action. If you don't want to take care of your kids but are forced to take care of your kids, you can't argue that that's not bad for you, right?
Well, I said bad for you or others.
Yeah, so bad for you. So you can't argue that that's not bad for you, right?
But you have a responsibility to
your kids. You can't argue that that's not bad for you, right?
Taking care of your kids, I can't argue that that's
if
not
you
bad
don't
for
want
you.
to. If you don't want to take care of your kids.
No, I wouldn't make that argument that just because you don't want to take care of your kids means it's bad for you to do so.
Can you name anything that I don't want to do that you force me to do that's good for me?
Yeah, taking care of your kids.
Anything else? I should have said anything else.
Oh,
taking your kids to school.
Yeah, like going to what Ryan's example earlier, going to the doctor sometimes.
Should I be forced to go to the doctor?
No.
Why?
Because it's your body.
And so therefore it's bad for me. For you to force me to do a thing I don't want to do?
Well, it's just kind of I don't know if it's bad for you.
Wouldn't it be good for me, actually, if you forced me to go to the doctor?
It could be.
Yeah.
I mean, in some context.
So, what context would it be? What context would it be bad to force me to go to the doctor? Wouldn't it almost overwhelmingly be good for you to force me to go to the doctor?
I guess so, yeah. I'm not saying that it's good or bad to force somebody to go to the doctor. I'm just saying that they have the right to not go if they don't want to.
Okay, yeah. So then if it is the case then that forcing me to go to the doctor's bad, how come forcing me to take care of children good?
Because children need to be taken care of. It's a bigger
They don't have to be taken care of by me.
If you want to get rid of, if you don't want to raise them, you can put kids up for adoption. That's allowed.
Yeah, but if social shaming, in the form of toxic masculinity, leads to a man taking care of kids he ordinarily would not want to take care of, and this is based around the fact I don't want to do X, and it's bad for me because I don't want to do thing X, which Ghosty just agreed has to be the case, then it would be a form of toxic masculinity.
No, but it's not
toxic.
toxic.
But it could get good results. Why is it not toxic?
Because you just said it's good results. It's good to take care of kids. It's good.
The results, hang on, the results could be good, but they could also be bad. So are you just saying that if the results are bad, it's toxic masculinity?
In this specific example.
What about a scenario the guy does
hang on. In this specific example, so then which should we default to? if social shaming led to like 50% of men taking care of their kids and 50% of men not taking care of their kids, which should we default to?
Social shaming to get men to take care of their kids.
Why?
Because kids are a responsibility. They can't take care of themselves. They need people to take care of them.
Got it. So toxic masculinity can be very useful in this sense, even if it leads to bad.
Hang on. That toxic masculinity.
It has to be if at least 50% of the public, if at least 50% of the public has bad results with this, and you would still default to doing this anyway because you believe that there's some type of higher duty, then you are indeed saying that toxic masculinity can be very useful.
I just don't see the toxic part in any of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I don't see the inherently masculine, the inherently masculine part. Like I think taking care of your.
What is she talking about? 50% of people have bad results. 50% have good results. Yeah. If you have societal social shame, which leads to a 50-50.
I think I misunderstood your question. You're saying 50% of people who take care of their kids lead to bad results?
Okay, so let's try this again. Let's say that there was a bunch of toxic masculinity which led to social shaming based along men who don't want to take care of their kids having to take care of them. 50% of that led to bad results for the kids and 50% to good results for the kids. Are you only saying that what is toxic masculinity here is which results led to good results? Because the social shaming is still the same on both ends.
Which results?
Overall, it's a net positive, Ghosty. It's a net positive. If you're defining toxic masculinity the way you are and utilizing that social structure, social shaming, so on and so forth, it is still a net positive for society to utilize toxic masculinity as you define it in order to yield better results for society by forcing men to take care of their children. It's a negative result, of course, to, if they slap a girl's ass or are aggressive, so on and so forth. But the overall net positive is that children are being taken care of in society.
Yeah, but I would never label.
If you gain more than you're losing, then what's the problem in this case?
I would never label social shaming men to take care of their kids as toxic masculinity.
Just because you wouldn't label it doesn't mean it doesn't fit the definition.
It's not just about their. It's
the
not just about them being men.
part.
Hang on, guys. Can I real quick? It's not just about them being men. You want parents to take care of their kids. You would also shame women for not taking care of their kids. If I understood earlier, they're a parent.
Sure. If I understood earlier, the component that would make it masculine instead of just toxic, right? The masculine component came in with the individual's incentive.
Right.
Yeah,
that is
to be like a man, like take care. If you want to be a man, you should take care of
that
your
would be a
kids.
good behavior from a toxic, per definition, a toxic incentive standpoint.
Well,
there's no way around it.
But that's the thing. I don't think that's a toxic incentive, though.
Okay, so doing something just to be because you feel like that's how you be a man is no longer a problem.
If it's take care of your kids.
If it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that takes up the toxic part, right?
So that's the first step. Now,
okay,
it just opens it wide open, right?
That's your definition of what toxic masculinity.
Yeah, if it is the case, then so let me ask it a different way. 40. So let's say that it's 45 to 55. Through this toxic masculinity of social shaming, it is the case that 55% of kids have bad results, 45% have good results. Absent the toxic masculinity, hang on, stop. Absent the toxic masculinity. Shut up, Fred. Let me ask the question. Absent the toxic masculinity, let's say we had this experiment beforehand, and it was the case that it was 60% of parents that had bad results, right? So now we still have a problem here, which is what happens when we apply this, right? And 45% of kids have bad results versus 65% have bad results. 45%, 45% do not.
I think
35 if you're doing 65.
Sorry, bro. I think we would have to look at where are these bad results coming from.
Yeah, that's not my question.
No, but
would you enforce toxic masculinity?
Because you're not interested in fact.
Is there
the reality isn't the concern?
Like what is it that's leading to bad results? Is it the actual Like, is the shaming men to take care of their kids the actual cause?
It doesn't matter if it's the definition of toxic masculinity.
No, it doesn't, because if that's not the
does.
cause, then that's
They're
irrelevant.
only doing it, baked into the hypothetical, they're only doing it because it makes them feel more masculine, and that is the social aspect of it. It's baked into the hypothetical. So hypothetically, right, 65% of them have not good results, 45% of them do. Would you still enforce it?
Yeah, I would enforce men to take care of their kids because
so then toxic masculinity can be good
because it's not the cause.
That's a total checkmate.
If in some weird scenario where the social shaming of men to take care of their kids is the actual cause of the bad results, then I might change my mind. But I
Have you ever heard of the term
can't see a
deadbeat
scenario
dad?
where that's possible.
Have you ever heard of the term deadbeat dad? There's a reason why the term exists. So don't you think it has an effect on a man's psychological state where he would reconsider based on the shaming factors?
Okay.
Do you think the phrase "shitty parent" also has a negative effect and encourages people to not be shitty parents?
Yes, but I'm narrowing it down to this hypothetical or this scenario in the sense that the shaming tactic that women would use against men, it plays into what your definition is. You're saying it's good for that to happen.
Women are the purveyors of toxic masculinity. Is that what's?
And it's good in this case.
Yeah, but that's.
You guys are.
I actually do think it's a good.
There is one question. There's one question.
Standards are good for society and
let me get through a
Automatically
few.
toxic masculinity, like.
Tim says Jim Bob is going insane because of the 11th redefinition of toxic masculinity. I think that's actually a good point. I think we've kind of gone around. I don't think
I feel like we've kept the same definition the whole time up.
No. This was from earlier, but the whole concept behind toxic masculinity comes with like a lot of different definitions from different places, and I think that is probably a problem for why we're discussing. Matt says when Dick Insider was read out loud, the lib chick Ghosty smiled, just saying. A question to a panel. Trib1 says, can everyone on panel give their best shot at a definition for toxic masculinity? If you don't think you can define that, then define gender. Also, can gender expression evolve? Let's just do I would just want to do the top half and get what your definition of toxic masculinity is.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to define it based on the kind of how I've further understood it through that conversation, which it feels more clear to me now after arguing about it for hours, that like what we're identifying are harmful behaviors to oneself or others, people overriding their will on behalf of an attachment to their perceived the perceived nature of what a man should be, whether they're refusing to do certain behaviors or incentivized to do certain behaviors. If you identify what's something about that being bad and toxic, then that thing is that toxic thing, and we can argue about whether or not it's toxic in different contexts. But if we identify a toxic thing and that thing is happening on behalf of their masculinity, that is what we're identifying as.
Would you put that in Webster's dictionary, that entire paragraph you just gave?
What the fuck was that definition, man? Like, you're like a Delta Airlines pilot. You cannot land a fucking plane.
It's not our fault. You can't.
I think I landed the plane just fine, just because you don't understand.
All right, he did his. Let's go.
All right, go ahead, Ghosty.
All right, I'm gonna use my same definition, I guess. So, acting on toxic or unhealthy behaviors to prove or display masculinity, and alternatively, behaviors that are inherently masculine used in a toxic or unhealthy way. And I'm using toxic to describe something that is detrimental, damaging, or hurtful to oneself or others.
Okay, and Andrew?
So for me, I would just define toxic masculinity as being anything that the left disagrees with, which is a masculine trait, which is used in any type of proprietary definition of harm that they can possibly conceive of. That's how I would define it.
All right, Flo?
I think that toxic masculinity is a misnomer, and what it's really referring to is distinctly lack of masculine traits or behaviors that emerge from men who have underdeveloped mature masculine behaviors, right? So
Okay, and then I want to do a little switcheroo going on with the panel because we've got a lot of people up and a lot of people waiting them back. Chris, did you have anything else to add quickly outside of the Murray show to the panel?
I also felt like he didn't answer the question I asked you, Chris. Did you answer
if he ate pussy, you didn't answer it.
Well, Andrew, stop it.
500
Stop
pounds.
it.
When she was
Stop it.
500 pounds, did you do it, Chris? Did you do it? Did you
I
do
don't
it?
want to know.
Take a
Andrew,
snorkel.
stop it.
Corinth,
There's
now
too many
you
details
you gotta have the answer.
But
I don't want the answer to this.
You want the answer, Corinth. Go ahead.
Just do
Chris.
not answer him.
Answer,
Whatever
Chris.
you do.
You gotta answer it.
I was gonna actually answer well, no, I'm not gonna answer that question. But I was actually gonna ask for or answer the question of what
you know this.
I
Again.
define
Come on,
as
be toxic.
masculinity.
W's for Chris in chat for not answering the question.
W's for eating that ass.
Go ahead, Chris.
Damn it. But
It
anyway,
just triggered a flashback. I'll shut up.
yeah, it really did.
There you go, Trent.
Did you
But-
take a snorkel?
Was that toxic masculinity, Ghosty?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's
No,
lack
that
of
makes sense.
grab her by the pussy. Yeah, that's all locker
Oh,
room
grab her
talk
by
kinda
the pussy,
stuff.
yeah, for sure.
That is, yeah.
All right,
Entitlement.
Chris.
And also, he actually did that, right? Because he was charged with assaulting E. Jean Carroll in a dressing room where he actually grabbed her by the pussy, literally grabbed her by the pussy, and was proven in a court of law and legally liable for it. So.
We know, man, bad. Chris is telling us this thing.
Do you think
Chris-
you got a finger
Trump
in there,
man.
Ryan? Do you think you got a finger in there? Do you think you got a finger? Do you think you got two in there, Ryan? When
With
Trump
pinky.
did that?
Depends on how much. If he came around from the back, he
Yeah,
probably got
do
at
you,
least two.
do you think he did the bowling ball thing? Two in the pinker, one in the stinker, Ryan?
Yeah.
Do you think he
come
got it all?
Actually,
on.
assaulting her? I'm not
He
sure.
got it all when he went over and grabbed that bitch by the pussy, Ryan.
Did he
There
roll a
goes your
strike?
presidential shots.
Well, fuck no, that'll make me the
He's
president
All
for
right,
sure.
right now.
It
Yeah,
worked for
seriously.
Trump. All right,
Right.
Chris.
Engage with the toxic masculinity.
I think that the definition I have for toxic masculinity is masculine traits that are misunderstood by younger men. And that's my definition.
All right. Did anybody want to
reminded me of what
engage
Lucy
with
said.
that definition at all?
Yeah, I
give
just
an
wanted to
example?
add real quick, agreeing with Andrews. It's basically a list of icks from feminists that have like patch updates every year or every debate, and they have constant, never-ending qualifiers. That's the other thing I would add.
All right.
I just wanted to say
Just
that
call
like,
it bad.
I think
Just
Justin
call
and
it bad
Chris both
behavior. That's
identified
all it is.
a really core thing,
It's bad
which is that
human
like
behavior. That's all it is.
that's
All
cool.
right,
So
Chris.
we both
Hold
identified.
on. Chris, I'm going to put you in the back. I've got more people to bring up. You're welcome to hop out and back in. Okay.
I think that
and
they
then-
I
both
hope he joins
identified
my
the-
panel sometime. I have more questions for him.
Okay.
They both identified a thing I agree with, which is that the things that we're identifying as toxically masculine are generally not actually like masculine values. They're bastardizations of them.
No, it's just an ick.
Jason, did you have any more to add before I put you back again?
Yeah, I just wanted to say. So, Ryan, like, can women and men both do it? Be toxically masculine?
Well, technically, by our definition, not really, but like women can incentivize toxic masculinity or
What if they
weaponize it,
identify
like,
as a man, though?
Can a woman do the same thing that you would consider toxic masculinity from a man? Like essay somebody.
Well, wait, yeah, women can essay people. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so what is specific to men that makes it masculine? Women can do it all. They can do the same thing. It's more rare.
Women don't have an internal relation to their manhood, right?
I'm talking about it's just bad behavior, dude. It's not masculine. It's not
I know.
feminine. It's just
I'm
bad
telling you that
fucking
like
behavior.
but what we're identifying is like people doing things on behalf of like their perception of themselves as a man or a woman. So if a woman's doing something like if a trans man is like, acting in a certain way, in a toxic way, if a trans man's acting in a toxic way because they think that's how men are supposed to act, I think that would be toxic masculinity. And it doesn't matter about their biology.
And again, I said earlier, like, a guy who has gotten in a couple of fights throughout his life doesn't mean that's necessarily toxic masculinity. But if a guy who is getting in fights because he just needs to prove his manhood to people. Like, that is toxic masculinity. And the same with cheating. Guys can cheat and have it like it's a bad behavior.
So can women. They can fight too.
I'm
But
not saying they cannot.
Women said otherwise.
But to be fair,
actually, I would say this: as a bouncer for like 10 years, I would say 80% of the fights that I had to break up were caused by women or women fighting.
Women do bad things too.
Ghost, do you ever beat a bitch up?
No, I haven't.
I have.
I'm like 5'1".
I will say this. I think what you guys are dealing with is a categorical error, because toxic masculinity or feminine, it's not actual any of those things. It is actually an abnormal reaction, and there you can say there's a response to that or perception of that, Ryan, that they're misguiding, but that's not because it's masculinity or that it's a form of masculinity that's poisonous. It's because it's a wrong idea of how to act and behave. And so that's why I think we have to be careful with assuming that these things are connected when they're not.
Can I just say, I think I agree with you almost. I would say that what they're trying to assert is their perception of what masculinity is, and it's a flawed understanding of what like healthy masculinity is, of like healthy masculine traits that we all like support. Everyone here is okay with, but those people have they've internalized it in a harmful way, and they're engaging in it. But
that's not masculinity. It's not a form of masculinity being toxic. It's a misunderstanding of what masculinity is, and therefore to ascribe toxicity to it, therefore, is a categorical error.
It sounds like insecurity and fear to me, which is, if they're doing something just because they feel like they need to, or they're not enough, that's anxiety and fear. That's just not masculine at all.
All right. So I know what toxic. I know what it is. I know what it is now. I know what it is. So it's bad behavior, but if men do it, it's toxic masculinity. If females do it, it's toxic masculinity because men are making them do it.
Do you have ears? Do you even listen to anything anyone says?
Not what anybody said at all. Not even close.
It's just
so who'd you beat up, Sarah?
It's bad behavior. It's all it is.
Who'd you beat up?
This bitch named Jody.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jody. Jason, and finish your thought, and then I'm going to do a little switcheroo.
Yeah, that was it. I think it's just a stupid. There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. I mean, it's retarded.
It's a useless addition to just bad behavior.
It's all right. Andrew, nice seeing you. Guys, have a good night.
I'm so tired of you, Jason. I'm sick of you, Jason. Get the fuck out of here, Jason. He's such a scumbag.
I'm not convinced.
This guy. He's the worst fucking. He comes on here and all he does is try to refute toxic masculinity, and he gives these great examples.
Is this zesty masculinity?
Yeah, shut up.
Well, I'm toxic. That's why I gotta do
what kind of flow state, worthless fuck? Why can't I tell my friend goodbye in the most toxic way possible? That's not okay. That's not fucking okay with you.
On the panel.
You guys have your flirt thing or your zest.
Oh yeah, that's flirting.
Well, you're just jealous,
right? Yeah, totally jealous.
What do you mean? I flirt with Ryan all the time.
No, you're just
super,
just
kiss
off. Well, you're essentially all right. Well, you're essentially flirting with a female there. So
Well, what he's trying to do is he's trying to flirt with you, Jason. He's upset.
I know. I'm picking that up too.
Yeah, I'm picking it up.
All right. Well, good.
Bye,
Jason. It was good seeing you too, Jason.
That's all you had was good.
Guys.
That's all you had was good. Jason Cassell, I said you're flirting with him, and all you had for that flow state was good.
You're just mad because I took him from you.
Yeah.
Oh my God! All right, gay. Bye, Jason.
I don't think that's the dunk you thought it was, Flo.
All right, and then also I have to point this one out because it's freaking hilarious. Made by Jim Bob. He went to whatever podcast. Shout out to you, Jim Bob. Had to sit there so patiently listening to all these women say some weird ass shit, and now he's really in the mood to fight Ghosty. He's already been in the mood to fight since he had his debate with Eurodite.
Why isn't Jim Bob on the panel?
The link's pinned.
I'll fight
Get the fuck in here, Jim Bob.
Let me boot a couple out so we can make space. You'll have to hop back in line. That way.
Hey, what's up, Mosman? How you doing, man?
Hey, it's been a while, Andrew. It's good.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's good to see you too, man. Is that flirting flow state? That I said hello? Are you gonna inject yourself?
It depends on your motivations and why you said it was nice to see him.
Woman, bring me a shot.
If it's because you want to grab him by the pussy.
How much longer am I gonna have to deal with this fucker flow state? Woman, bring me a shot so I can get through this fucking panel.
I know, you poor thing. It's kind of been a weird panel.
Because Ryan's on it.
Dull entire. Well,
Yes, they're
you
free to
and
leave, right?
Ryan were on the last time, and it was a lit panel. Dull and Tired says if any domestic abuse situation where the woman is the abuser, is that toxic femininity or toxic masculinity?
Often it's toxic femininity because lots of times women think they can just hit men because they're a girl and it doesn't matter. But sometimes it's just toxic behavior, but lots of times it's toxic femininity.
So why can't we just call it toxic behavior and then, like Andrew said earlier, just take out the masculinity and femininity out of it?
Because we're trying to understand the root cause of these things.
And you're doing worse.
Well, that's not the root cause of it, though.
Yeah, because that's your claim.
A cause.
Whatever happened, he was
like
born
it's
this way.
immaturity. It's immaturity across the board.
If you're acting out in bad behaviors because you think it makes you appear more masculine, or you can do this because you're a female, then that is attributed to your gender. That's the root cause.
Yeah, I was born this way though. I was born a man.
Good for you.
How dare you go against Lady Gaga? She's like one of the greatest philosophers in modern day.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. He's got a point there. He's got a point there. If we're going to utilize the argument of like being gay or wanting to be like the transgender arguments of, well, I was born and I didn't believe that I'm in the right skin or whatever, then would this toxic masculinity, would they just be able to say, well, I was born a man, I was born this way, so fuck it,
I think that's the problem. I said that in my opening statement, is lots of people who do these toxic masculine things think it's like some primal animalistic, like I'm just a man, so boys will be boys, so I can do this. I think men are smarter than that. I think men have more self-control. And
hang on, will boys be boys?
Sure, but like when you're using
that,
I don't understand when you're using it as an excuse for bad behavior, I think that's stupid.
Like what?
Like toxic masculinity would be an excuse for bad behavior?
Like the type of bad behavior, I think, matters a lot there. If you're referring to like grape, that's way different than if you're talking about like TPing a house or some shit, right?
For sure.
But boys will be boys.
See, that's the redundant
if you're saying like
excuse, right?
if you're saying like, oh, you know, he cheats on his girlfriends all the time because boys will be boys. Like I just think that's stupid.
Okay, but that's not something a real man would talk about. They would say that would be...
no, it's not.
Would be degen behavior, right?
Well, hang on. Wait.
One at a time, please.
What's actually wrong with cheating on your girlfriend from your view, Ghosty?
It's a betrayal of a relationship.
Yeah, but fuck that bitch. I don't like her.
And fuck
I
you
cheat
too.
on her. Yeah, exactly. So all
then.
you're saying is that it's bad because you just don't like it, right?
It's a betrayal of trust. It's a betrayal of an agreement you have with somebody, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though.
You told me on a panel that you would arrest people for cheating before. So.
Well, sure. Do you know? Tell me what an internal critique is.
It's toxic. Fuck that shit. Don't do it.
What's an internal critique?
I don't know the word for word definition off the top of my fucking head.
Give me your proprietary definition. It's fine. I'll be very charitable.
Analyzing things within you.
No, it's analyzing it's analyzing your argument from your view. So when I analyze your argument from your view, if you say, but Andrew, what you believe is X, it's totally irrelevant. I'm analyzing your argument from your view. So the thing is like, this is not me saying you ought to cheat. It's from your perspective. What's actually wrong with cheating? You say, because it's a betrayal. Well, what if there was things inside of the relationship, like you said in the beginning of the relationship, I want a blowjob every fucking morning at exactly 8 a.m. And the chick agrees. And then one day she skips it. And so he goes and he fucks another chick. Was he justified?
No, I don't think so.
Why not? They had an agreement. He was betrayed.
They can discuss that, but that
but he was already betrayed.
That doesn't then justify.
And she already broke the contract, right?
And they can have a discussion about that.
Yeah, he doesn't have a discussion. Cheating. You broke the contract, null and void. He goes and he humps.
I also think entitlement to a sexual act is just bad.
Yeah, but she agreed to it.
She agreed.
She agreed, and
Yeah,
then
but she can withdraw that
she
agreement.
stopped. Yeah.
Right.
And
Withdrawing
then
an
he,
agreement is a big
so
deal.
when
if you're having sex with
she
somebody and then
withdraws
they
the
say
agreement,
stop,
she
you
can
have to
leave.
stop.
So hang on, this
Wait,
is really
can I try and
weird.
bridge it a little more, Andrew?
Hang on, Ghosty. I totally agree. She says one morning, "I don't want to give you a blowjob today at 8 a.m." She breaks the agreement that they had. Why is he now still beholden to her? Why?
Because that's what a committed relationship, a
It was
monogamous
committed based on the
relationship
fact that
is.
he got a blowjob every morning at 8 a.m.
And then he can break up with her.
Yeah, but
And then
he
go sleep
doesn't.
with somebody
He just
else.
wait. She already broke her contract. What's wrong with him? It's done. It's already done.
Null and void.
You're already broken up? Well, that
And that's
sound like
based
it.
on like even you could break that down to entity laws, right? If two businesses do a contract together and one business breaks the contract, then the rest of the contract is null and void.
She
Nobody
broke
else
her
is-
oath, Ghosty. Why would she make an agreement to blow him every morning at 8 a.m. and then break that? What's wrong?
Yeah, I don't
with
think
her?
you would apply contract law to like relationships in that way.
It's a
It
marriage.
seems
If
like-
it's a marriage, if
contract.
it,
Hey,
well,
it's not a
no,
contract.
even if
It
it's
is a contract. What are you
it
talking
You don't sign a
about?
marriage
No,
contract
it's
on-
not a
on the
contract. It's just an
condition that you
oath.
get blowjobs
It's
every
just
morning
an
at 8
oath. It's just a gentleman's agreement. Just like it's a
It's also just
gentleman's.
like a very absurd
hang
thing.
on.
Like,
Just
nobody's-
like
this
it's a
isn't like a real
gentleman's.
thing,
Just like
so.
it's a gentleman's agreement that you're not going to have sex with any other women except the woman you're with, as long as she's fulfilling her duties.
This has
So-
nothing to do with men cheating on women because they think that's just something they can do.
Yeah, that's
as a
nice.
man.
But anyway, so back
So
to
this
this.
is irrelevant.
I'm
Your
asking
whole,
about
this whole
something
thing
else.
is irrelevant. You're talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
this
asking
niche
about something
situation
else.
where a man cheats.
Yeah,
because-
I'm just testing your logic. That's how that works. If she breaks the contract, what's wrong with him going and banging some other chick? What's wrong with that?
One
If you
wrong
violate
action,
one boundary, sorry.
I guess two wrongs doesn't make it right, but also just saying no to
Why
a
is it
blowjob
wrong?
isn't even
There we go. This is the moral issue he's trying to get
What
at.
if he pays
You're in a
for it?
relationship-
So it's
hang on.
just transactional. It's like masturbating with a friend. It's not actually like cheating.
Oh
Okay, I
my
can answer-
god!
I can answer this.
Scar something with the Big Ten says here for the Crucible. Thank you for your hospitality, Sarah. Also, Chris, how was the Murray show? And we did go through that. Max J says for sandwiches and tomatoes. Thank you. Finkel with the Big Ten says who decides the gender of a hermaphrodite? I think.
Oh, no.
I think that
Actually,
goes-
that's really easy.
Can I real quick
That's simple
speak
to
to the-
determine.
Yeah.
Contract thing
Exceptions and
or the
privileges.
relationship thing.
Doctors usually
So
do, I think.
I think so as well. If two people are in a relationship and one person crosses a boundary of that relationship, in this case, that boundary was the expectation of getting blown every morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So if one person in that relationship crosses one of those boundaries, then that's an opportunity for those two people to discuss what to do about it and whether or
No,
not
no,
they're going
no.
to stay in a relationship. That's
Bro,
hang on. They can
changing the
discuss
hypothetical.
whether I understand. They are going to discuss if in a healthy relationship, they would discuss whether or not they're going to stay in that relationship. If he just goes off and cheats on her afterwards, then that's fine, but that's crossing her boundary. And so if she's still going to have, it's perfectly reasonable
Hey,
for her.
as long as
then
you
go,
said
"I
if he
don't
goes
wanna
and
be with
cheats
you
on her,
either."
that's fine. That's good enough for me, Ryan.
I do have
It's
a
all-
question.
it shouldn't be
How long
illegal.
have you been
Wait,
married,
what do you mean?
Andrew? And
Wait,
how long
here's
has Ryan
a,
been
can I ask you a
married?
question? Can I ask you a question here?
Uh-oh.
It's cruel.
Ryan, would it be equally wrong for him to go out and fuck her as it would be for her to not give him the blowjob in the morning?
Good question.
It's a good
I think that the going out and cheating thing sounds like it would be way worse. Yeah.
Why?
Than like one morning being like I just can't.
She left
I don't
it
want to suck your
untouched,
dick.
Yeah,
man.
Why?
Like, I don't
Why?
know. Like, I really appreciate getting my dick sucked. It's awesome and I love it. But I'm never gonna be like
Say
I'm
why,
gonna dump you
Brian,
when I
why?
did it right now. You know.
Why? Why?
It's just I think
Why?
it's irrational. And
Yeah,
childish.
What if I told you I
What's
am
hang
getting
on?
my
It's
dick sucked right
what's
now?
irrational
Why is
about
it
it?
more wrong, Ryan?
What?
Yeah, why? Why is it more wrong?
It just feels more wrong to me.
Yeah, it just feels
Oh,
like
there we
it's
go.
icky.
Not
It's
receiving
icky.
a
I don't want it to
blowjob,
be.
not getting a blowjob one morning doesn't like break up an entire.
Go see. We really like blowjobs.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
understand
you don't know
that.
you don't know what some of the men in Wall Street are under the pressure that they face. You know, leading the country. Like if you're
No,
Donald Trump,
we
you're
can
like
be
the
really
most
hang
specific
on.
here. We can be
Hang on,
really specific.
Hang on, this
here.
is fair.
We can be
Yeah,
re-
so
can be
Even
really
Bill
the
Clinton
agreement-
needs his dick sucked.
The agreement is I will be with you for always as long as you give me a blowjob every morning at 8 a.m. If you don't, then that's it. One morning she doesn't give him a blowjob at 8 a.m. He's totally justified in going and fucking cheating then, right?
Sure, if she
When you say
agreed to
justified-
something
Yeah, sure.
like that, if she agreed to something like that, where it's like, if I don't give you a blowjob at 8 a.m., you can leave me, then fine. Like, whatever.
Would you agree to something like that?
Well, if the agreement is to leave,
He was always allowed to leave, though.
yeah, Andrew, you said to leave. So
Yeah,
if the
not
agreement
cheat.
is
No,
to
they didn't
leave-
agree to leave. He just said, "This is my expectation. If you violate this expectation, that's it."
It's a boundary.
Right, right. But you had originally said, "I'll be with you forever if and only if."
Yeah.
8 a.m. blowjobs.
Sure, 8 a.m. blowjobs.
So you
So
would break up and not
essentially,
cheat.
I think you would break up.
Well,
in the
that's not cheating.
hypothetical.
They're not together anymore. She broke the contract, right?
Okay, so then it's
It's
not
not how-
cheating.
that's not
how it
so
works.
then so then it's irrelevant to your whole point, anyways.
How's it irrelevant?
I mean,
If she
that's
broke the
not
contract and they're
irrelevant.
automatically broken
No,
up,
no,
then
no.
it's
What
not
we were trying to
cheating.
figure out is why one is
Yeah,
more
so that
wrong
would
than
make
the
it so
other.
he's completely fine to then go sleep with the other
With
person
whoever he
because they're
wants.
already
Right.
broken up.
But it's
Right.
not necessarily cheating. I think
So
it was
then,
just the way
if you were
worded it.
married to a woman and you told her, Ghosty, that your expectation is sex on demand before the marriage, and she didn't give it to you on demand in the marriage, which you previously agreed to, then it's not actually cheating if he goes and fucks other chicks, is it, Ghosty?
No, I think that's still cheating. It's
I agree.
she broke a contract. That doesn't mean that he didn't cheat, right?
I
Yeah,
bet
they
if
both
he
differ.
just
It's really
started
not that hard
jerking
to
off,
understand.
I asked
it
for
would be awkward for her to
consistency.
sit
Is
there
it
and not
cheating?
help.
Great consistency in the logic.
Morgan says, "Great job, Sarah. Sorry, I'm poor. Here's a small coffee. Thank you. I love coffee, so that works." Draco says, "Ryan, skip the prostate appointment and get the tooth. Why the lisp? The damn lisp."
I had the list before.
Dark Mirror with the big 20 says, "Sarah, Mr. E, and Andrew, epic. Not one step back. Henry says,
Taking a moment
toxic
to do is
masculinity
been-
just sounds
that's
like a sexist term at this point. Why not just call a person toxic? Why add gender? Also,
Discuss,
shout
right?
out
Trying to
to
figure out
Andrew.
where
Shout
it
out
all
back, my
went
friend.
wrong.
I wonder too, like, is the whole concept of toxic masculinity, did that come in with the whole gender role?
No, it
Like
came
gender,
it came
sex?
from one book in the 1980s, and then there was a literal occult, and it's an actual occult, a men's pushing occult, which popularized it in psychology. It's a pop culture term. It's not a psychological term.
Okay.
Complete bullshit, as stated by my opponents tonight. This is not a psychological term. This is not a thing which can be identified by the DSM. The APA can only give vague references to it because it's not a condition. It's just an observed social behavior that they're trying to give an identifier to. I just think that the identifier is really fucking stupid and
Right.
makes no sense.
And I also
And that's fine.
think
You can
that
feel that way. But wait.
That's nice
Can
that
I
you
try and
feel
give a
that way.
reason
I
for you to
also-
think? Can I give a reason for you to think that this is an okay identifier? If you understand it through like a virtue ethics idea, you know virtue ethics, how the golden mean, you can take something too far, you can take it too little, but that golden mean is the virtue. That golden mean would be masculinity in this case, and toxic masculinity is only referencing that extreme portion when you take it farther than it should be. Would that make sense as to why it should be?
What is the mean? What is the mean for toxic?
Oh, the mean isn't the toxic part. The mean is the masculinity.
So what does toxic mean here?
That's meaning the extreme part, when you take that masculinity too far and you're going too far beyond that virtue.
So why couldn't we just say that this is a violation of a virtue? Why does it have to be attributed to sex if both sexes can be guilty of the same crime?
Oh, you can say that. You can say both of these things. It's not something wrong to say that this is a violation of a virtue, but you can also say that's the violation of the virtue of masculinity.
But, okay, well then here's my refutation to this. Let me ask you this. If it were the case that if I said this is a violation of a virtue, and there was kind of universal agreement that we had been violating such virtue, and there was no loaded language behind that, but I were to give you another term where there's so many distinct proprietary definitions depending on which group you're talking to, that the meaning of it was completely fucking obscured, wouldn't it be better for us not to use that meaning?
It might be better for us to not use that word, but it also would be good for us to clarify what this word actually means and trying to clarify the understanding of it.
But if
to
it is
that point,
but if it is,
can I real quick,
hang on. But if it is the case,
to that point,
we're almost
sorry,
there.
I didn't mean to interrupt Andrew.
Well, we were having a fucking exchange, dude. So if it is the case, and by the way, Corinth is fucking 20,000 times smarter than you, dumbass radical. You should let him make your fucking point.
I like Ryan. Be nice. I like Ryan.
You could never in a million years hold a fucking candle to this, guys. The best progressive you got. You
That's fine. Whenever you're done virtue signaling,
Coper, just sit there. But anyway, Corinth, since we were having an actual logical debate instead of a fucking emotionally driven, have no fucking tooth debate, I just want to make sure that we get this right. You agree that we should remove this term if it's fucking loaded. In this case, it's super loaded. I'm saying that there's better terms to describe a phenomenon, which I agree a phenomenon like this exists, right? But almost every phenomenon exists. It's the loaded language behind the term and the vagary that I have a dispute with.
Yeah, we should simultaneously.
It's actually bigoted too, if you want to go that route.
Ryan, let me just give a really quick answer, and then I'll pass over. I think we can simultaneously do both. We can talk about the concept in conversations like this, or refer to it as the concept, while also clarifying in this conversation what this term actually means, and see if there's any substantive dispute on if this thing does exist here. Right?
Yeah, but why should I use a proprietary loaded definition though instead of?
Oh, you should. Back to that.
Yeah, I shouldn't. Exactly. And that's exactly what I take issue with.
Yeah, we should clarify the definition rather than just say. Like,
yeah, but when they clarify the definition, it still ends up being vague, and then they have to admit that it's completely loaded.
And not only that, but
Ryan rebuttal.
What definition are we going to work on?
More. Okay, wait. I'm saying if we call something toxic, if we all agreed that some behavior was bad or quote unquote toxic, and then we inquire more about that thing. And we ask about what's driving that. That's when we're looking at whether or not an expectation of gender role is an influence or not. If it is, that's what we're identifying as toxic masculinity or toxic femininity. If it's not, then it probably would not fit into that field, right?
The problem
we're
is
looking
that
at a deeper. We're looking at a second level. That's why when people are like, "Why can't we just call it toxic?" We are adding more information, and by just adding it toxic, you're removing information.
The problem I have
with that, Ryan, hang on. Let me ask you a question, Ryan. Do you agree with me that fascist has a specific meaning?
Yes.
What is it?
I mean, there are different fascisms, but I mean, like in general, it's going to be like an ultranational authoritarianism.
That has nothing to do with fascism.
Okay.
Literally.
I think that's like the simplest definition.
Those are two traits of fascism. It doesn't have something to do
not
with
really.
It's not sufficient.
Like every fascist state in history has manifested those two things at least.
Well, I mean, every fascist state has also manifested the fact it's a state.
True.
Like,
and that state has a particular relationship with power, and authoritarianism particularly.
It doesn't always have a particular relationship with power. It has atypical relationships with power, actually, because it relies on
when I said
bodies as the body of the state.
I meant that it uses power in a way
the thing
is,
here's the thing that's interesting. If so many people use the term differently to mean things like authoritarianism in this instance, or they use it to mean, something as kind of as silly as like an impingement on some perceived right, which many leftists use it as that, we begin to lose meaning in what fascism actually is. And we have
what is it to you?
Hang on, we have way better. Well, what does it actually mean? What it actually means.
That's not what I asked.
No, what did you ask?
I asked what it means to you, which is what you were about to tell me, but you were dressing.
I'll just tell you what it means. Period. What fascism is it's a union between the body of the state, in this case, corporatism, right? That's what the fasci represents, and the body of the state is working in unison with the people of the state. The fasci is representing the body of the state, being the corporations, with the state authority itself. That's fascism. It's always been fascism.
I agree.
No, it's not just characteristics. That is what it fucking is. And I can tell you this because if we look at Spain under Franco and we look at Mussolini's Spain, they were both fascist, but very different in very different ways. They were fascist, but they still had those things in common, which is an ultranationalism
and
as a component. As a component, ultranationalism isn't fascist at all. Ultranationalism with some type of return to an idea of an ethnic past or things like this, those things could be introduced, sure, but just ultranationalism or authoritarianism means nothing. That has nothing to do with fascism.
Ultranationalism or authoritarianism. I said ultranationalist authoritarianism,
Actually,
and
it's nothing to do
just
with
gave
fascism.
two different qualifiers
Communism,
that I also agree
hang on,
are
bro,
apt.
listen.
We just described
Communism,
four things that are all characteristic of fascist regimes.
Bro, shut up, Brian. Communism itself is ultra authoritarianism, okay? With the idea of like a swelling state. It has the same characteristic that you can give of ultra authoritarianism.
USSR was fascist, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not fascism. It's a totally different thing. So what I'm saying is that if people abuse the phrase over and over and over and over and over and over to mean like a communist or ultranationalist and authoritarian, fascists are also ultranationalist and authoritarian. So that's not really what it means. If you
they
have
call themselves communists and they engage
Yeah.
in authoritarian ultranationalism, then like that still sounds like fascism to me.
Okay, so they're not actually fascists?
I just said they are.
Oh, they are. So it's just everything which is ultranationalist and authoritarian fascism?
I'm saying that those two things are core to fascism. That's all.
They're
That's all I'm
not.
saying.
They're not. You're missing the big one. The
your
corporatism. Corporatism is
I agree,
the
that's a
big
third one. I would
component.
put that there too.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
sure.
the fucking component.
Okay, that's fine.
These
You feel
things
that
are
way.
defined.
I think
It's
all
not,
three of those
it's
things
not,
are important.
It's not piecemeal. He's telling you the definition.
Fascism is actually very poorly defined. Saying that like this
It
thing
is.
is defined is completely false.
From
Yeah,
a, well,
but here's the
from
thing.
our
Corinth,
perspective, it is
here's the
not.
thing. So is communism that way.
Yeah, I agree.
But ultimately, the point here is that because these are used in so many proprietary ways, there's better ways for us to express the phenomenon than with the loaded language of "you're a fascist," when that doesn't actually mean fascism or "you're a communist." Here's one from the right to the left. You're a commie, when the person's not a communist at all.
Right.
This happens non-fucking stop. Why should we use the politically loaded language here when we have better descriptors? That's my case to Corinth. That's my case to you. Why?
And I would also add to that as well, that why should we take anyone on this panel's idea of toxic masculinity when the person that first mentioned it in the 80s referenced things like the patriarchy and tradition and made a moral judgment on those things being toxic. So then again, you know what I'm saying? This is a problem that we have. We're now trying to talk about it in behavioral sense, but the people who originated this idea went beyond just like a guy who's, you know, being abusive or being a jerk. It meant things that were arbitrarily very much masculine. And so this is kind of another reason what Andrew's saying is right, which is having a good understanding of the definition of the term.
CB says they both prioritized egoistic wants over obligations, wants to family, society, etc. Society would fall. Y'all need to forgive your parents. Indian Jones says, I was told this is the best channel for debate. Didn't know you'd be here, Andrew. Hope our Debaticon video comes out soon. A Barbie Model Mayhem says 5 a.m. in Scotland. Win for Andrew. Sorry, but people like Ryan and Ghosty have to be stopped. Dangerous gish gallop, making you the harm you're identifying. That's a good point. Wouldn't that be more harmful to make like really strong generalizations towards like men based on behavior and characteristics?
That might be, but we said over and over and over again, repeatedly asserted that what we're not doing is villainizing men at all or demonizing men, and we both expressed like admiration for masculinity and distinctly separated it from the things we're talking about. So,
but you're borrowing a term that's baked into that. You're borrowing a term that's baked into that.
For instance, if there's a guy and he's a stand-up guy and he's amazing and masculine and everything that society wants a man to be, and he smacks his girlfriend on the ass while they're walking down the pier, like, would you say that that's toxic masculine? Or maybe he loses.
No, I've smacked my girlfriend.
I gotta get going tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate my opponents coming out tonight. Anytime you guys want to get eviscerated, let me know. To all of you out there in Sara world right now, I hope that you continue with the great donos. Well, again, the Crucible always supports those who support us. We even did that with Flow State one night. He was, we actually hosted something, and we actually supported him back. That's the way it works in the content world. But anyway, you'll only find that on the conservative side, who actually cares about things like that. Over on the progressive side, they just leave them out to fucking dry, which I think is hilarious. But I will see all of you guys later. Have a wonderful evening.
Hey, Andrew, I just want to say have a blessed Lent and Holy Week, my friend.
Yeah. Well, the thing is like I've given up a ton this Lent, a ton. And I think next Lent's going to be worse. But anyway, have a great.
I'll teach the Crucible how to code. I'm going to teach you all how to code. Okay, come over to
Radical Orthodox do Lent.
I get really sad whenever there's like a new
Bye,
pick me
Andrew.
gay on
Thank
the
you for
channel
coming.
that tries to like get Andrew to pick him because I'm the only gay Andrew will ever pick.
William says, why not? Let me add somebody else on here. Are you with us? Are you? Oh, you're moving. Okay. Got a little nervous there. Why not let gender mean what it has always meant, male, female, and use new words to identify the social construct? Why no manlin, womanlin? Is it to perhaps co-opt existing definitions?
Yes.
What is manlin and womanlin?
He's saying,
I think what he's saying is that it's making up an additional superfluous,
oh,
excessive term.
I disagree with that. I don't think.
And that was my point that I started making earlier. Is that if you have your sex on a driver's license or something, there's understandable reasons why you might need to know that information. Like if you're in a car wreck or something, right? There's no reason why anybody would need to know what color you feel like today. Right, which is what gender has been reduced to. It's just how you feel like presenting. It's like a Facebook quiz. What type of bread are you or something?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't. Well, can I speak to that real quick? I don't think that we're redefining woman or man. I think that we're talking about the way those are used in a social context versus the way they're used in a biological context. Like the archetype of manhood or of masculinity. This is not something that for everyone is the same experience. It's not something that means the same thing to everyone. That is exemplified when we talked about machismo earlier, which is a particular flavor.
Why would this ever be useful on a driver's license? That's what I want to know. Pragmatically, why would anybody?
I don't have to make the case for people to be allowed to change their gender on paperwork, like just because you don't like it. I'm not.
No, I'm saying it's a useless phrase. You can't make a case. It's completely arbitrary.
Yeah, and Brian, I think one of your premises is false as well, because you're saying that the agenda hasn't been to expand the understanding of gender, but that's its exact consequence of the popularity of trying to say, oh, there's 5 or 8, 9 genders people can identify as Xbox 360s.
I could argue there's like 8 billion genders.
Are you guys able to hear me?
But
yeah, but that would be.
I also don't think that male and female.
Whoa, hold on.
Voice for radio, guys. Voice for radio.
Yeah, turn that shit down.
Is that better? Sorry.
It was a nice voice though. No homo.
No, my bad. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was my wife running the sink again. First.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That male and female has meant the same thing over time.
I seen it come up earlier.
Oh, hold on.
Now you're way too
hold on.
Yeah, you're too low now.
No, don't adjust yours. I will adjust on my end. Start talking now.
Hello.
Okay, better. Test 1, 2, 3.
Much better.
Okay, sorry about that. No, I was just saying, I don't think male and female has meant the same thing over time as well. I don't think 400 years ago, when people said male or female, they were talking about gametes or chromosomes. So even that has changed over time.
Right. Like how were men defined like 2,000 years ago? Probably
what?
Just...
Dick and balls and vagina, probably.
Yeah.
The key issue though, or the core to this whole thing, is that they're inherently saying that there is something with masculinity that is inherently toxic. This was in their whole definition throughout the get-go. This is why Andrew was like saying I don't agree with their definition, because it's just some sort of like fugazi that they just fucking made up. Because if we were to extract it and put it in like sexuality in there, if we were to throw race in there, inherently they're gonna be like, no, that's racist. you're to say that there's something inherently toxic with homosexuality or with your race or whatever.
See, I think
Exactly.
as an
Do you know what I mean?
identifier, toxic
So there's
masculinity could be a useful term.
it's literally they just like
one at a time, please, for fuck's sake.
Race is
so
so different
this
from gender.
thing where you just flip their logic back at them,
How?
and it's like you just point out that they're actually being the racist ones.
Because there are inherent masculine and feminine
It's a blatantly bigoted distinction along a legally protected.
So you
axis.
think men and women are equal in every plane?
No, I don't at all.
Okay, so
but
then
I also don't think that labeling something toxic blackness would be a useful distinction.
See, but I'm glad that you would bring that up and say that the two aren't the same.
Yeah,
there's
but
not crime rate
definition-
differences.
the
Hold on, there's
definition
not
is-
crime
is-
rate
it's
differences.
consistent.
It's absolutely consistent. And if
Well,
we're
if we
trying to
apply
understand
consistently.
what's causing the thing, right?
And given that
Right,
you're
so
black,
if we
it would
apply,
be-
if we actually
given
do
that
apply,
somebody
hang
has
on,
a-
I want to address the race thing. So if we do apply it consistently, and we would say that somebody expressing quote unquote by this formula toxic blackness, this would be a person who is exhibiting some behavior that they believe is necessary for them to be considered black. They're trying to
Yeah,
live
so
up
give
to
us an example,
ideal
Ryan.
black-
Give us an example of toxic blackness.
I'm not making that argument. I'm
Say
saying
it.
that this, if you wanted to
Yeah.
classify this category, this is how you would do it, and that is a problem, right? Like,
Yeah, so give us
people
an
have-
example,
and
Ryan.
with white people. Like,
Could
Yeah,
I give
give
an
us an example
of
of
toxic
toxic
masculinity that I
Dusty
think
saying it's
everybody would
bigoted.
agree with?
One at a time.
Give us an example of toxic blackness, Ryan.
I think it would vary for different people. I don't know.
Yeah, so just give us an example.
Just give us one.
What you think
Yeah, I'm not
toxic
gonna-
blackness
I'm not gonna
is.
speak black experiences.
Yeah, because you won't fucking do it. That's the whole point. But you're more than willing to come on here and say toxic masculinity is real. But then when we say,
man,
"Oh, give us an
I'm a
example of toxic blackness," you can't do it.
Come on, surely you've got one least favorite
gender-
thing about black people.
Gender and
The
sex.
more pressure,
I
the less
mean,
likely I am to like come up with them.
race and
Yeah, 'cause you got
sex
nothing.
are different things. They're just completely different.
No, but here's how
They're-
here's how they're same, and I can show it because Ryan literally said that it's the toxic aspect is tied to the inherent property of the man. So when it comes to a immutable characteristic such as race, it would
That's not
logically
immutable. I don't think
follow.
it's immutable, but
Race is literally an
I mean,
immutable
race is not a
characteristic. You cannot help but be
biological
what you're born as.
Yeah, but characteristics
Yeah, but-
that stem from.
To be fair, though, Ryan isn't talking about it being connected to people who are doing it based off of that. It's what he's trying to say is a misunderstanding. I still think he's wrong about that, but I don't think he's actually ascribing those things.
Well,
What's that?
It seems like you agreed with my understanding earlier. But
I have a
the
common
inherent-
I have a common thing, but I don't think the best thing to do is call it toxic. I would say it is inauthentic masculinity or inauthentic, and again, that's only in those cases where you would link it to someone saying or acting in a way using that a construct. But the problem is that isn't attributed to actual masculinity or femininity. It's a lack of it. So
I mean,
that's
to add
why,
on your point there, John.
Well, it's
What's that?
their perception of what it means to be a man or a woman. It's their perception of it, right? It's
Which
not,
is
it's
like
not
probably a wrong
just what
perception,
it
which
is.
is I do understand your
But
point.
you're the ones
what
with the
you're
perception.
saying.
You're the one who's tying it back to masculinity. This is why we brought up the race and we brought up homosexuality and all this kind of shit, because when we view it through those lens, you wouldn't even admit to one single example, Ryan, of toxic blackness. But you claim that it exists.
And
So you're full of shit.
Let me read through some more super chats. Henry says you can't say men inherently do something, then say it's not all men. Would the army be a form of toxic masculinity? And I think we did talk about that a little bit earlier, but I think that's a good point to say it's inherently, a behavior of men, but then it's not really all men. And
we don't say that.
That's not what we're
Never
saying.
said that.
Because
Who else
masculinity
but
is
a
a
man can
universally
do it?
male trait.
It's
I'll be honest, I think it can apply to both men and women, because I would define toxic masculinity as men that are trying to play outside of their role. We can both agree that females make better mothers. Men can play the role that a woman can, just like a woman can play the role that a man can. But we can definitely agree we would prefer a female mother because they are better at that role. So I would say toxic masculinity is when you're playing outside of your role. So it can be both sides.
What do you mean by
So wait, hold up,
female
one sec. So is a man trying to be a woman? Is that toxic? Is that toxic masculinity?
See, so that's what I'm saying, right? Just like I teach my wife how to do mechanic skills. There's nothing wrong with having the skills, like a man cooking.
Yeah,
in the
but
kitchen,
a man who wants to be a woman, is that
that.
toxic? Is a man who wants to become a woman, is that toxic?
See, if a man wants to become a woman, though, can he actually become a woman? Probably not.
Well,
a woman would probably serve that role better.
I'm trying to figure out what you meant
So
by...
this is what I'm saying. The whole logic just like destroys itself. This whole like the lefty argument they tried to pull, it just destroys itself because then all of a sudden trans thing, that's technically toxic masculinity. That's a man playing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Well,
100%.
so long as we agree,
yeah.
might be more consistent. They would not subscribe to it.
Were you saying that women are better parents, or women are better, or just explicitly women are better?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
No, I'm saying as a mother.
But do you mean
I'm saying both could do the role. We can for sure agree on that. There are great fathers that have done the motherhood role. There are great mothers that have had to do the father role. However, who's the best for the role? I'm sure there's no disagreement there.
Do you mean who's a better parent?
Not better parent, because you need two parents, so there is two roles there. Just like there's two sexes there, which is very convenient.
I think you need like
okay, so Ghosty, who'd be the better father? The mother or the father in a situation? Who'd be the better father?
Well, only a father can be like mothers can't be fathers, right?
Of course they can. In a single mother relationship where the father's left.
Yeah,
mom kind of has to be good mom and bad dad. She has to play both roles, right? Or good dad and bad mom, whichever way you want to cut the pie.
So I grew up in a single parent home, and my mom was not being my father. She was just being a parent, a mother, and I was lacking a father. Right?
Right, and she tried her best, though, probably, I would say, to do both sides of the parenting, because there is two sides of parenting.
Sure, but
I don't know your mom, but I would assume that she tried her best.
I'm sorry I wasn't there, Ghosty, when you were growing up.
I'm just saying, I don't think I wouldn't say my mom was also like a father. Like, I'm trying to
No, I
understand
agree.
what you're saying.
Because, like we said, right, like men can probably do that role much better. But that doesn't say that a woman can't do some of these things, some of these roles. Like a woman can go and fix a tire. That's more of a man's thing, right? But nobody says there can't be overlap. But at the end of the day, who's better for which role?
I think you have to define the role.
Are you trying to say who's better being a single parent?
Hold on. I think overall women are better in the role of nurturing. Therefore, as a parent, they would be in the better position. That doesn't negate the concept that a father can still play that role well either. But if you had to choose one or the other to, be in the stay-at-home kind of parental role, raise the children, which one would you deem to be the better fit? And I think overall people would agree with women would be that better fit. Outlaw Feminist says it is time for shameful behavior to be shamed. Let's shame being weak. Weak men weaponize ambitious, stupid women. Wonder twin powers. Smiley face person says a Ghosty looks like the male lead singer of an 80s heavy metal band.
That's tough.
I could literally looks like the lead singer of Def Leppard.
I could go with like an 80s band lead singer, but I wouldn't say male. Smoking Auditor says forced parents will give their kids mental scars.
So what? Should we abort them or what? What's the logical?
Well, there was the adoption. There's the adoption option. Right?
Sausage got to come from somewhere.
Oh goodness. Indian Jesus says showing some love to the Raging Tomato. Met you in Newark at Debatacon 5. Was just watching on Powdered Donut. Yes, I do remember you, Indian Jesus. Actually, Daniel McCoy says question for Toothless. If men shamed a woman viciously for not taking care of her kids, would that be toxic masculinity?
I don't. I mean, if they believe that men are supposed to shame women particularly for not taking care of kids, I think that we can pull back on all. This whole conversation has been like every time this topic's come up, we've like refused to just talk about like people being bad parents or not. Like if you're shaming people for not being good parents, it doesn't really matter like what their gender is, like whether or not, like if they're being a bad parent, then they're being a bad parent. It doesn't. It's not like they have kids to take care of regardless of what their gender is.
What?
Like,
You're acting like shaming isn't a valid. You're acting like shaming is not a valid tactic in order to encourage.
You guys are the ones doing that. I'm not bringing masculinity into it.
I mean, people on the left constantly on TikTok will talk about many things that they don't like that the other party does, and they use shame to do it. It's a valid.
You're gonna criticize people on TikTok. Don't assign it to me.
Again, like shaming can be good or bad, right?
But that would be different. That would be different than what Ryan's just saying.
People
So
aren't
maybe you guys disagree on
freaking
that.
out over the definition of shaming because there's ways it can be used and ways it can be used in a different way. So it's like, oh no,
Ryan,
shaming
is shaming always bad, or is it good sometimes?
It's good sometimes. Sometimes it's
I was
bad.
asking Ryan.
We both agree on that.
Oh.
I shame conservatives all the time.
Right. So I'm just explaining that because you don't like the shaming in this context, then you're saying.
See, I think the problem though here with shame though is it truthful shaming or is it made up shaming? If you're just lying, right, then obviously it's not going to help any party. But to shame someone, you have to have something to be shameful of, right? So inherently, shaming is pretty good. But if you're shaming for someone for something that they're not doing, then it's probably bad. But is it the shame that's bad or is it the lying that's bad? Right? If you go to the root of something, if you're shaming someone from truth to actually help them, it's a very good thing. It's very healing. But if you start with a lie.
Right on.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so I think shame can be a useful tool in some contexts. Sometimes it's ineffective. Sometimes shame is not the strategy. Sometimes it's useful. I like a little bit of performative cruelty, and it can be effective. So,
I have a question for you, Ryan. Would you agree with me that maybe I'll be willing to agree with you that it exists, that toxic masculinity exists, if you would agree that it is a reaction to the rise in prominence of feminism. And I would say also as well as a result of the fact that when we adapted out of the agrarian age and we became more about consumerism and they were less about their work and they were less about providing, and it became just, they found more time on their hands that perhaps then they became distracted by things that were. What do you think about that?
There's a lot there. I think when it comes down to whether or not, like, when saying that feminism causes toxic masculinity, I don't think so at all. I think feminism gives the tools to understand and critique toxic masculinity, because feminism is arguably the most effective movement in identifying like the rigidity of gender roles, and I think that's exactly how these things work.
So you don't see that as a reaction, because isn't that what you guys were talking about? Is about men feeling powerless? Isn't that part of the idea of why
I think that
toxic masculinity exists? Is because men feel powerless and then they have to overcompensate for that?
No, I don't. I think that men were expressing things that we would consider toxically masculine before the term was coined. Like, they were doing things on behalf of being level of what they expected men to do.
So we're back to the point of you actually believing that it has to do with masculinity more than it does have to do with a overabundance of something or a bad reaction to something else.
It's always been about their relationship to how they view masculinity.
But if their relationship to how they view themselves has been more diminished because of how we've seen what has happened in divorce courts, over custody hearings, over the fact that men don't earn as much as they used to, over the fact that men have been given so much kind of moral shaming in entertainment. We've got shows like Everybody Loves Raymond and King of Queens, where it shows the dad is the dolt. Like, couldn't that be an actual reaction to those things? If that would be the only thing that would make sense, because at that point, then I could agree with you on that. But if you're going to go back and just say, yeah, it is just a natural thing that men do, then you are ascribing it to masculinity. And I think you're wrong I think that's a wrong assumption.
No, I think there was just presumed to be one way for men to be in society. I don't believe that actually exists. It was a thing that was asserted, right? That men in power were asserting on all the other men. And that is a thing that people just in general didn't live up to. Men or women did not live up to the rigid gender roles that were imposed on them. And I'm saying that feminism is a force that resisted that rigidity. And I
So
think
you don't
I have
acknowledge
a counter question for you,
Ryan,
Ryan.
Let me actually interrupt everyone. I still have super chats from like an hour ago I'm trying to get through. Henry says, is bro saying men SA because it's manly? How can SA be a gender thing if both genders can do it? SA isn't masculine. You're slow, Ryan. Andrew 1.
I get to respond because they called me out.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, if people, what we talked about with SA was primarily if men were engaging in SA because they feel entitled to sex with a woman, and even against that woman's will. That's what we're saying, because just by being a man, they feel entitled to, like, if you look at like Elliot Rodgers, right, the guy who this is a very extreme example, but his biggest frustration was he's like, I'm a man, and yet I'm a handsome man, I'm a supreme gentleman, and women don't like me. I'm entitled to women, and they won't yield themselves to me, right? And so he did violence because of it, right? So that's a very extreme example, but that's like a clear example of toxic masculinity.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think when you guys talk about manliness or masculinity, you're saying, well, this trait is masculine because it's something only men do or can do. It's something that's typically associated with men. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. And then a contingency plan says, based on Ryan and Ghosty, if it exists, toxic masculinity is only a motivation. It does and cannot exist on its own. It is only useful to help a man understand the reason he did asshole behaviors. That's actually a good point.
Yeah, I guess that's, I think so. Yeah.
And
I would just add
go ahead.
I mean, it's a phenomenon, right? Is what we're saying by that. Like it's not like a tangible thing. You can't like touch toxic masculinity, or like you're not gonna mine it out of a rock. Like it's a phenomenon that happens, and we describe that phenomenon.
Yeah, but like I was trying to give the example, if it was a black man that done that thing, you wouldn't say that's toxic blackness. You, for some reason, would say that's toxic masculinity.
I actually
were
thought about
unwilling
it.
to divide it on these other immutable characteristics.
It's not merely about them being a man, it's about the motivation being about them being masculine. If a black person's doing something because they think that black people should be doing this thing, that would be a case of toxic blackness.
Yeah, so give me an example of that.
I don't think this exists. How could I give you an example?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, I don't
that's the point. That's exactly. You don't think it exists.
Shut up.
I'll say it.
I just want to say welcome back, Crucible Crew. I see you guys typing Alf in the chat. I'm guessing this is not the Alf raid that you asked for, but you are here nonetheless. And then Nathan says, for Ryan and Ghosty, do you have a real standard for bad outside of my preferences or my fifis?
I don't know. Do you?
I think that
and I'm asking Nathan. Sorry, not Ryan.
They have God's fifis.
Exactly.
I would say that my standard has a similar amount of epistemological. Oh my god, epistemic. My standards have a similar epistemic grounding as yours, except for I just don't offset them to like the church. You know, I just like my preference isn't the church, whatever the church's will is, and that's not like an argument against my understanding of truth. You know.
Ryan, on that question, if I could ask you a question about it, you say that you don't want to associate where you get your groundings from church. And I understand that. Leaving church out of it and aside, you would agree, though, that there has to be some type of creator in general.
I don't know that. I don't think so.
So where?
Okay, so
I'm just asking because
like
even outside of church,
creator.
Yes, an entity creator. Even outside of church, though, right? You could get groundings without having the church. For example, like natives believe in creator, and they don't have a church system. They also have a moral system as well. So I was just curious as to if you get your morals elsewhere from the church.
It's more like a logical process for me. Like I would evaluate like how, like what's going, like if we look at an action, and then I would ask questions about like who's it affecting, like what's happening, and ask questions about that and try to understand what's going on, and then I would make an evaluation about like whether or not I think it's like moral or immoral. So like I would never
self-perception.
from that from that, I would never say that like being gay is immoral, because it's like it's just not. I don't know.
Based
I
on the
don't come
consequence
to
of what you're saying. You weigh that.
Not just here.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
All right.
Glenn comes in with a big 5, says Dexter's toxic bitch titty. Fair enough. Dan Arnold says, Andrew, did we ever get enough raise for Ryan's tooth? It might get rid of that lisp. Sounds like the male version of Priscilla.
I'm happy to take the money. If Andrew wants to give me that money, I'm happy to, but I'm just saying I don't expect it. But again, if the Crucible crew, if you guys want to donate to my tooth fund, I come to my channel and you can argue with me. You can call me a soy boy and whatever other names you come up with, and I can explain my thought process to you, and you can make fun of my tooth, and I'll teach you how to code. You might learn something. It could be a lot of fun.
Fair enough. Kane says public shaming is women's preferred method of attack against men, and the phrase toxic masculinity is their newest ammunition. Oh, that's a good point. Also, what we now call gender used to be called self-concept in psychology. I didn't know that. Is that a thing? Self-concept?
I'm not aware.
Obviously, there's an
Gender
aspect,
identity
but
is
I
a
don't know if I would entirely subscribe to that. Because obviously
self-concept as it relates to gender.
Yeah, because gender, there's always been aspects of gender that have to do with traits on that. So,
And John, while you're here, Culpacast says shout out to Andrew and John Mosman. Christopher Scott says, shut up, Radical Coper, and let Corinth cook for your side.
Sorry for interrupting.
If self-concept was the idea that came before where we got to here, I can definitely understand how we got here.
Oh, goodness. Pardon me. Rachel also swung by earlier to say Ryan just told us that the only reason to tack on the term masculinity is to specifically identify maleness as the problem with the behavior. This is misandry.
No. Oh yeah, that's not how I feel. No, I think it's people are presuming that like a particular behavior is masculine, and then acting in a certain way just because they think that's how men are supposed to act, which I think is actually misandry when people enforce like a rigid box of masculinity on men and tell them that they're not living up to these expectations and so they're worthless in some way. I think that's actually
so basically, if you hold to a traditional masculinity, you're toxic. But if you agree to a more liberal and more in touch feminist version of masculinity, then that's
so if it's
masculinity, right?
If it's not misandry, Ryan, then give us an example of toxic blackness.
Oh, I was gonna say
like, spill the beans, like the black.
Yeah, I was gonna do it. Yeah, I'm willing to. Yeah. So my understanding is in the black community, there's a problem, right, where some black people will criticize other black people for being too speaking too properly or something, quote unquote properly, as if there's like a fact of like how people are supposed to speak. But like what they mean is they're speaking like what they're like, or they're not using
ebonics.
What's the word? Well, I mean, I like not exactly, but
I knew that Ryan was racist.
Like they lost their black card.
So who's being toxic in this example?
Like you're not living up to your blackness from like it's I think it's colorism is what we.
I think you mean not using slurs.
Slang,
I understand what you're saying.
Whatever, like I don't know what to call it either.
So who's the person being toxic in this?
Enunciation.
Enunciation is another good one.
Shaming someone for not being black enough or whatever. That's probably the person who's doing the toxic thing.
I have a quick question. Is me wearing a wife beater toxically masculine? All right, sorry.
Very super.
But also, even if Ryan was able to give an answer, that would have nothing to do with the fact of it being like special pleading or not. We have
right, and there goes the stocks and wife beaters.
Oh,
Yikes.
goodness. K2 Keep on Trucking says toxic blackness. Toxic blackness is that black teen at the track meet that's ended that white.
Yeah, the Austin McKellen and
he's saying toxic blackness is that black teen at the track meet that ended that white teen.
Actually, Austin was engaging in toxic masculinity there.
I would say that racism is when we assign. I'm sorry. Yeah,
that was actually a case of someone who instead of deferring some action of enforcing who should be where to the proper means, like a security guard or some other enforcement mechanism, they went up to deal with it themselves because they have this hero complex. I'm a man. I should be the one doing this. I'm big. I'm strong. I should be the one enforcing the rules despite having no authority to do such. That's a case of someone being motivated by the ideals of masculinity and putting themselves in a worse situation than they should be.
So see how much bullshit. One sec. Do you see how much bullshit we have to layer onto something that's just as simple as it was murder?
I know, right?
Oh, yeah, it was also murder.
Like
you
so much pointless bullshit to try and break down. That's like, well, technically, if we view it under the lens of gender, then this is toxic masculinity. But then if we view it under the lens of race,
I'm going to
like,
give you a
why
really
not just
simple analogy.
call out a crime? It was
I'm
murder.
going to give you a really simple analogy here.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I
go
tell
ahead.
a woman, hey, you probably shouldn't be going out ass naked, you're going to SA'd. That's probably bad. You would say, oh, you're doing rape culture. That's what a lefty would say, and that's what you're doing right now.
No,
you're
I'm not.
only doing the thing of you should.
I'll be honest though, the sad thing with that analogy though is, in our world, if a woman did do what you said, she would be in a mental hospital. She probably would not get SA'd. She would probably be sent to a hospital. Someone would dress her.
It's an
And
analogy.
regardless,
It's a
at the end of the day,
hypothetical. I don't know why
someone would
you're doing this.
realize
I'm
there's a
showing you the
problem
reasoning
there
here.
and address that.
Yeah, but you're
I'm
missing.
showing you the special pleading reasoning you need to do here. Everyone understands if I tell you, hey, this is something you're doing that's putting yourself in more risk for some crime to be committed against you. You probably shouldn't be doing this.
Right,
You should
but my
see why
point
people
though,
have this idea
my
of doing
point to what I'm saying is what you're saying here is that there's probably a lot better men out there on average. There's probably more better men, good men that would help that woman than there are bad men that would SA her.
What does that have to do
Why
with the
can't we do
analogy?
both?
Literally.
Can you tell me what any of this has
Well,
to do with
because you
the
said if she
analogy?
walks out naked, that there's a high chance that she will get SA'd.
Do you think that there's
Is
a
she
good
a
chance
one
that she
on a
gets
scale
SA'd?
of 1 to 10? How hot is she?
10.
It doesn't even matter.
Tiger Woods is cheating
For
on his wife.
science.
It's the 500-pound
Tiger Woods is
chick
cheating on his
that
wife
was
with
married
her
to
right
dude earlier on.
Tiger Woods is cheating on his wife with her right now. His wife got home. She had to jump out the window. I'm telling her she should at least grab a blanket beforehand because it's better for her. Does that give you the idea, Dusty, of how hot she is?
Oh, I zoned out actually. Sorry, I asked.
Fuck
It was a
you.
rhetorical question.
Go
but I'm taking
fuck
it she's
yourself.
hot.
So
she's pretty hot. I mean, can
I
we
am
help her? Can we do both?
I am interested, Ryan, if you can give me a good example of what you believe to be authentic or right masculinity versus toxic. Can you give me an example?
Like appropriate use of violence, like for like defending your family, like protecting people around you. Self-defense even.
Teriak, hold on, I apologize.
Okay.
Teriak, I'm going to pull you back for just a little bit. I'm going to rotate a seat in and out because there's still more people waiting backstage. Okay,
Yeah, cool, Vince.
So just hang out back for a little bit.
Can I add a real quick comment to that last super chat? And it actually speaks to a couple ones before that. So they talked about the black kid. I guess I
guess I'd have to agree with you though, Ryan, on the first thing you said there though, because when you said that defending your family is masculinity, I would have to say that not defending your family, which some men do, like leaving your family, I would define that as toxic masculinity.
If you want to use the term toxic masculinity,
Right,
but I
that's
would
pretty
say
toxic.
bad behavior. I say it's bad behavior. I don't like the term toxic masculinity. It's stupid.
That's fine. You don't have. I'm not forcing anyone here to use this term.
So,
I'm just telling you what I'm saying.
Well, we can use it. I think we just need to agree to a definition that makes sense in this day and age.
That's fine. You can do that. I just wanted to say one thing.
Yeah, Ryan, I was interested in your next point, Ryan. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to make one comment about the I think it was about the black kid who stabbed someone. Like the way that people assign responsibility to blackness by characterizing this one black person doing a thing is an example of how prevalent racism still is in our society. So the toxic blackness here being because of loud black people is what they're just doing racism.
And to that, the super chat from John Velaquette came in saying, "Damn cowards, toxic blackness can be being hella thuggish, loud on public transportation." Emily says, "Dusty, most subtle I did your mom joke ever."
What did I say?
I don't know. This was like 20, 30 minutes ago.
Well, I appreciate you for catching it.
Jason with the big 20 says, "Sarah, thanks for letting me on panel. It's my absolute pleasure. It does get a little stuffy back here because there's more people waiting in line always, but I appreciate you being patient with me, Jason." David says, "Thanks again, Just all for the gifted sub, brother." And John follows up to say toxic blackness, Hebrew Israelites.
That's a good example. Or the pretendians.
Fair enough.
There might be something to that, but I would say toxic whiteness is just plain old racism. Like the invention of racism is toxic whiteness.
But I don't see why we have to say toxic anything. Just say bad behavior.
Have you ever met like older Chinese men? Have you ever met an older Chinese man?
Oh, no, I have not.
Yeah.
No, I have not.
Let me tell you. You want to? Anyways, I'm not gonna get drunk.
But I know a woman because I have a friend that's married to a Chinese woman. So I mean, I do know a woman.
So James,
but their women are very kind though.
What up, Melanie?
Let me read this last one. John follows up to say toxic masculinity. Do you even live, bro? Toxic femininity, manipulation for authority. I agree. All right, I think I got through them all. I'm gonna go fix some food. And
you got that glossy.
I know my eyes, and I have to get up so early tomorrow too. But I'm gonna just step away for a few minutes. Flow State's in charge. Don't
I need
talk.
to
That's a bad idea.
I'm not giving you anything. Just don't talk over each other, or
You know
else
what?
everybody's gonna leave.
I still got it though. I still got it for you.
Throw that shit away.
Nope.
By the way, James, the definition of toxic, well, one of them is poisonous, but that's not relevant here. But the second,
Well, that's a physical.
that's not relevant. I know.
I'm talking about
We're getting
I'm
there.
talking about in
Chill,
terms of actual
chill. Stop
behavior.
interrupting me. Chill.
I'm talking about terms of behavior.
Chill,
not
chill. I'm getting there. So the second definition is very harmful or unpleasant in a pervasive or insidious way. I think most of the definitions that have been given tonight qualify harmful, unpleasant, pervasive, and insidious.
Well,
and Mel, why should anyone take what you say about that as because?
So are you disagreeing? It's the definition.
GPT said so. That's
read
why.
the definition.
GPT said so.
Okay. All right. So harmful, pervasive, and what?
Here, I'll read it one more time.
Harmful, unpleasant, pervasive, insidious, or something.
Yeah, it's very harmful or unpleasant in a
One more time for the
or
slow
insidious.
people in the back.
Yeah, but I would still argue that the term itself can be based on. You ready,
Mel? I'd like to finish the definition, please.
How many? Dang up.
Please continue, Mel.
Go ahead.
Please continue, Mel. Yeah.
Very harmful or unpleasant in a pervasive or insidious way. Just making sure I got to say that.
Yeah, okay, they all
Take
apply. They all
forever.
apply. So if it's harmful, unpleasant, or insidious, it applies, right, to the definition you're trying to bring up right now.
Those are or conditions, so they're
Yeah,
not.
but there can be
not
things
inclusive.
that I think where we got.
No,
where
but
we
don't
got
worry, he
mixed-
wasn't done yet. There's additional.
Yeah,
The
you have
issue, I think, is that
Hang on.
this is such a simple and like it's just a sucky term from the ground up, and we've sort of analyzed it.
Yeah, if you want a more clinical and like precise term, you would say gender
Not a
role conflict.
But who's the one? Who's the one to decide harmful? Who's the one to decide unpleasant? These terms can be subjective.
So
Can they not?
around the
So
fringe.
does
can
that
be,
mean
but they're not always.
we should never be able to call anything
Well, based on
toxic
our
or
line of inquiry,
bad
no one's
or
really
anything
convinced on this panel.
because they can or can't be something? Like we still use.
It means that
No, it's
no,
because
that's not.
it's because your inability to draw like an actual distinction. You leave it
we
nebulous,
use
saying it can be and
plenty
it
of
also can't be.
words. We use
James,
plenty
how
of
would you-
words that don't have a definitive distinction in every scenario.
Yes, but if one
ever.
thing can be one way, but then also the
All
opposite.
right, everyone. You guys
No,
all have a
the
good night.
use case
It was
is
wonderful
not-
to be on your guys' panel with
Context
you.
matters, dog.
Y'all take it
They're
easy.
not mutually exclusive. James,
Make it
how would
clear.
you describe a toxic relationship?
Well, I wouldn't, first I wouldn't describe it as toxic. I just call it a bad relationship.
Well, there's two Jameses here, so you just say James
Okay,
Gray or James.
Yeah, dating coach James.
If I may, I'd like to go back to this Japanese thing. For the proponents who say that it's not a thing, the toxicity is not really a thing, how would you reconcile that with what the Japanese did? So basically, they taught their Japanese from a very young age that the Chinese are soulless, they're not real people, they don't need rights or anything like this. And then when they actually invaded China, the government told them that they are to go around raping women. They did this in ridiculous numbers. And then they went and killed them afterwards. Like if I create an extreme through war, which is, if that doesn't meet the threshold, what would you call that type of behavior?
I would
Hey,
go further and
teaching a
say
bad
if I could-
behavior.
if I were to
I
accept the
would
term,
call
just say
that
evil or wicked.
I call it an evil authoritative
teaching
thing.
a bad behavior.
But is that exclusive to man?
But
and
it's
not
not.
women?
It has nothing to do
don't
with
think
men.
so.
It has to do with actually the fact that it is people justifying violence for the sake of their society or their nation, which would be, I guess, toxic nationalism.
But what I'm trying to say, John,
Yeah,
is
I
that
mean, you don't
something
have to
exclusive
associate it
men.
with man or woman.
It
It's
is
just bad
exclusive.
behavior across the board. Because even if a
Exclusive.
man or a woman did the same thing, because both have the potential to do the same thing.
If you want to say
But,
everybody has the capacity to be an a-hole, that's fine. But this is something exclusive to men. This is taking it to its most vile extreme.
how's that exclusive to men?
Because
women can manipulate and everything. And
because you won't get a boner if she's not hot. That's why. You talk about grape. Come on, man.
That
was
wouldn't
done
really be
throughout
grape.
war
If
and
you're
conquest.
getting
It
a
was
boner
done-
off with a woman, it's not really grape, is it? I mean, is she really graping you?
That's what I'm saying.
James, don't you like to make the argument that men gave permission to women to vote because basically the might argument?
You're talking to James Ray, or you're talking to James,
to the other James. Like
James,
you've
James.
said that men give women the permission to vote, right? Because they have the might, they have the strength to do that, right? So, but now you're like disassociating these things right now.
Well, I mean, yeah, but the women manipulate the men into giving them the vote. I've never.
Okay. Anyways,
'Cause
sorry,
of
Joseph, can
their-
you continue? I just
That's
wanted to
true.
point that
listen,
out.
I think what I heard as a
Illegal.
rebuttal is it's not toxic masculinity, it's toxic humanity. But what I'm trying to say is that this is something that exclusively rests with men, not women. So if this is some type
because
of Go ahead.
I think that it's not toxic masculinity is referring to socialized behaviors, and what you're describing is like extreme terrorism, or right? Like it's trying to horrify your enemy into submission.
I'll grant you that if you'll grant that women killing their babies is toxic femininity.
I don't give a shit.
I'll grant that all day, baby.
I think
All day.
across the board it's immature people being immature. I think that the gender dynamics we drag into these topics is useless, and
it is.
It obscures the reality, and it all it does is expose the fear that people like James have of the opposite sex.
I don't have fear of the opposite sex.
I don't think you guys have like a lot of experience in like considering social phenomenology, right? Because these things happen both on an internal level, which is someone's mindset of both agent A and agent B, but also the interactions between them. And so both of those things come into play. That's why you're hearing definitions that are both about someone's intent and how that affects people. So when I negatively affect people, when I make people feel uncomfortable, or even if I harm them directly, and it's pervasive or insidious, that becomes more toxic with the more of those things it qualifies.
I didn't follow that. What are you saying? Say it simply.
Me neither.
So it's an interpersonal dynamic, toxicity.
I thought it was well said.
Yeah.
All
You guys should go back and listen to it again
Who's
after
the
this goes over.
arbiter? Because, like, for
I
example,
mean, it's fucking pancake, right?
how about this, Melanie? For example, I might say there might be men who are more likely to put their foot down when it comes to their standards towards women and how they deal with them in relationships. For example, if they deem things as disrespect, they're going to call it out. Now, one might perceive that as being unpleasant from the outside looking in, but in the long run, that could be also a benefit to the relationship, could it not?
Well, that's why these qualifiers align with masculinity, not just general discomfort, right? So it
is gendered. I'm explaining to you that it's gendered because as a man, I might perceive myself to be, look, a man should be someone who holds his frame or is more stoic.
It sounds to me like insecurity, the way you phrase the question.
So so like I was saying, one could say that, look, my perception of how I should be in a relationship in order to maintain this relationship for the benefit of the relationship is to hold more of a stoic frame because I perceive men to be this way. That men should
It's
be
what
this
you
way.
want. It's your relationship. If you're behaving in a way that's not comfortable for you in the relationship, it's going to fall apart. So
That's not always the case because we do things a lot of times that are uncomfortable for us for the benefit for us in the future, such as maybe we have religious underlinings. Maybe we have things that we say that we're going to sing or words that we're going to honor towards ourselves. Like
Working.
We're all gonna have different thresholds, right? Like, and
But,
so
I'm only explaining that the
like,
terms themselves,
syndrome.
unpleasant, harmful, they're literally subjective, and it can be based on a person's
Well, it's a
viewpoint.
good thing we're not taking this to court. We don't need an arbiter. This is
Wait,
something
you guys
that
are
we're
making an indictment on the entire male race
Yeah.
or the entire
No, we're
marriage
not.
species.
Well, no, we're
This
not.
is.
No, we're
This
not.
is because it's a bigoted
John,
term.
I'm gonna switch your seat out. Okay, just hang backstage.
Cause see,
Also,
that's
Sarah chat. There's a super chat that mentions me. We might as well get to that.
Oh,
I myself am a
Oh.
man.
that's the thing though.
Mel, you should have booted yourself. No, it's okay. You got 20 minutes in the back.
Dang.
Dang, I want to
what's up
engage.
with- Why y'all hate Mel? I mean, it is funny, but why y'all hate Mel?
Let me give credit where it's due. Mel, since I've met Mel, has gotten like 30% more tolerable.
She is
Oh.
doing better. And Charla, Nora,
Is that Robin Hood? What the fuck's going on?
everything is relative, like the number 6 and 9, depending where you stand. They both can be right or wrong.
Hold on, I need to get my weed pen for this.
For
69ing.
All right. I put my investigating glasses on today for this debate. I can't believe how bad Ghosty did. It was a Ryan versus Andrew debate. Ghosty, I don't know. Did you guys not prepare? Hey, Ryan, I have a serious question. Did you guys not prepare together before?
No, we didn't.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, it's very
To
clear.
his point, I do think that worked kind of against you guys because they played it off you guys.
Yeah,
I thought-
so here's the thing I want to deal with, Ryan. I have a
you
single
said-
question that's gonna destroy.
Oh, shut up,
Oh
Manor.
fuck! Oh no!
Who
I'm
is
scared.
this
Get
guy?
to
This is like
the
a
question, Manar.
Everyone in the crowd.
I'm curious.
Ask it.
Very curious.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, where did? Hey, he was.
He had a question.
He'll
That
do-
man's like
he'll
a
do
sensei,
fine.
I think.
Listen. He spent a whole 70 seconds explaining how he was going to ask a fucking question. All he had to do was ask the fucking question. Hornet,
was
how are you
trying to,
tonight?
you
What's up,
guys.
Sarah? How you doing?
I'm good. I'd rather listen to Hornet than Manure, anyways.
Hornet's cool. Hornet's all right.
Manure, brilliant.
What up, Flo? How you doing?
What's going on, Hornet? What do you think
No,
about
just-
these pussy ass men?
But not pussy ass men. But you know, I think we're getting like really caught up in like the masculinity like part of the word, where it's just like that seems to be the driving point here, where I could agree that there are traits that like I think we could all agree that men and women present different traits differently, right? Like aggression is going to be a lot different from a man versus a woman, right? Yeah. To a level, right? So when we're defining terms like toxic masculinity, it's going to be the most pervasive in those like in what those presentations are, not necessarily the aggression part. It's just the trait that's actually being presented.
I thought Ghost, you brought up a great point when she was talking about Wes Watson being a caricature of like what is masculine. It could be.
I didn't hear that part, but that is a good. Yeah.
This is actually funny. Q-Tard says, as a fellow dude, I will say that bro Mel is a good sport, if nothing else. And I will give credit there. Mel always has
Mel
to take
is a
on
good
a lot of
sport.
shit,
Always
and
boot it.
she still always comes back for more. Go ahead, go.
That is true.
Well, like she was
What are you
bringing up
eating?
Wes Watson, and
Back
he's
in
the
compliment, though, they
caricature
have
of like he's hard because he's been to prison. Masculine is money, kind of creating a standard for like a worthiness factor or something akin to that.
Yeah.
He's like the
very
embodiment of
salient
toxic
point.
masculinity.
There's another component to masculinity that's frequently overlooked in this sort of series, which is like composure and stoicism, right? There's a calm component too that should be added in that's frequently left out in all these discussions.
And this is exactly why someone like Wes Watson is the exact opposite of somebody that is masculine. And then if somebody is lacking in masculinity, the idea that you could then also attach the term toxic before the word masculine when the person's lacking it in, it's an antecedent relationship, right? Yeah. So someone must first be masculine in order to be toxically masculine. So if we look at someone like Wes Watson, someone that has absolutely zero control of themselves whatsoever, as shown in these like situations, even with the situation with Andrew on the Fresh and Fit, sort of, well, I don't know what it was they were doing on that stage, but you know, he clearly lacks any form of reasonable control, right? So
call that a lack of masculinity.
But
I would call that a definite lack of masculinity, especially when we take into consideration what Dusty just stated, which is that stoicism and being reserved in one's execution of their emotions is actually what true masculinity is.
And I
right?
completely agree, but wouldn't you say the reason that Wes Watson is acting that way, he has a perception that makes him look more masculine, correct?
He's overcompensating for his own insecurity.
He's trying to present. He's trying to present very masculine, and that would be the point.
But he is overcompensating
you're misunderstanding.
because of a lack of masculinity, right? He's not calm. He's fearful, and that's what drives that sort of behavior.
Yeah, but that's
masculine.
That's the point.
He's got no control over his emotions.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? That the trait itself is being blown up to this level, right? Like when Andrew brought up the example of him running over like a raccoon, like that's acceptable. But let's move it on to like, let's change the animal to a deer where you're actually putting yourself or the people in the car with you in danger. Now, like that has a different connotation to it, right? Like there's like levels to each individual trait. There's going to be acceptable limits and then unacceptable, right? And I think that's what Wes Watson really like falls into, where it's just like these are like unacceptable like levels of like how to present yourself as a man.
And just to like dogpile on that point quick, I think it's fucking wild that he would claim reveling in the needless slaughter of animals is something that's akin to natural masculinity. It's fucking wild.
I would push back a little bit just because in a lot of states there are overpopulation of certain animals, and it's quite necessary.
For sure, but that's why
you know.
But that's why when you replace that raccoon with a deer, like there's still an overpopulation of deer. It doesn't mean you should go crashing your car into every deer you see, right?
Because that's fucking expensive to.
You would, and it would be potentially harmful to you and other people in the car with you, right? Like it's not like you hit a deer and it's just like, oh, okay, I hit a deer.
Good enough to hit a deer that because you swerved at it that you otherwise would have missed. That's skill, though.
I'll give you an example. When I like unload a mouse trap that's caught a mouse in my house, I'm happy that it's one less mouse in my house. I'm not reveling in the fact that I took its fucking life. You know what I mean? And it's just to try.
But have you ever hunted?
Yeah, I have.
And you know the little thrill of the hunt, right?
I know what like young boys and some shit they'll do, but I don't think.
Oh, you've matured past the thrill of catching your pursuit.
Yeah,
listen, this is just
for fun.
This is we're talking about our endo pleasure system at this point.
I've slaughtered a few bugs in my day. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but you were like probably younger, right? Like you're probably not doing that today.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
There is a satisfaction of getting something that's.
But also think of it this way, Ghosty. Like kids sitting there killing bugs is because they're bored or have a lack of something else to do. They don't have hobbies, jobs.
Yeah.
Kids take care of so on and so forth. So I would think it could be, you could add the maturity level to it, but it's also busy. Right? If you're busy doing other shit, you're not sitting there playing with bugs, unless that's your job. And Jeremy Ryan
you know what?
says,
I killed some bugs today. I found a wasp nest in the garage and I threw it in the fire pit.
There you go.
That was for the safety of your family, though.
Satisfaction.
It's great. I'm smiling again, remembering it. Those wasps.
Jeremy Ryan says, add 5 minutes to Mel's timer because you called him a she. Is this toxic masculinity? Well, I asked you the question, Jeremy. Since you're a man, would you want to be referred to as the same thing as the Furby, or would you just rather me call her a she?
Crazy.
John says, Ryan, would you say that one who believes referring to the N-word as the N-word gives the word more power than what it deserves? Is it toxically white?
So before I answer that, I wanted to go back and touch on the hunting thing real quick, because when I think about like people I know who hunt regularly, and when I just imagine like someone who is like a masculine representative of like hunting culture, I don't think of someone who's like ecstatic and thrilled about like just like the sheer thrill of taking a life for the sake of it. There's a respect for the life.
It's layered. It's layered. It's nuanced.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think I don't see that on display when Andrew talks about swerving into the raccoon or whatever. But to this point, no, I don't agree. I think it's fine to just describe it as the N-word. Like I don't think you need to say it, and that's unnecessary. So
Right.
So wait, Ryan, do you take issue then? Do you take issue with the idea that someone may be a static, let's say, for instance, in a hunt?
Not necessarily, no. I think like if they're demonstrating that in like a bunch of different contexts, I think that's like a red flag. But like in general, like I can imagine why it would feel like a very high level of endorphin, whatever.
Yeah, because at this point we're talking about the endopleasure system, right? We're talking about the actual neurological pathways in which are wired up in order that this is something that needs to happen. It needs to happen for a multitude of different reasons, right? So when we're talking about the endopleasure system and the way that it rewards us, right? There's a goal that's been set out to happen, right? And not only has the goal been set out to happen, there could then be a personification of the goal, i.e., what I mean by this is a representation to, let's say, a lower generation, i.e., somebody that's younger, right? And this representation, i.e., the personification of the asceticism over the achievement of the goal, right? This is not only to release dopaminergic system in the person that's on the hunt, right? It's also as a representation to those younger people that they themselves can receive the same dopaminergic system themselves and the release of that dopaminergic system. So there are different expressions of this. That's why it is multi-layered and multifaceted.
How would you reconcile that with the fact that cultures all around the globe have great reverence for the animal, like the Native Americans, for instance, here in America, great reverence for all the animals they took. They weren't walking around just killing buffaloes for their fucking hides and leaving them to rot on the, you know what I mean?
The peaceful Native American is such a fucking trope, dog.
Well,
I mean, they literally worshipped like.
Well, you would just say that they would have a higher.
They really cut out, you know,
you
the center part of a human being. You know what I mean? They really
you would just say that.
When you're let me reconcile it. I can reconcile the two positions, right? You can have respect for life while also taking it, right, at the same time. The reason being, it's like the reason being is because obviously under the understanding that as you take one life, it sustains another, right? So if you take a life to sustain another life, right, the reverence can be held simply in the fact that you understand that Mother Nature has to give away as a part of its ecosystem in order that the part of the ecosystem you're a part of is able to be maintained and also to be done so in a nutritionally based way, right?
I agree, but that's different than reveling in the needless. When you just swerve for a raccoon, are you the California hillbillies stopping and scooping it up and eating the roadkill on your way home? No, it's just a needless kill. There's no reverence for it.
It's a competition, right? If you catch something, if you hunt something, if you hit something, you're engaging the same part of your brain as winning a soccer match.
Well,
it's the reward-based system again. It's the reward-based system that is in tow here. So obviously, if we have these sort of, neurological sort of drivers in our brain that aid us toward a certain goal and its completion, there are obviously going to be aberrations along the way as expressions as to sort of the potential of the completion of that goal. So obviously, it depends on who you're talking to, right? If I hit a pheasant in my car, I am going to go pick that pheasant up and I'm going to eat it later, right? 100%. Okay. But the idea of the raccoon, for instance, right, you could say, well, maybe it's because it's a pest and maybe it causes other problems in society in general, right? Maybe in that you could then revel in the killing of
time frame. You're dealing with the logical reasons for it, why it's not wrong, and he's asking about the emotional response to it.
Okay, but I believe the emotional response to it is tied in, and what I mean by that is
that's correct.
Well, how would you define that it isn't? Because
our emotion, our logic and reasoning, even though we feel like it runs the show, it doesn't. It's a way slower process than our emotions. Emotions are less specific in their address, but they're way quicker to respond. So that's why you feel a certain way, and then as information comes in, you change your opinion. The feeling that you get from, getting a buck or hitting a fucking whatever, a gopher, that happens before you've had time to process why it's okay for that to happen.
I don't think that's true because when you're hunting, you have like the intended goal to go hunting, right? When you're just swerving your car.
Yeah, but he's talking about veering a car in the moment, or in he.
Yeah.
I understand what you were saying though. So
your mic is muted, Tomato.
Well,
Thank you.
after so many
James,
experiences.
pardon me. James wanted to make an exit. Go ahead and
Hey, regardless of our disagreements, Ghost and Ryan, it was actually very spirited and there wasn't much bad faith, I don't think, really. I do appreciate that you guys have been good sports and engage with all of the line of inquiry, especially after the debate was over. So appreciate you guys for.
Who do you think was the most bad faith out of the two of them?
Okay, I do think you guys are more bad faith, but as far as like your average liberal leftist, it was a bit refreshing. Okay, so
Well,
yeah, you guys have a
thanks.
good rest of your day.
You
Tomato,
weren't
thanks
bad
for having me
to
on,
talk to
Dusty.
Either.
Later, man.
Sorry.
All right, take care.
Bye.
James.
yeah, dude. I believe Horn, you were speaking, or Hornet.
Yeah, like again, it's just like the intended goal would be like, yeah, for hunting you would have like a already like complex like understanding of what I'm trying to achieve here. Like it's the same thing when you go fishing, right? But when I'm just swerving on the road to hit a raccoon, that thought process is a lot quicker. There's not the intentionality behind it that I would have. It's not like I'm trying to get rid of the vermin. It's just literally momentary pleasure at that moment to fucking kill this raccoon. There's no,
Alright,
there's no like goal set in that mind, right? Like I didn't go into my car thinking I'm gonna run over a raccoon today.
Right.
Where I live, that does occur. So like, and that's why I guess maybe I had an issue with understanding exactly where you were coming from. So like, I get in my car this morning, right? I go to drive to work. I'm not necessarily seeking out to hit 12 pheasants as I go down the lane,
Where
right?
the fuck do you live?
I live in the United Kingdom. But the thing
You can
is,
tell by
right,
the
is like, but growing up, right, continuously, that's what we would do. We would hunt pheasants, right? We would specifically do this. So when I swerve my car to hit like 6 pheasants all in a row, they're really stupid. You can get 6 in one go. You can basically decapitate them with your bumper. You don't damage your car or anything like this. In my mind, as I do that, right, I actually am hunting in that moment. Even though you could say, but so like I misunderstood the idea of like hitting the raccoon.
So hitting the raccoon, like when you hit a pheasant, you're picking up the pheasant to actually like consume it, right? At some level.
100%.
When you're hitting a raccoon, you're just hitting a raccoon. There's like nothing else to it.
Andrew was
Like,
saying he was swerving to hit the raccoons to laugh about it.
That is
whatever.
to laugh at
That's what a man does.
Here, well, let me point out. I don't think that some of you appreciate how big of pests and how fucking people who say that animals are the only things that kill each other for fun are fucking wrong. Nature is mean as a motherfucker. Raccoons are particularly brutal, and they fuck up trash cans and shit. Like they're problems.
Okay, but like
Yeah, they're
surely you're
pesky,
strong enough
but,
to handle a bit of nature.
Yeah, it's not like he said he was
I kill
hitting.
it. I
It's
kill
not like
raccoons.
he was saying he was hitting dogs and kittens and
Yeah.
things that
For-
are that we
What's the
care
utility?
about.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I agree, Sarah.
What's
I
the
agree.
utility
Like-
from
Because it serves me no
smashing
purpose
squirrels?
to kill
then?
raccoons.
Squirrels
I
aren't.
don't eat raccoons.
If I may, squirrels aren't a public nuisance. He was also incorporating them too. So I don't think making the delineation between the two is really necessary.
We're predatory biological animals. It's
Although
in our
hitting-
nature.
Okay, but this is the thing. You guys
actually, wait there.
you guys are
Squirrels.
acting like you have no choice. It's like this is primal.
I'm not
It's,
saying
I'm
that.
an animal. I have no self-control.
Nobody's
so I just
saying
do
that. What I'm
these
saying is, what I'm defending is like there were some pearl clutchers going, "Oh my gosh, they would kill an animal." No, it's not. It's not a weird thing to like go, "Whoo, I got it," you know.
Yeah, my problem isn't that he would run over the raccoon, right? My problem would be like the behavior behind it. Like, let's say,
He must
like
drive a truck.
the logic line that he drew there was like, since they're a pest, I have to get rid of them. Blah blah. So like, what's stopping you from driving your car into a deer? Like when you see it, like there'd be that's a delineation that I'm trying to draw here, where it's just like, obviously there's this level of harm that you're trying to figure out there, where it's just like, if I run into a raccoon, it's probably not gonna like swerve my car off the road. But if I hit a deer, it's gonna mess up my car, no matter like what
Deers
car.
don't come kill your chickens in the middle of the night.
Rude.
Yeah.
Crabby,
man.
Crabby,
tomatoes.
Hold on just a second. Crabby, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was you.
Crabby.
My penises.
Thank you. All right, go
Rude
back.
mud talk.
What's up?
But yeah, that's the only delineation that I'm trying to draw. That the process in your brain is that could be true, right? But you're also like have a layer of understanding of, hey, that's a deer. I'm not gonna completely drive my car into it and wreck my shit and wreck myself to try to get a deer.
Yeah, I don't think they're analogous at all. I really don't.
Don't act surprised, by the way, the same mindset would apply, right?
Don't act surprised, by the way, if someone sees you do that and thinks you're just a cruel person, because they probably will, whether
they will,
cruel or not.
Yeah.
Well, Cosmic Fox, since your name is actually Fox, all right. Would you say that someone's cruel for reveling in, let's say, for instance, killing a fox, for instance? Just because they're not going to eat any of the meat whatsoever. They're just simply driving down the road, right? They see a fox, they swerve to hit it, and they're ecstatic about the fact that they hit it, right? I could give you qualifiers as to why this may be okay afterwards. What would you say?
I mean, I prefer to hear it ahead of time, but generally, yes, I think that does sound cruel to me.
It sounds cruel to you, right? But so, like, let me give you the moral justification. So foxes will break into hen hounds, right? They literally will kill. I've worked on partridge farms where I've seen 700 partridges dead, not a single one of them with the breast meat even stripped. So they literally just went in, killed 700 partridges.
Generally, they cause damage.
No, but that's not damage per se. That's more than damage. That's damage not only to livestock. That's damage to businesses. I've literally seen businesses.
They're an irritation, and my thing about that is that first of all, that's not a proper method of population control. Secondly, foxes are important players of an ecosystem, and just wiping them out doesn't necessarily account for like the damage you might do to biodiversity and stuff because of that.
Well, no, we were talking about, like, let's say somebody swerving to hit a fox, and let's say this person directly knows that, like, this is outside on my property, right? You wouldn't legally be allowed to hit a fox out on a public road, right? But where we live, where there are farms, for instance, it's more than likely that if you kill and people don't understand this sort of relationship, that if you kill a fox on your land, right, it actually deters other foxes from coming onto that land after the fact. So sometimes, and this is why. Well, it's been proven in the sense of incursions of foxes since they banned fox hunting, and obviously fox hunting is seemingly very, very cruel. You know, they drive a fox for miles around a piece of farmland where they've done damage, maybe a partridge farm, right, for instance, right? The reason they do that is for fear pheromones from the fox to be spread all across that piece of land, almost like in some sort of a perimeter, right? That perimeter itself, right, would be
Flo, read the super chats.
Yeah.
What the fuck does this have to do with masculinity?
I don't know. This is a really boring tangent.
That's why I just let him keep going.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. I got super chats. Did we lose Sarah?
Yeah.
Oh, I just went straight over to my restream and looked for the
A2, keep on trucking with the $2. You ever seen what a moose bar does to a deer?
What's a moose bar? I live in America. Is that like a brush guard? Is that the grill?
Like a bull bar.
It's
a
crazy.
bar.
It's a bar where all the mooses go to get drunk.
That sounds so
The problem is that most brush guards, like, you're gonna have enough moose getting through that grill that it's gonna fuck up a headlight.
Yeah.
Some of the moose go there for karaoke night, not to get drunk. Just to clarify.
Like unless you got like an armored undercarriage to your whole vehicle, right? Like something's gonna get inside something.
Like a snowplow?
I mean, Cadillacs have there's solid body cars.
Like, I've only ever actually seen that in a police car.
I've got a Cadillac I'm parting out right now, and it's got a solid underbody.
Crazy.
Pause.
I guess my overall point was
masculinity is real.
Can we stop talking about roadkill? Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely real. Anyone who doesn't understand it was either too simple or you guys just overcomplicated it.
People understand it. It's not a useful addition. It doesn't add understanding. It predetermines it, right?
No, it definitely adds understanding. If you can understand why you're taking an action you're taking, if you understand that like your motivations are because you have insecurities, because you don't feel masculine enough.
But that's not how we're arriving at this phrase. We're not going, okay,
That's
this
exactly
is the
what it is.
behavior.
That's what
Okay, so would it be equally useful if we said bitchy period week, right? Whenever a girl was acting bad, it's like bitchy period.
We do that. Many
Yeah.
people do already do that.
It's not really viable.
but no,
You're not
I
going to
don't
have
think it's
Ryan sitting here
comfortable.
going, "Well, Google Scholar says bitchy period is."
I think you're
Yeah,
confusing
they
the
wouldn't say
fact that
that,
like
right?
there are clinical terms for these things, right? So, but
It's
like
not
when,
a clinical. That's not.
It's not a clinical term. That's the point.
That's what but there's already
Scholarly
but then like if I talk to my friends about this thing, I'm going to say like, holy shit, she was such a bitch while she was on her period. I'm not going to be like, oh man, her premenstrual syndrome was making her super hormonal. And it's like, nobody talks like that, dude. You're forgetting how language actually works in between people.
You guys know that they're not saying like masculinity is inherently toxic. You know, that's not what it is, right? It's specifically an action taken by insecure men.
Yeah.
Right.
They're not talking about any of you guys because you are all really secure. They're
The
talking about
utility of the
insecure
word
one.
is kind of
There's
irrelevant as well.
There's an
because
automatic association. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying the utility of the term and the definition is kind of irrelevant as well, at least to the debate proposition, because both Ryan and Ghosty clarified what they mean by that term. And I think at some point, Andrew granted that, well, yeah, it's true by what you mean by the terms. Then the debate's over. I don't know. You can have a side debate about the utility of the word, and maybe there's better terms to use, but that's a completely separate debate.
Yeah, I think the debate even
that
boiled
wasn't a
down
concession.
to. No, he did. He basically said the thing is real.
He
He just
admitted
said
at
that
one point the
the
thing was
the
real.
definition. Wait, he said
It's
the definition.
based on a proprietary definition. Are you not understanding?
Exactly.
Listen,
Just to
you
be
can't
clear,
really debunk. You can't
Yeah,
debunk.
that's still conceding that the thing exists.
It's not. So I can give you an example
No,
of this.
listen, but
My
when you build it up,
defense
like
is
Brian,
God is
whether it's
real, and by let me give an example here. God is real, and by God I just mean my cat. My cat is real, therefore God is real by that definition.
Yeah.
You understand
That's
that
a
that's not really
proprietary
an answer to the debate of is
Andrew
God
doesn't
real?
agree. Andrew doesn't agree with us labeling it toxic masculinity, but he did seem to concede that the underlying things that we described do exist.
Yeah, because you're just.
But again, yeah, you're right. He didn't.
You're just pointing to behaviors that can be pointed out, though, right? That's the problem. You're pointing to behaviors that are able to be pointed out, and then you're given a proprietary definition to those behaviors. The problem.
I don't agree with characterizing
proprietary.
Behaviors
You could
exist,
grant that it's
and your
proprietary.
definition
It doesn't.
pointing to those behaviors
I
exist.
can, but-
I just don't like your definition. It's fucking stupid.
I do think it's not like
could have
it's
been,
not like I
like,
just
more
made it up,
accurate.
right? Like randomly.
So
like
when you say
like I said,
proprietary, it means exclusive to a group. It's most often used in business to mean like a definition that only applies to what you would use. This is this is
or it can be used for
this is
magazines
something-
or whatever.
It's something that everyone can use. You're not just going to use it because you're in a particular trade and work for a particular company that would only use a proprietary technology. It's disanalogous. Stop calling it proprietary. I wanted to call Andrew out for that shit, but I didn't get time.
I think he uses it to dismiss like our labeling of it as that, but like I didn't just like come up with it. Like and when he gave his other variety of definitions, almost every single one of them mapped perfectly to what we were describing all throughout the debate. It was actually kind of hilarious how apt the things he was saying was, and like looking incredulous, like with a Tucker Carlson
Who
face.
the hell is breathing into their mic?
Whoever you just took out,
Yeah, one of you's fucking up. That's crazy.
Brandon.
Yeah, probably.
I even tried breathing into my mic with my nose there because that's what I was breathing out, and I couldn't. So I was like, I don't even think it is me.
Is it me?
No, it's probably me.
I don't breathe, so
It might be me. I'm smoking, so
It goes away when Brandon mutes up. You guys are all retarded.
Okay, cool.
I love how he said it's Brandon, and then everyone else was like, "Is it me?" Like, no, we already solved.
Oh, it could be anyone. You know, it could be anyone.
So may I just take this moment to point out, like, there is a prescription that exists on how not to be toxic, right? It's called healthy masculinity. It might involve things like realizing that you're still it might involve things like realizing that you're still a man even if you show emotion or affection to your other male friends, right? Like to me the healthiest form of toxic masculinity is being so confident in your masculinity that a gay guy can come up and hit on you and you still know that you're straight and you're a man, that has
That's
not
gay.
put that into question at all. Most of the toxic masculinity that we see is a response to men feeling emasculated and needing to overreact to that threat.
That's true. That's actually exactly what I said. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, which is the opposite of being stoic, which I would say is actually not a masculine trait whatsoever. And that's why I stated before, someone like Wes Watson being called toxic masculine, right? Like this to me is stupid. It's an antecedent relationship issue there, right?
Here's what's stupid about expecting. Can I just quickly?
Okay.
There is something stupid about expecting men to be stoic, and that expects men to only have really one emotion. That's anger and aggression. Men
No,
can feel
it's not at all.
No,
that's
Well,
that's not at all. That's not at all accurate.
That's the whole point of like bringing up that traits are the things that we're looking at, right? Like a man can present a trait very differently than a woman. It doesn't mean that we don't have the emotion. We're just presenting differently. That's that'd be
men need to be in control of their emotions. There's a good reason for that.
First of all, that's not a trait. Second of all, how you express emotions, like feeling like if you cry that you've emasculated yourself, for example, is toxic. It's healthy to cry because getting out those emotions.
So you think a man crying
is getting out
I
those
don't
emotions? I disagree.
If I'm sad, I don't have to necessarily follow crying to do it, right? Like I can project that I'm sad in other ways. I don't necessarily have to jump to
say
crying.
to say that it's okay for men to cry is good. It's healthy for them because bottling up those emotions put those
You don't get to
under pressure.
talk for us, Marnie. You don't get to talk for us. You know how a man handles his emotions? If I'm sad, it's because there's an issue and I fix that issue and I feel better.
The problem with telling men to bottle up their emotions.
Who said that?
The problem with telling men to bottle up their emotions, by the way, is that it puts the contents under pressure and leads it to explode down the road.
It's not about bottling it up.
They're saying men should address the cause of what's causing negative emotions.
When you're telling men they can't cry and that causes them not to cry when they want to.
Why do they need to cry? Why is that
true?
It's not bottling up. You're using
I'm saying when they want to cry and they don't do it because of your perceptions of how a man should be, that becomes toxic. That bottles those
Melanie,
emotions.
I have to say that. Hang on, I can speak. I'll speak. I'll speak as a man. Like, if you feel like the urge to cry because you're upset about something, and you're processing that thing, and you are like bullying yourself, like, no, men aren't supposed to cry. I'm not going to cry. You're beating yourself up for something that's very human, very like a very natural emotion. Men experience all the same range of emotions that women experience. You know, like we're talking about like real feelings, and crying does help you alleviate those feelings. It doesn't mean that you have to do that to process the feelings.
It should
embarrass the only way to do it.
If you're properly socialized, it would embarrass you.
Hang on, I'm landing it. If you're refusing to do it because that's not what men do, I think that is you're reflecting your insecurity about your manhood more so.
Can you be specific though, Ryan? Can you be like, okay, I need to cry because my mum died or some shit?
Yeah, like
because
that.
That's the level we cry at.
Yeah, like that's what I would say. I would say
fine.
that we present to crying in certain like aspects, right?
But
we're not going to jump. We're not going to jump to like crying at every instance. That's the point.
And no one's saying guys should just start crying.
I'm crying because you all suck. Jeremy comes in with a big 5, says, imagine being a dude parading. Oh my God. This is how tired I am. Parading around as a woman and trying to convince women that they now have to refer to themselves as a cis woman.
Totally.
Sounds toxic. That's fair.
Cis sensitivity.
All right. Here's what we're going to do. Flow State, Powder Dusty has started up another stream. We're going to continue the party over there. But if people don't want to continue over there, I'm going to go ahead and offer everybody, including those backstage. I'll bring you back up in just a second. Stand by. I'm going to offer everybody closing statements here, and then the redirect has been set, and I'm sure Flo is dropping the StreamYard link. Yes, you already have backstage, so you guys can go right over there from this panel.
I've already put it in back. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to take off. Thank you for having me. It's been a good talk. Peace.
All right. We will see Powder Dusty here shortly. All right, let's start at the bottom. Hornet, you want to go ahead and give your final closing thoughts?
Yeah, I think most people can agree that there is some traits that we do not want to embody to a high level where like I think everyone here has agreed that certain traits are when they're like over emboldened, it shows a level of insecurity between the man and that's what we would classically define as toxic masculinity, and I think no one would contest that.
Perfect. Thank you, Hornet. And feel free to head over to Flow States. The conversation will continue over there, okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Jason, would you like to give your closing statements? Jason, are you with us? All right, I'll give him a second. Maybe he's snoozing. Krabby, you want to go ahead and go?
It's really fucking simple. No one's saying masculinity is inherently toxic. It's just defining motivations behind actions. It's generally insecure men who fear not appearing masculine enough, and it's real simple. Anyway, have a good one.
Good night, Krabby. Jason, are you with us? Jason. All right, James, would you like to go ahead and give your final thoughts?
I want to say thank you for letting me up here, Raging Tomato, as always, and yeah, I don't think I like the term toxic masculinity. I really just call it bad behavior and just kind of be done with it at that. But yeah, y'all have a good one. Everybody in chat have a great one. Everything a good one. So yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, James. Melanie, would you like to give your final thoughts?
Sure. So, folks, toxic masculinity is not an attack on men. And if you think it is, then that should be good news. We just want to describe what men do that lead to unhealthy behaviors for those and for themselves and those around them, and how they can avoid it through methods like healthy masculinity. If you'd like to look it up, there is the APA guidelines for boys and men. It describes gender role conflict, which is pretty much analogous to toxic masculinity. When we say toxic masculinity, we're describing a phenomenon, just not in the strictest sense, right? It's kind of like when we say the Big Bang happened, we're not saying someone was there to hear a Big Bang. We're saying that it was a big explosion type thing without using as many words. So sometimes language is messy, but we do it because guess what? This is what gets us talking about toxic masculinity. Whereas if we were here talking about gender role conflict, I think we'd all agree that would be dry and boring and stale. So with that, have a great night.
Thank you, Melanie. Villain, would you like to give your final thoughts?
Yeah, I would just say something similar to what I said the last time I was on here, which is that I believe toxic masculinity is effectively, I would describe it as the expression from mainly, I would say, the feminist world, the actual expression of what they see in modern day men that they do not like. And I would say that expression in these modern day men is the exact, I would say, lacking of true masculinity. I would say it's the exact opposite. So it's difficult when we define it under this sort of toxic masculinity. It's kind of like I said with Wes Watson, it's like an antecedent relationship. If he's not truly masculine at all, how is he able to be toxically masculine whatsoever? Again, it's just like I said, it's pointing toward these forms of behaviors that are actually generally expressed by men that are absent of true masculinity whatsoever. So it just seems like a bit of a misnomer. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks, Villain. All right, Ryan, to you. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, I've said probably over and over again my understanding of toxic masculinity at this point. I'm not going to dive too much into that again, but I think everyone knows how I feel about it. I just wanted to speak to the insecurity aspect. I think Rude Mudcrab's definition was close, but I think when we talk about it being like a manifestation of insecurity in men, I really want to point out that like that insecurity often comes from like other men around them, and women, of course, but like very often other men around them who are shaming them for not living up to a masculine ideal that they're asserting onto that guy. And So it really is like it's not just about that individual doing something toxic. It can be like a toxic environment that's like steering them towards bad behaviors, and that's not cool. You know, there's lots of different ways to be a man, and it's not bad to be a man. It's not bad to be masculine. It's bad to cause harm to people around you and to yourself on behalf of masculinity. I'll leave it at that. I've been Radical Coder. If you want to learn some cool stuff, that's what I'm trying to do on my channel. So I'll teach you some cool stuff. Thank you, Ghosty. It was a pleasure debating alongside you.
It was fun.
Bye, Sarah.
Thanks.
Ghosty. And I believe, Ghosty, this was your topic idea. Not a bad choice at all.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel good. It was fun. A bit, it got a little, felt like I was repeating myself a lot, but no, I think it was a good discussion. So thank you for hosting this. And my final words would just be, I think the reason we should differentiate just plain toxic behavior versus feminine toxic, toxic femininity versus toxic masculinity. I've been repeating it so much, I'm like stumbling now. Is because we do want to find like the root cause of why people act badly, why people treat others badly, what is causing their own mental health issues to happen. So it's good to break down the root cause of these issues, and if we can attribute it to specific things, I think that's good than just saying, oh, this is all just toxic behavior. And I did identify, I think, a big problem a lot of people had with it in the end was just the name toxic masculinity, because the word masculinity was in the name. They therefore, kind of like what the other guy said, it was like a misnomer. So I guess I can understand that, but overall it does exist. That's my argument. And yeah, you can listen to the whole debate to hear all those arguments. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ghosty. I appreciate you and for all of your flexibility on tonight. I know we were supposed to have No Fugazi on, and you know, people get sick, it happens.
Oh, yeah, no
and then we had to push 15 minutes. There's a whole big, lots of flexing going on tonight. So I appreciate you for sure.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Good night.
And have a good evening. And to all of you little turkeys, I am dropping the link over and over and over.
Okay. So that was that. I'm gonna end the stream. That was fun. Got a little repetitive for sure, but you know, it is what it is. If, you know, some people just argue kind of to argue, to be contrarian, to win a debate, which, you know, is fair, I guess, but I think a lot of people just have a problem with the name, or they think it's an attack on them specifically, or an attack on men. I do think we made that clear over and over and over and over and over again, but yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. Please like and all that shit. I'm gonna try to be back tomorrow night or Wednesday night. I was supposed to do a stream this weekend, and I never got around to it. I ended up being kind of busy. So we'll be talking about some guys I used to debate with who made an appearance on the Tim Pool podcast thingy, and I thought it was pretty interesting, so I'm going to be reacting to that. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much to all my watchers. I love you all. Good night.